Camp Firwood, written by Boris Bacic, narrated by Christopher Gatterdam. Chapter 1. The Choosing. "Are you worried?" Michael asked Bill as they sat on the lonesome tree stumps. The sky was gray, and the rain was expected to start at any moment, but that didn't stop the counselors from going forward with the choosing. The campers had just had their breakfast, and most of them were sitting in front of the main lodge with forlorn expressions on their faces, some talking to each other but mostly quietly staring at their feet. Bill shrugged, pursing his lips. "Maybe a little. There's a lot of campers. What are the odds that we'll get chosen?" Truth be told, he was extremely nervous. He felt it in his stomach, knots twisting and making him sick, but he couldn't let his friend know. Even though Michael was a good friend, despite knowing him for a short time, you could never know if he would go telling the other campers sensitive things. That exact thing happened to Alex, who snuck a cigarette inside the camp but was later ratted out by someone, which resulted in Alex having to do wood chopping for a whole week. Bill barely managed to eat a couple of bites of his toast and scrambled eggs for breakfast, spending the rest of the breakfast time playing around with his food on the fork until Assistant Counselor Dwight forcefully nudged him and told him it was time to leave the cafeteria. Bill noticed that the other kids hadn't eaten much either, save for maybe Barrel Mark. They called him that way because he was the most obese teen in the camp. He ate his own food, and even asked Javier for his, to which Javier slid the plate to him absent-mindedly. Bill wondered how Mark was able to eat on such a day, but then figured that Barrel Mark probably didn't understand the severity of the situation. He remembered how Mark constantly complained about being hungry for the first few days of camping when they arrived, even going as far as to ask Lunch Lady Daisy for seconds. And then, all of it just stopped. Other campers warned Mark not to go asking for extra food, otherwise he'd be in trouble. He probably listened to them, and good thing too. If any of the counselors heard him, especially Dwight, he'd be in a lot of trouble. "So, what do you think happens to the ones who get chosen?" Michael asked. Bill shrugged. "I don't know. Complete the trial and go home, I guess." "Do you really think they complete the trial with the Firwood Wraith roaming around?" "Oh, come on. Not that shit again." "We don't even know if those stories are true." The Wraith of Firwood. The campers had been talking about it ever since day one. Bill wasn't even sure who started the story or what exactly the Wraith was, but the campers seemed terrified of it. Apparently, there was a ghost right outside of the summer camp, roaming the woods at night. It would prey on campers who dared to escape from the camp and would kill them. A story went around that one camper tried running away from Camp Firwood last year and died in the woods. The counselors never said it was the Firwood Wraith, but a lot of the campers jumped the gun and stated that it was. Bill himself wasn't an enthusiast or believer of the paranormal. However, now that the choosing was almost at hand, he was more open-minded. He even thought he heard some screeches a few times during the night since he arrived, but he chalked it up to his imagination going wild over the other campers' tales. "What do you think the Wraith looks like? How do you think it kills the campers? Do you think it uses a weapon like an axe? Has anyone ever survived the encounter?" Then there were the exaggerated rumors that kept spreading like wildfire. Legend has it that the Firwood Wraith used to be a camper who got killed and is now stalking the woods. The Wraith comes out only during summer, when the campers are present. The Wraith only hunts bad teens. "Of course the stories are true," Michael retorted, snapping Bill back into reality. "What do you think happened to Brian and Omar? They never came back." "Well, maybe they were sent home. You heard that whistle in the woods a few nights ago. That was an animal," Bill scoffed. "No fucking way. I think Brian and Omar are dead." "Well, why would they pick some campers to send them home and others for whatever it is they chose them for?" Michael shrugged. "Maybe they don't send them home at all." Bill nodded, staring at his feet. He didn't want to talk about the Firwood Wraith anymore. He drew a line with his foot in the dirt and dragged his shoe back and forth across it, making it clearer with each drag. All this talk about the choosing and the wraith didn't make him feel any less nervous. If anything, it only made him even more anxious. He remembered hearing once that the only reason why we feel afraid was because we fear the unknown. In this case, he had no idea what, exactly, the choosing was, save for what the counselors told them. The choosing occurred every 2 weeks, and since Bill had been in the camp for only a week and a half, he never witnessed it taking place. All he knew was it terrified the other campers so much that they did their best to avoid getting into any trouble and getting negative points added to their names. The counselors never clarified the trial either. Jim once asked about it, to which the counselors smiled and told him that it wouldn't be so special if they revealed the surprise. "I still think the trial is not as dangerous as you guys think," Bill said, unable to let Michael have the final word. "Maybe," Michael shrugged bemusedly. The fact that he didn't want to argue back irked Bill, but he figured that now was not the time for fighting. The crowd of campers around the main lodge was ominously quiet today, which was understandable. Those who believed in the Firwood Wraith were scared shitless, and those who didn't were either starting to believe the rumors, or they were nervous about spending a few nights in the woods alone. Bill glanced toward the entrance of the lodge just in time to see Dwight and head counselor, Mr. Adams, emerge. The two of them faced each other and spoke, but they were too far away for Bill to make out any of the words. As if on cue, the campers closest to the entrance scrambled to their feet and rushed in a stampede to line up in front of the counselors. Others seemed to become aware of the commotion and clambered to their feet as well, leaving clouds of dust behind them as they loped to join the ranks of the other campers who lined up like soldiers. "Come on, Bill." Michael grabbed Bill under his arm and helped him up. The two of them rushed to the 5 lines which the campers now formed, one behind the other. Bill hurriedly sprinted to the 4th row, squeezing himself between Michael on his left and Steve on his right. The pounding of footsteps on the ground all but stopped, except for one, which joined in seconds later. It was Ethan, and he rushed to the back of the line with panting breaths, trying to squeeze in between 2 campers. "Come on, guys, move. Give me some room," he shouted, desperately trying to make his way into the line, but the other campers wouldn't budge. They couldn't budge now, especially since the counselors' eyes were on them. Dwight stuck 2 fingers in his mouth and whistled loudly, pointing his index finger at the back, where Ethan was. "Looks like we got one here, Mr. Adams," he said with his croaky voice. "No, I'm in the line," Ethan shouted with a high-pitched and trembling voice, sounding like he was on the verge of tears. "Camper, get over here." Mr. Adams curled his index in a motion to call Ethan to get closer. "Mr. Adams, I'm in the line, please." "Camper." Mr. Adams lowered his chin and raised his eyebrows. Ethan hung his head down and, with a defeated sniffle, made his way around the back of the line and all the way to the front, looking down at his feet the entire time. Dwight shook his head and clucked his tongue as Mr. Adams flipped a paper on the notepad he was holding. He clicked his pen a few times and looked at Ethan before putting it to the paper and asking, "What's your name, Camper?" "Ethan," Ethan responded timidly, still looking down. Dwight took a menacing step toward Ethan with his hands on his hips. Ethan slightly recoiled before Dwight's towering figure but refused to look up. "Camper, when the counselor addresses you, you look up, and you respond with respect. Is that understood?" Dwight was so close to Ethan now that his spit probably defiled the poor camper's face. Bill couldn't see his face, but he imagined eyes glossy from tears. Ethan was the slowest kid, and so far he'd always make it in the nick of time. But today, he was not so lucky. "You chose the worst day to be late, Ethan." Ethan looked up and nodded briefly in short, energetic head motions. Mr. Adams put his hand on Dwight's shoulder, which seemed to diffuse the assistant counselor. Dwight stepped back and allowed the head counselor to take over. "Now tell me again, Camper, what's your name?" "Ethan, Mr. Adams," Ethan responded, more bravely this time. Mr. Adams produced an "mm-hmm" sound as he politely nodded and wrote something down on his pad. A moment later, he looked at Ethan with a smile and said, "All right, that makes it 4 points for you." Back in line you go, camper. Ethan needed no further motivation. He began running forward, but Mr. Adams raised his index finger and said, "Tisk, tisk, tisk. What did we say about going back in line, camper?" Ethan froze, staring at Mr. Adams in confusion. An eerie silence filled the air as Ethan glanced at his fellow campers, desperately seeking help with his eyes before turning back to the senior counselor. He started, swinging his hands back and forth while looking down again. "Go behind the counselors when returning to the line, not in front of them." Bill wanted to scream at Ethan, but he couldn't. Any sign of insubordination would earn him the same kind of reward that Ethan just got for himself. He remembered on the second day how Michael ran between Dwight and the line of campers to quickly get back in line after his watchtower duty, and Dwight was nowhere near as tolerant as Mr. Adams was. Needless to say, all the campers who witnessed Michael receiving such harsh backlash from Dwight didn't dare even think about cutting in front of the counselors again. "Give him another one, Mr. Adams," Dwight spat, frowning at Ethan. Mr. Adams tapped his pen on the pad, staring at Ethan the whole time. "Camper," he said, which made Ethan raise his head and lock eyes with Mr. Adams. "We said you should never go between the counselors and the line of campers, didn't we? Now go on, run behind, and get back in line." He pointed behind himself with his thumb, while grinning widely. Ethan quickly obliged, jogging around Mr. Adams and Dwight, and hastily making his way to his designated spot in the fourth row. "You should have given him another one, Mr. Adams. These maggots never learn," Dwight spitefully said, shaking his head. "Now, Dwight, don't be so harsh." He turned to the campers and bellowed, "Good morning, campers." "Good morning, Mr. Adams," the camp roared in unison. "Come on now, campers. Why the long faces?" Mr. Adams asked. "Today is a big day. No need to be so gloomy." He threw his hands up in the air with a wide grin. His politeness never ceased to amaze Bill. To this day, he couldn't figure out if Mr. Adams was just morbidly polite because he enjoyed the somberness of the situation, or if he was simply oblivious to what was going on. The latter would explain why Dwight was such a dick to everyone tenfold when no other counselor was around. "All right, I can see no one is in the mood today, but we have to recite the core values of the camp," Mr. Adams said with a smirk. "Campers, recite." All campers, 40-something of them or so, began chanting in unison. "Discipline is the mother of all values. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. By following the rules of the camp, I will become a disciplined and better person. Discipline is the core value of Camp Firwood. Discipline is the core value of life." The recital went smoothly. The first few days, the recital was messy, with unsynchronized and wrongly chanted words. Now it sounded like a well-prepared orchestra. "Let's do a roll call, and then we can go to the choosing stage," Mr. Adams said. He spent the next couple of minutes calling on campers numerically, starting with Cabin 1 and ending with Cabin 5. Everyone was present, so when he checked off the last camper on the list, he clicked his pen multiple times and shouted, "Aren't you all good today? Start walking toward the choosing grounds and take your seats there. I will see you there in," he looked at his wristwatch, "15 minutes. So that will be exactly 9:25. You heard the man. Let's go. I don't want to see anyone lagging behind." Dwight annoyingly clapped his hands together. Immediately, the campers turned right and started moving in the direction of the choosing stage, like a herd. Bill glanced to the right and waited for his friend Michael to catch up with him, since they didn't need to stay in line when walking. As soon as they put some distance between themselves and the counselors, the campers started talking to each other. "Oh man, poor Ethan," Michael said with a defeated sigh. "Yeah, well, we warned him a million times to be ready. He knows he's not fast, so he should always be ready for lineup before the others," Bill shrugged. The two of them went along with the rest of the campers, suddenly aware of how loud their voices were in comparison to the rest of the group. On any other day, the campers' murmurs would drown out their own voices, but today, everyone was gloomy. It felt like walking to the gallows. "Say, did Ethan ever try telling any of the counselors to, take it easy on him?" I mean, because of his health and all, Bill asked. He did, Michael nodded, but the idiot told Dwight. Ouch, Bill responded. Yeah, and Dwight doesn't like whining. He immediately put Ethan on bucket duty for the whole day. Bucket duty? He had to lug buckets full of rocks all the way from the cabins to the rock pile? Yep, Michael sighed. Damn. Dwight's a psycho. Bill shook his head. Quiet, Michael retorted, looking to his right as if to see if Dwight would magically appear next to him. He looked back at Bill and said in a more hushed tone, That guy has eyes and ears everywhere. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the campers reported directly to him. They had just gotten off the main beaten path between the buildings and onto the narrow gravel trail, which took them between thick rows of pine trees. Why would they report to him? Bill asked. Michael shrugged. I don't know. Privileges? Better treatment? Better treatment from Dwight? Do you hear yourself, Mike? Bill frowned. He and Michael stared at each other for a moment before they both burst into laughter. It massively contrasted the gloomy atmosphere of the other campers quietly walking. Bill half expected one of the counselors to yell at them to shut up, but no warning came. Still, that reminded him to keep his voice down, to avoid any unnecessary punishments, especially now, when the choosing was about to begin, even if it did help alleviate his anxiety a little bit. The gravel road curved slightly to the right, but Bill couldn't see where it ended. He hadn't attended the choosing before, so he had no idea how far it was, or how it looked. He wanted to ask Michael about it, but before he finished that thought, he started seeing the end of the road. It curved to the right, and then straightened, leading directly into a large meadow surrounded by tall pine trees that stretched over the view. At least, it looked like a meadow at first, but the closer they got, the more details became discernible to Bill. There were dozens of tree stumps, evenly cut, looking like rows of chairs. At the very front was a wooden podium elevated a little higher than the stumps. Is that it? He asked Michael, already knowing the answer. Michael silently nodded. His mood seemed to suddenly drop like an axe in water, as did the moods of the rest of the campers, no matter how impossible that seemed. Some of the campers murmured with worry in their tone, asking their friends what would happen to them if they were chosen, or simply staring directly at the meadow, wide-eyed. Only a few campers seemed nonchalant about the whole thing, or at least, they didn't show any signs of worry on their faces. Tough Norton, as the other campers called him, seemed the most indifferent, even relaxed, about walking toward the choosing grounds. He got his name on the first day of camping. Bill wasn't there to see it, since he arrived a few weeks after the others, but this was what the other campers told him. Dwight, it seems, took a special liking to Norton, and led him to the old outhouse toilet, telling him he needed to finish cleaning it by the end of the day, or face wood chopping duty for a week. Even though the outhouse seemed like it hadn't been used or maintained for years, Dwight clearly just wanted to give Tough Norton something that would break him or humiliate him. Tough Norton, despite being 2 years younger than Dwight, responded by shoving the assistant counselor inside the outhouse and dropping him upside down inside the pile of shit. Tough Norton didn't look tough at all to begin with. He was short and skinny, save for his forearms, which were bulky and veiny from years of working with his folks on the farm. At any rate, when the other counselors rushed to see what the fuss was all about, they restrained Norton and sent him somewhere. He returned a week later, saying he was given detention and had to do some mundane chores, but he didn't seem to mind. He even told the entire story with a shrug and a smile, the detention clearly having no effect on him. Bill wondered how Norton managed to get away for so long in the camp without being severely punished, but he guessed that years of hiding things from his stern father taught him how to get into trouble, just enough to avoid getting into serious trouble. The choosing was something unfamiliar to him too, though, and Bill assumed that Tough Norton was simply not aware of the potential danger of the situation, or didn't care. The first droplet of rain fell on Bill's nose, and he looked up, starting to feel tiny cold droplets momentarily stinging his face. Oh no, here comes the rain. Disgusting, Clean Ryan said worriedly from somewhere in the front. Bill knew exactly who each camper was before even seeing them. This seemed to be something shared among all the campers since they spent so much time together during the day. They not only recognized each other based on their voices, but by just looking at their silhouettes in the distance when it was dark. Clean Ryan was a germaphobe, a skinny kid who was afraid of getting dirty in every sense of the word. Bill once had to do some digging with Barrow Mark and Ryan spent the time doing no work at all most of the day, stating that there were millions of harmful microorganisms in the dirt. When Mark reminded him that there are microorganisms literally everywhere, including his face, Ryan grew visibly agitated. He wanted to excuse himself to the bathroom, but with Dwight watching them like a hawk, taking breaks was next to impossible. Well, come on, let's hurry up and get this over with then, another camper shouted, which seemed to urge the entire group to move faster. Bill started walking faster to keep up with the quickened pace of the campers in front. The campers behind him started fast walking too, practically forcing Bill and Michael to hurry up, even stepping on the backs of their shoes a couple of times. Within minutes, they reached the meadow and then the messily strewn stump chairs. Bill saw the wooden podium more clearly now. It was basically a bunch of planks put together and elevated about 4 feet above the ground, with a small set of stairs on the right side leading up to the podium. The group in the front stopped in front of the rows of stumps. The campers who were in the back got around their peers, curiously peeking at the sight before them. "What do we do now?" Camper David asked. Tough Norton shrugged. "Same thing we always do. Just take a seat and wait for those assholes to arrive." It was just like back in school. No one wanted to sit in the front seat, so students usually rushed to grab the seat furthest away from the teachers. The case was the same here, and luckily for Michael and Bill, they managed to take 2 seats next to each other somewhere in the middle. It really didn't matter where they sat, though, because it wasn't like they could quietly talk amongst each other. When the counselors climbed the podium, they'd be able to see everyone anyway. The commotion lasted for a minute or so until everyone found their own seat. The front row seats remained mostly empty, save for a few campers who were too late and had to take those seats. Ethan being one of them. The somber murmurs of the campers permeated the air, and Bill could feel the tension on all sides. They were all worried. The rain was still meager, with only a few miserly drops falling here and there. No one was paying attention to the rain, though. "Who got the most points?" one of the campers asked in a somewhat hushed tone, much to the indecipherable whispers of other nearby campers. The next few minutes were spent counting days amongst the campers. In the end, they concluded that Tough Norton broke the record with a whopping 9 negative points. He seemed indifferent when he talked about it, shrugging it off as something unimportant. Others exchanged how many points their fellow campers got, and no one seemed to be nearly as high as Norton. Ethan and a few other campers had 4. David and Javier got 3, and the rest only had 2, 1, or 0. After they were done discussing that, they went on to talk about who the best behaved camper was. There were a bunch of candidates who got no extra points for the trial, so chances were they might get picked to leave earlier. Barrow Mark seemed to be the luckiest one, since he not only had no extra points added, but he never seemed to get into trouble either. Some campers even started calling him Lucky Mark. However, the name didn't stick. "So, what will you do if they pick you for the trial?" Bill asked Michael. Michael pursed his lips and shrugged. "No idea. I don't even know what this is all about. But we probably won't see each other again if one of us gets chosen." Bill suddenly felt a surge of unfamiliar emotions that he likened to fear and sadness. He didn't want to be chosen, but he didn't want Michael to be chosen either. Of all the campers he got to know so far, Michael was his closest friend. The thought of having to spend another day in this hellhole without his new best friend terrified him. "Hey, let's make a deal," Bill said. This caught Michael's attention. He looked at Bill and asked, "All right, what kind of deal?" Bill leaned forward on his knees. "If either of us gets chosen, we'll find the other person." This brought a meager smile to Michael's face. "Deal," he said, and put his hand forward. They shook hands. "Quiet! They're coming," Clean Ryan said in a hushed tone. Bill turned around and looked over the shoulders of the campers behind him, who also happened to be looking in the same direction. Dwight, Mr. Adams, and a dozen other adults were walking down the gravel path toward the choosing grounds. "Don't look," another camper said in a whisper. By now, most of the campers had turned to face the podium. They had been taught that they had to look straight when the counselors or anyone of authority was nearby. They were to be quiet, and they were to address the persons of command only when spoken to. Either way, this will all be over soon. Michael's voice came from next to Bill. Bill dared to turn his gaze toward his friend, and realized that Michael was staring straight in front of himself like a soldier. "Here we are, campers!" Mr. Adams's jovial voice came from behind, which reminded Bill to look straight. A rustle of soft footsteps upon the trimmed grass filled the air to the right, and soon the entire group of camp counselors made their way up on the podium. "Put it right here, Dwight." Mr. Adams pointed to the podium. Seconds later, Dwight climbed up, lugging 2 backpacks over his shoulder before slumping them in the middle. The supply backpacks. Dwight walked over to Mr. Adams and said, "Backpacks are in place, Mr. Adams." "Thanks, Dwighty boy." Mr. Adams patted Dwight on the shoulder, who retreated to the back of the podium along with the rest of the staff. "Now we just gotta wait for the others to arrive." "The others?" Bill quickly gave a once-over to the present counselors and deduced that everyone was there, save for Nurse Mary, Lunch Lady Daisy, and groundskeeper Andy. "Ah, here they come," Mr. Adams said a second later. "You'd better be on your best behavior, Dwight." More rustling resounded on Bill's right, and he sneakily turned his head in that direction, straining to see who was coming. 2 tall, bulky men stepped into his view, walking side by side. They were wearing sunglasses and had marine blue uniforms. The thing which caught Bill's eye right away was the guns they had in their holsters. At first, he thought the men were police officers, but then he saw the word security on their backs. Armed security guards? In a summer camp? The guards stepped onto the podium and joined the line of camp staff members on the left end. The fact that armed security guards were present in the choosing made him all the more nervous. What was so important about the choosing that they had to be here? Mr. Adams glanced around in random directions, casting contemptuous glimpses at the campers. This lasted for a few grueling minutes. And then, Bill heard the sound of a car engine approaching from behind. He instinctively turned his head, as did the rest of the campers. A black car was approaching the meadow, leaving a cloud of dust behind it from the gravel and dirt. "Eyes in front!" Dwight shouted, and the campers immediately turned back to face the podium. Moments later, the car pulled up to the right of the podium, coming to a halt. The engine sputtered out of life, leaving the entirety of the choosing grounds in silence and anticipation. The campers, including Bill, stared at the car but couldn't see inside due to the dimmed windows. A few soft murmurs of the campers rose in the air, and Mr. Adams had to reprimand them for staring at the car. Once everyone finally managed to avert their gaze from the mysterious vehicle, Mr. Adams grinned. "Good morning again, campers." He raised his hand with a smile. "Good morning, Mr. Adams." The campers replied unanimously in their trained fashion, with a few of them slipping in and again in between. "Thank you all for coming here today," he said. "Not like we had a choice," Bill angrily thought to himself. "We have a special guest who wanted to attend today, but unfortunately he is too busy, so we will have to do this faster. Thanks to him, we were able to organize everything that we have today, and he is the one to thank for financing all the activities you get to enjoy here at Camp Firwood. Please give your applause for the director of Camp Firwood." Mr. Adams gestured a hand toward the car, and the campers began clapping loudly. Bill took this as a sign that it was okay to look at the car, at least for the moment. Once the clapping started dying down, he turned to stare at the guards, who seemed motionless like statues. They held their hands clasped in front of themselves, staring forward, but Bill couldn't tell if they were watching the campers or staring somewhere else. Moments later, the clapping stopped entirely, and Mr. Adams continued speaking. "I am really sorry to bring all of you here on such short notice, but as most of you know, we host The Choosing every 2 weeks or so in order to give you guys the chance to prove that you've learned something in the camp. So today, we will be choosing 2 campers for the trial and 1 for departure, like we usually do. I know you're all eager to start, so before we begin with the choosing, I would like to ask you all one question." He paused for a prolonged moment, silence lingering in the air in anticipation. "Do we have any volunteers?" The question came like a knife to an already open wound. What little sound remained of campers shuffling in their seats before Mr. Adams's question was now replaced by complete and utter silence. The occasional chirping of the birds was heard here and there. Bill wished more than anything right now to be a bird, without a worry in his life, hunting worms, feeding his fledglings, and having the freedom to fly wherever he wanted. But he wasn't a bird. He was Bill, and he was stuck in Camp Firwood. Anyone? Mr. Adams repeated, glancing from camper to camper. Everyone stared down, avoiding his gaze. If you don't look at him, he won't call on you. Everyone knew that rule from school. When the teacher asked you a question, you just avoided making eye contact with them, and you'd be safe. Come on, campers. This is a great honor to be chosen for. Plus, if you complete the trial, you get to go home. Show that Firwood spirit, Mr. Adams said in a comically enthusiastic manner, swinging his hands up as if to raise the energy of the audience. When again no one responded, he pursed his lips and nodded in disappointment. All right, I guess we'll just choose from the list. Let's see here. He looked at his notepad and tapped the pen on it rhythmically while grimacing. He flipped to the next page, glancing at it for a long moment before returning to the previous one as if contemplating between two things on the pages. Come on, just call out the names already. Okay, so we're going with this one, and let's see, who else? Mr. Adams mumbled to himself, marking something on the notepad with his pen. A moment later, he complacently looked up at the campers and said, All right, the honorary departure camper who gets to go home earlier is... He furrowed his forehead and looked at the campers with his chin down, carefully observing them from left to right with a curious glance. Bill looked to the right and noticed Michael's color draining from his face. He was staring wide-eyed at Mr. Adams, probably as stressed as Bill himself was. Come on, just say it. Camper Scott, Cabin 1, Mr. Adams enunciated and raised his chin, staring at the group of campers. Murmurs of disappointment filled the air amongst the campers. Bill knew the chances of him getting picked for that were low, but he still had some meager hope. Finally, a voice behind Bill muttered. Scott made his way between the campers, holding his hands up in the air like an athlete who just scored a goal. He climbed on top of the stage and stopped a few feet from the head counselor. Mr. Adams motioned to the security guards and said, Officers, please escort Camper Scott to the main lodge. He looked at Scott and said, Congratulations, Camper Scott. Would you like to stay to say goodbye to your fellow campers? No, Mr. Adams. Scott looked like he could hardly contain his excitement. The two guards menacingly strode to Scott. One of them outstretched his hand in order to turn him around, but Scott was already facing away from them and making his way down the stairs. Adios, fellas, he said to his fellow campers as he hopped down the stage and left with the guards as his escorts. They walked over to the black car, and one of the security guards opened the back door and motioned with his head for the camper to get in. Scott happily obliged, and the door slammed shut as soon as he entered. The guards got into the car too, one on the passenger side, the other next to Scott on the other side. And moments later, the vehicle's engine roared to life. With finesse, it spun around and drove off the choosing grounds toward the main grounds in the same reckless manner as it did when it first arrived. Mr. Adams waited for the commotion to settle, and once silence ensued again, he said, All right, now on to the main event. Everyone settled down, visibly more distressed again. Mr. Adam looked at the notes and said, As I said, we will be choosing 2 campers for the trial. The first one is... Bill felt cold sweat overwhelming him in anticipation. This effect seemed to transfer to the other campers as well, since they stared at the stage blankly. Camper Victor, Cabin 1. Bill felt a wave of relief wash over him momentarily. He instantly began darting his eyes around the sitting area to see where Victor was. Victor was sitting in the center, pale and wide-eyed. All the other eyes were already locked on him, and he probably knew that there was no way to avoid this, so he stood up without any defiance. He timorously sauntered between the campers and climbed on top of the choosing stage. Stand over there, camper, Mr. Adams pointed to the right side of the podium. Mr. Adams followed Victor with his gaze until the campers stopped on the right side of the stage before looking down at his notepad again. Come on, just one more. Bill felt guilty for hoping that someone else would be chosen, but he didn't really want to go to the woods with the Firwood Wraith or whatever the hell that thing was. For all he knew, maybe it wasn't even a wraith. Maybe it was just a cougar. He pondered for a moment which one would be worse to encounter. Okay, the final camper for the survival trial is, come on already, Camper William, Cabin 4. Bill felt something drop to the pit of his stomach, and his legs cut off. No, that can't be right. Mr. Adams must have read it wrong. There were 50 or so campers. There was no way his name got pulled out. William? Where are you, William? Mr. Adams called out, glancing from camper to camper with his chin up. Heads started turning toward Bill, and there was no way he could hide now. He looked at Michael, and saw that he was equally pale. He thought he'd be relieved not to have his name read, but he was wrong. Are you William, camper? Mr. Adams pointed at Bill as he crumpled the piece of paper and put his hands on his hips. Bill timidly nodded. Well, come on up here, camper. Mr. Adams motioned for him to get there, but Bill couldn't move. He was frozen in place. This couldn't possibly be happening. Come on now, camper, unless you don't want this duty, because if that's the case, not a problem at all. We can always choose someone else to replace you. They'd automatically be assigned double negative points, but you'd get to stay in the camp, Mr. Adams said, with a conniving smile, albeit more sternly. No, I want it, Bill thought to himself. He willed himself to stand up. He locked eyes with Michael, silently pleading for his help, but there was nothing Michael could do. He made his way to the right, between the rows of turning heads. Even as he climbed onto the podium, he couldn't believe this was happening. This was a dream, and he was going to wake up soon. He knew it. It had to be. Bill stopped next to Victor and looked down at his own feet. Mr. Adams took a step closer to the campers and leaned on his knees to be on the same level as them. He looked directly at them and said, Campers, this is a great honor at Camp Firwood. Making it through the trial will not only give you a certificate, but you'll also be able to go home earlier. Doesn't that sound great? Neither of the two campers responded. But what about the Firwood Wraith, Mr. Adams? Victor finally asked timorously. Mr. Adams threw his head back and guffawed. Nonsense. Those are just rumors. But we hear something at night sometimes. I even saw someone at the window a few nights ago, Victor insisted. Just rumors, Mr. Adams sternly said. There's nothing dangerous in the woods. Now, come on, let's get you ready. Dwight? Mr. Adams snapped a finger at the assistant counselor. Dwight ran up to the backpacks and picked them off the floor, before loping to the campers and shoving each backpack into their hands violently. He then retreated to his spot again. Mr. Adams said, In your backpacks, you will find a number of supplies. Remember to use them wisely, campers. Try not to eat the MRE unless you absolutely have to. Try to make shelter. Find some food and a source of water. Understood? Yes, Mr. Adams. Both campers chanted unanimously. All right then, campers, Mr. Adams said, the next moment with a grin straightening in his back. He motioned one of the counselors and said, Mr. Baldwin, you can escort the campers to the designated location. A bald, buff-looking counselor stepped forward and approached the campers with such long steps that Bill thought he was going to punch them in the face. He put his hands on the campers' shoulders and turned them toward the stairs. Bill looked at Michael in desperation. His friend stared at him, and it was visible he wanted to say something, but his hands were just as tied as Bill's were. The next thing he knew, he and the other camper were nudged toward the edge of the woods on the other side of the stage. Move. The counselor groaned with enmity. Bill turned around long enough to scan the plethora of heads for Michael's face. Although he was far away, he could still tell that his friend was staring at him. The counselor took menacing steps toward Bill and Victor, effectively forcing them to retreat deeper into the woods. Bill forced himself to turn around and walked between the trees where the rays of sunlight were already blocked out by the lush, leaf-covered branches. With each step he took, He went farther from the camp's safety and into the unknown of the wilderness. Despite having some doubts about the existence of the Firwood Wraith, he had no idea just what kind of hell he was about to witness in the woods. Chapter 2. The Arrival. "Kevin, straighten your shirt," Kevin's mom told him as she stared at him with a penetrating gaze from the front car seat. Kevin glanced in her direction and ignored her, continuing to stare out the window. He pushed the earbuds a little further inside his ears and continued listening to Rise Against. For hours now, he'd seen nothing but endless rows of pine and fir trees stretching in every direction. He continued staring at the trees, avoiding his mother's gaze, although he could feel it on him. "Listen to your mother, Kevin," the stern voice of his father bellowed from the driver's seat. Kevin glanced at the rearview mirror and noticed that his dad was glowering at him with an unblinking gaze. The next thing he would do is warn him, and then he would stop the car and teach him manners. Kevin knew that his dad's patience was not to be tested. With a wrinkled nose, he grabbed the bottom of the shirt and tugged it down. "There. Now you look presentable," his mom said, turning back toward the road even though straightening the shirt did nothing to eliminate the already hard-present wrinkles. Not that it mattered how he looked anyway. It was a goddamn summer camp, not a graduation ceremony. For all he knew, he could show up in a potato sack, and the camp staff wouldn't care. He'd reckon he'd get his own uniform there anyway. He looked down at his phone and tapped the button to change the song. Soldier Side from System of a Down started playing, and he turned up the volume to drown out the noise of the car engine. He watched as droplets of rain began falling from the gray sky and onto the car window, sliding sideways and down from the speed. With his peripheral vision, he saw his mother turning to face him and mouthing something that he couldn't hear. Lethargically, he pulled out one earbud, tentatively, holding it close to his ear, ready to plug it back in. "We'll be there soon, Kevin. Now, remember what we talked about, okay, sweetie? Behave there, especially if any of the counselors are nearby." She smiled, stretching out her bright red lipstick-stained lips. "I don't understand why you're making me go to camp. I don't want to go there," Kevin said with annoyance, letting the hand holding the earbud drop into his lap. "Because it will be good for you," his dad said. "Summer camp is for kids. It's fucking stupid," Kevin retorted angrily. "Language," his dad shouted back, even turning around to give his son an angry look. Kevin put his head down, aware that he crossed the line. But he wouldn't apologize. No way. There was nothing his dad could do to punish him. Not now, anyway. His dad looked back at the road and said, "The camp we signed you up for is for teens your age. You're already 16, and you need to learn some valuable skills and knowledge. Camp will teach you that." "Like what? That bullying is not nice? That good campers always share with friends? That drugs are bad for you?" Kevin sarcastically said with a higher tone. "That's enough, Kevin," his father said tersely. "We are not going to argue over this again." Kevin gritted his teeth and put his earbud back into his ear. A slow, sad song he didn't recognize began playing, and he couldn't help but shake his head at the irony of having the song match his sudden mood drop. "The good thing about being at the bottom is you can't sink lower," he thought to himself with a weird sense of comfort. His mood was bad already, ever since his mom barged inside his room at 5 a.m. and forcefully shook him awake. After this argument with his father, though, his mood plummeted even lower. He glanced at the rearview mirror in time to lock eyes with his dad, and then looked away at the rows of trees outside the car. The steady rain turned into a downpour, further dampening Kevin's mood. In the past few hours of driving, he saw no signs of civilization anywhere, not even landmarks, which made him wonder how his dad even knew about this place. He wondered about the camp and how it would look upon his arrival. He imagined a massive dirt area surrounded by wooden cabins and, beyond that, rows and rows of thick trees. The camp, called Camp Firwood, was apparently a place where teens between the ages of 14 and 17 could go to spend their summer productively. He didn't read the pamphlet his mother left in his room, but from what he was able to see on the front page, some of the activities included art classes, kayaking, swimming, learning about the history of the camp and the surrounding areas, botany, and at least a dozen other interests. Based on the happy counselor he saw in the pamphlet, he expected some overly friendly people to welcome him when he arrived. None of that interested Kevin. Although he was happy to be away from his parents, he planned on doing it on his own terms. Amy already told him he could crash in her place whenever he wanted, despite her incredibly strict stepfather. He had known Amy for about a year, ever since he met her through his friend Henry. He took a liking to Amy almost immediately, and things started stirring between them pretty soon. He wanted to ask her out on a date multiple times officially, but he either chickened out, or they weren't alone. Her invitation to stay over was a perfect opportunity for him to start something with her, but then his parents had to come and ruin his plans by signing him up for Camp Firwood against his will. Amy seemed to be as devastated as Kevin was, and assured him that the offer still stood when he returned 8 weeks later. They had a heartfelt goodbye the night before he left. He wanted to kiss her, but he wasn't sure if she wanted the same thing, so he opted for a hug instead. Now that he knew he was going to be gone for 8 weeks, the regret he felt burned hot like fire. He wondered if she liked him less now because he didn't kiss her. He wanted to text her while on his trip, but the signal seemed to be pretty bad out here. He hoped that Camp Firwood had better internet access. "How much longer until we arrive?" he asked his parents as he pulled out one earbud. "Shouldn't be longer than an hour," his dad somberly said. Kevin held the earbud close by, waiting to see if his dad would offer any follow-up information. None came. The tapping of the rain on the roof and the roaring of the engine uncomfortably penetrated the air. Kevin placed his earbud back in and leaned against the back seat. Maybe it was the weather, but he suddenly started feeling a little sleepy. He listened to Eminem's Not Afraid on low volume as he started drifting to sleep. A smack of his head on the car window jolted him awake. He opened his eyes and realized that the car was turbulently jumping up and down. He glanced through the windshield and realized that the steady concrete road turned into a miserably pothole-filled dirt track. The trees were right now next to each side of the road, some of them encroaching on the road and obscuring the meager beams of sunlight, which gleamed through the branches. "We're almost there, Kevin. Just a few more minutes," his mother said, turning toward Kevin enough to give him a courteous smile. Kevin rubbed his eyes, trying to fight his urge to close them again. He glanced down at his phone and realized that the earbuds still plugged in were dangling limply down the edge of the seat. They must have fallen out of his ears while he was sleeping. When he unlocked his phone, he realized it was a little past 11 a.m. He'd been sleeping for about an hour. "Make sure to grab everything before you get out, Kev," his dad said, keeping his eyes on the road. Kevin looked left and right at the seat to see if he misplaced anything. He put his phone and earbuds in the pocket of his jeans and rummaged through the rest of the items. He picked up his half-empty bottle of water and drank a few sips before tossing it back onto the seat. The road, if it could be called that, steeply curved to the left and then gradually began ascending. Within minutes, it flatlined, and the trees close to it started thinning out. The sky became visible once again, sending annoying beams of sunlight directly into Kevin's face. He shielded his eyes, reveling in the split seconds when the taller trees would come between him and the sun. "There it is," his father suddenly proclaimed, with a hint of cheer in his voice. Kevin looked ahead and saw something in the distance. At the far end of the road was a big arc with a wooden sign above. He couldn't discern what the sign said, but he assumed it must have had the camp's name on it. As they got closer, he saw some lodges and cabins behind the sign, but most of the camp seemed to be obscured by the tall trees. It looked as if the designers of the camp used the trees to their advantage to make a wall. Kevin wondered why a summer camp was so far deep in the Oregonian forest in the middle of nowhere, and why it had no landmarks for miles before that. Anxiety suddenly started overcoming him at the thought of entering this place and spending the next 8 weeks in it, surrounded by strangers and with no moments of privacy whatsoever, or chance of leaving at his whim. He wanted to plead with his parents to turn the car around and take him home. He wanted to tell them that he would do all the extra activities on his own, double if he had to, that he would find a job and take any classes that they wanted if they would just not leave him in this place. But that would never work. Kevin was too proud to beg his parents. He would never show them his weak side. He never talked about emotional things with them, and he sure as hell didn't plan on doing it now. Not that it would make a difference anyway. His dad would just tell him that this was good for him and that it was not up for debate. So he chose to be quiet instead. He would suck it up. He would spend 8 weeks in camp, and then he would come back home and continue his life as he normally would. "Remember to behave during your stay, Kevin," Kevin's mom faced him and said with the same annoying grin from before. "And make sure to listen to the counselors at all times. Oh, and brush your teeth at least twice a day. And if they happen to need any help with anything, make sure to offer to assist them. And be nice to your fellow campers. Don't get into any... Relax, Helen. Kevin's father shot a judgmental look in her direction, which immediately shut her up. For once, Kevin was grateful for his father's interjection. I'm just saying, his mom insisted. If he's going to behave in the camp like he did at home, then we might as well relax, Helen. Kevin's dad emphasized the first word with a lot more seriousness in his tone. Kevin had been listening to his dad scolding him and occasionally his mom for long enough to know that this was the tone he used only when he absolutely had to. The last straw before he took some drastic measures. Kevin had only once crossed that line and saw what measures those were. He was 8 years old and was running around the house, screaming and talking loudly while playing with his then best friend, Harris. His father, who had just returned from work, politely asked them to be quiet. Kevin and his friend got a little carried away and continued being loud, to which Kevin's father warned them to lower their tone immediately. Being the rebellious kid he was, Kevin started screaming at the top of his lungs, just to annoy his dad. His father stood by and kindly asked Harris to leave, stating that Kevin can't play anymore. As soon as Harris was out of the house, Kevin's dad then calmly asked his son to bring all of his favorite video games and comic books outside. He asked in such a polite tone that Kevin hadn't even suspected what was about to happen. At the back of his mind, though, he knew that he probably should have anticipated something bad. As soon as he brought out some of his favorite things, he didn't want to bring out all of them for fear of what his father would do. His dad took the pile and put it in the fireplace. He gave Kevin some matches and a lighter. He pointed to the bunch and told him to light it up. At first, Kevin was confused, and when the utter realization hit him that his father wanted to make him destroy all his favorite things, he began crying and pleading. His dad wouldn't hear of it. He grabbed Kevin by the wrist and said that if he didn't do it, he would. After minutes of unsuccessful pleading and promises that he'd be good, he was forced to burn his favorite things. Not only that, but he had to stand there while watching them burn. And then he had to clean up the ruined mess. While cleaning, he kept wiping his tears and desperately tried salvaging something from the pile. But nothing could be saved. It was all burnt to a crisp or melted beyond recognition. Although this specific memory didn't actively come back to Kevin when he heard his dad scold his mom, he still knew at the back of his mind that he shouldn't push his luck with him. And although the bad memory of burning his favorite things long since faded, especially since he knew that he was wrong to scream despite his father's demands, he never forgave him for such a cruel punishment. They were close enough to the wooden sign now, and just as Kevin suspected, it said, Camp Firwood, with large, pointy letters. Beyond the entrance arc, he saw something that looked like a small parking lot. Although this specific memory didn't actively come back to Kevin when he heard his dad scold his mom, he still knew at the back of his mind that he shouldn't push his luck with him. And although the bad memory of burning his favorite things long since faded, especially since he knew that he was wrong to scream despite his father's demands, he never forgave him for such a cruel punishment. They were close enough to the wooden sign now, and just as Kevin suspected, it said, Camp Firwood, with large, pointy letters. Beyond the entrance arc, he saw something that looked like a small parking lot, and, behind it, a big, 2-story lodge. Oh God, I hope not everything is going to be made of wood in here. Kevin's dad slowed the car down and looked around for a place to park. There were only 4 parking spaces, and only one of them was occupied by a black car. Moments after he parked the car, someone walked out through the entrance doors of the big lodge. Kevin suppressed laughter as he looked at a comically tall and skinny man smiling at their car. He had a thin mustache, which in Kevin's opinion made him look like a rapist. He wore shorts that seemed to be pulled up uncomfortably high, with the belt reaching way above his waistline. His green socks were pulled almost all the way up to his knees, and Kevin couldn't help but wonder if the guy had been bullied in school for dressing like that. The car engine sputtered out of life, replacing the noise with uncomfortable silence all of a sudden. Even the hammering of the rain had stopped entirely by then. This is it. Time to go, Kevin thought. His mood, which had previously risen to an acceptable level, now dropped again like a rock in the water. All right, we're here, his dad said, and opened the car door. Kevin hesitantly followed, seeing that the man from the camp immediately started approaching them with long, stork-like steps. Hi there, he said in a jovial tone, stopping right in front of them. I'm Head Counselor Adams. Kevin noticed that he had a name tag hanging around his neck, which said Head Counselor, and, under that, the name Marvin. Hi, we made a reservation for our son, Kevin's mom said with a fake smile. It was the same smile she gave whenever she wanted to leave a good first impression on someone. She had been giving that smile in front of other people so much that she eventually started using it with Kevin and his dad, too. The transition was visible, and Kevin told her about it multiple times, but she'd always respond by shaking her head and saying, "What do you mean? This is me. This is who I am." And then she continued smiling. "Ah, I recognize your voice," the counselor said, raising his index finger. "You made a reservation for—" He pointed his index at Kevin and said with a smile, "Kevin. Am I right?" Kevin looked away in bemusement, a gesture which he was sure neither of his parents appreciated. To quickly mend that, his mother jumped in and said, Yes, we reserved it for Kevin. Do we need to sign any papers or—" "No, that won't be necessary, ma'am. We can get him in right away. I'll give you some time to say goodbye, and then when you're ready, Kevin, I'll be right there inside." The counselor looked at Kevin and pointed behind himself at the big lodge. "That won't be necessary, counselor," Kevin's dad said. "We will be on our way right now so you can get him prepared. Oh, and if you have any trouble with him, don't hesitate to call us on the provided number." "You fucking asshole." Kevin shot his dad an angry glance, but his father didn't look his way. "I'm sure that won't be necessary, sir," Marvin said with a wide smile before looking at Kevin. "All right, Kevin, if you're ready, let's get you inside then." "Kevin, don't forget your clothes," his mom said, turning toward the car. "He won't need them, ma'am. We provide uniforms here," the counselor said with one hand raised and a stop sign, grinning unnaturally. "Oh," Kevin's mom said and approached her son with a few swift steps. "Let me give you one last hug before we—" Kevin didn't wait for her to finish her sentence. He scooted past her and Marvin and strode inside the lodge. He found himself in a pristine hallway where, to his dread, everything was made of wood. He heard his parents talking to Mr. Adams outside in a muffled tone. "All right, well, don't worry. He's in good hands here," the counselor said. He was already beginning to annoy Kevin, and he hoped that he would be assigned some other counselor if there were any. The cacophony of indecipherable voices continued outside, and Kevin put his back against the wall on the left, looking around and wondering what his life was going to be like in here. He hoped he wouldn't need to get up too early every day, although he assumed it wouldn't be later than 8 a.m. A barrage of heavy footsteps echoed in the hall from the left, and Kevin turned his head to face the direction of the sound. 2 bulky men in security uniforms had appeared at the far end of the hall, walking toward the exit. A teen wearing the camp's uniform, similar to the counselor's, was walking in front of them with a grin plastered on his face. They strode to the exit without so much as batting an eye in Kevin's direction. As they moved past him, Kevin noticed that the security guards were armed with handguns. He frowned, wondering why the fuck they would need security guards in a camp full of teens in the first place, let alone armed with firearms. Is that boy in some kind of trouble? He wondered with a raise of his eyebrow. Moments later, the noise of the voices of his parents and the counselor outside became muffled by the sound of car doors opening and shutting, followed by the engine starting, and finally the car driving off. Kevin's parents said something in a muffled tone that he didn't understand, but he heard Mr. Adams's reply clearly, indicating he was closer to the door now. "Thank you. Have a safe trip back home." Approaching footsteps a moment later warned Kevin that the tall, hunched-over figure of the counselor was returning. He smiled from ear to ear and said, "All right. You ready to begin your adventure, camper?" He said it similarly to the intro of SpongeBob SquarePants, giving the impression that Kevin's response should be an enthusiastic "Yes!" But he simply shrugged. "All right, well, follow me then." The counselor patted Kevin on the shoulder with his overly long arm and started walking down the hall. Kevin went after him, putting his hands into his pockets, not feeling enthusiastic in the slightest. They walked past a few rooms along the way, some of which included the counselor's break room, storage, and a bathroom. "My first name is Marvin, by the way, but the campers address me as Mr. Adams," the counselor said. "Make sure to remember that, all right?" He turned toward Kevin enough to give him a courteous smile. Mr. Adams led Kevin up the wooden stairs to the second floor. Another counselor walked past them, and the 2 staff members greeted each other, Mr. Adams contrasting the other counselors' low energy. "The other campers are out learning how to set up tents right now. They should be back soon, and then you can all go to lunch together," he told Kevin as he turned left at the far end of the corridor and opened a door on the left side. "Mr. Adams, good day." A rough voice came from inside the room. "Hi, Phil. How's it going?" "Come on in, Kevin." Mr. Adams spoke to the person inside before shouting for Kevin to join them. Kevin tentatively entered the room and realized He was in a sort of laundromat. Laundry machines and drying machines were lined up in rows all over the room, the entire room illuminated by the bright neon lights above. The machines were currently not turned on, and Mr. Adams stood in the middle of the room, talking to a tall, overweight, and bald man. He was nowhere as tall as Mr. Adams, but he still towered above Kevin in both height and width. "We have a new camper. Need a uniform for him," Mr. Adams said, looking toward Kevin. Phil scratched his cheek and approached Kevin with a pant, bending down as if to inspect him. Kevin smelled his warm, stale breath, but refrained from making any visible grimaces. The man pulled out a yellow folded tailor tape. He forcefully put one hand on Kevin's shoulder and said, "Hold still." Kevin froze in place, too afraid to budge around this mountain of a man. "Boy, get over here," he croaked so loudly in Kevin's ear that he flinched for a moment. Seconds later, a tiny teen around Kevin's age with glasses rushed in from the back room, stopping in front of the laundryman. "Yes, Mr. Phil?" he asked with a high-pitched voice. "Grab a piece of paper. Write down the measurements." "Right away, Mr. Phil," the boy recited and turned on his heel. "Hurry, boy. I don't have all day," Mr. Phil shouted, mumbling some incoherent numbers to himself with each measurement he took. Seconds later, the camper boy returned with a pad and pen and said, "I have it, Mr. Phil." Phil measured Kevin from various sides, spinning him forcefully, stretching out his arms, and so on, all the while dictating numbers to the camper. "You get it all, boy?" Phil asked sternly. "Yes, Mr. Phil," the boy said, and repeated all the numbers that Mr. Phil spoke. Once that was done, Mr. Phil leaned on his knees and strained his back with a groan. He put a hand behind his back, probably to alleviate the pain, and pointed to the back room while ordering, "Go find him a uniform for those measurements. Hurry, boy, you got other work to do." Why does this kid stand for this? I'd have told them to fuck themselves and left long ago. "You go in there with him," Laundryman Phil said tersely. Kevin waltzed over to the backroom door, tentatively, standing at the threshold. The back room was considerably darker than the main laundry room, and it took Kevin's eyes a moment to adjust to the dark. The smell of laundry detergent filled his nostrils, and when he entered, he realized he was in a room full of uniforms. Huge white baskets of freshly washed and dried uniforms were lined up. Neatly folded clothing occupied the shelves and tables, with another bunch of dried piles resting next to the ironing board. On the other side of the room were baskets full of dirty uniforms and piles of neatly sorted shoes. The camper from before vigorously read the paper where he wrote Kevin's measurements and glanced intermittently toward the shelves with stacked clothes. He lifted one pair of pants and pulled out the one underneath it. He put it on top of the neat pile he prepared beforehand and turned to face Kevin. "This is your uniform. Try it out to see if it fits you." He'd said it so quickly that Kevin barely understood every word he uttered. Kevin sighed in response and approached the table where the picked-out clothes sat. "It'll be fine. I don't care." He threw his hand up dismissively. "No, you have to put it on now," the kid said fast again, scratching the back of his head. Kevin shook his head and started taking off his shirt. "Fine, whatever." He picked up the green t-shirt and observed the logo on the chest. It was a white fir tree, with multiple trees in the background inside a big circle. How creative. He put the shirt on and then tried out the brown shorts. Aside from the two main pockets, the shorts had back pockets and side leg pockets, similar to cargo pants. Although Kevin hated wearing shorts, he found the abundance of pockets with zippers to his liking. "At least I don't need to worry about dropping my phone somewhere along the way." "Are they comfortable? Can you walk around a little bit? Try to stretch out," the camper asked, and Kevin shrugged, now already a little more comfortable with the kid's speaking speed. When the camper opened his mouth, probably to remind him that he had to flex around to see if it worked, Kevin interrupted him by jumping a couple of times and raising his arms up at the same time. "There," he said. The shirt felt rough against his skin, but he didn't care. A t-shirt was a t-shirt. "Okay, we need to get you some shoes," the camper said. He turned around and took hurried steps to the back of the room where the shoes were. He asked Kevin what size he wore, and after Kevin informed him, the camper brought 2 pairs of brown sneakers. Or were they shoes? They looked so ugly that Kevin couldn't decide. He took off his sneakers and slid inside the shoes, taking a few steps around in them. They were heavier than his sneakers, and the soles seemed too flat, so he tried the other pair. A little better, but still not ideal. He really didn't want to go trying out different shoes of the same bad quality, though, so he dismissively waved. "Which ones work better for you? I give you one number bigger because, that way, you will avoid shoe bites," the kid recited quickly. "Shoe bites? What exactly am I going to be doing here? Running a marathon?" Kevin chuckled. "Boy, you done in there yet?" Phil's voice bellowed from the other room. The camper turned to face the direction of the voice and shouted back, "Yes, Mr. Phil, I just gave him the uniform and shoes." His voice, although still fast, seemed more frightened when speaking to Mr. Phil. "Why do you let them treat you that way?" Kevin asked in a hushed tone. "You're not their servant." The camper turned to face Kevin, and suddenly looked as though all the color was drained from his face. He glanced over his shoulder and then turned back to face Kevin. Let's find you, a spare uniform," he said, and rushed over to the shelf with clothes. Kevin frowned. He wanted to tell the camper that he didn't need to be afraid of the counselors overhearing them talking, but somehow he thought a timid kid like him wouldn't listen. He then suddenly started thinking how he probably didn't want to be here, just like Kevin, and felt sorry for him being stuck in a laundromat with a grumpy asshole like Phil. "I'm Kevin, by the way." He finally introduced himself, deciding to be more polite. The camper kid tentatively looked at Kevin before looking away. He then turned to face him again. "Camper George," he uttered in a hushed voice. "Camper George?" Kevin raised his eyebrows. "How come you're not with the other campers?" "Everybody has duties. This week, I'm on laundry duty," George said while folding a pair of shorts and a t-shirt on top of each other. "Last week, I was on toilet duty." "Toilet duty? Are you serious?" Kevin winced disgustedly. George gave him an expressionless look while holding out his spare uniform set. "Campers, you done here yet?" Kevin turned around to see Phil's omnipresent figure standing at the doorway with his bulky hands on his hips. Yes, Mr. Phil. He's good to go," George said. "Did you give him the pajamas and the towel too?" George's eyes widened in palpable fear as he quickly rushed over to one of the shelves, shouting, No, Mr. Phil. Right away, Mr. Phil." He snatched a light blue shirt and a pair of pants, as well as 2 pairs of underwear, 2 pairs of socks, slippers, undershirts, and a towel. He quickly put everything on the same pile where the uniform was and froze in place, staring at Mr. Phil in anticipation. The old man shook his head as if disappointed before looking at Kevin. "All right, take your things and follow Head Counselor Adams," he croaked, turning around and heading back into the laundry room. Kevin took the extra uniform set and pajamas and put them on the table next to the clothes he brought from home. They weren't folded even remotely close to the scrupulous manner as his uniform was, but he stacked all of them together on top of one another and picked them up. "Bye for now. Thanks for picking out the uniform for me," Kevin said on his way out. But George didn't respond. Kevin glanced at him to see if he heard him, but George seemed to be looking at his feet. "Fine, whatever." Kevin walked out into the laundry room to see Mr. Adams and Mr. Phil talking to each other about something he couldn't quite make out. By their tone and the surprising smile he saw on Phil's face, he figured it was something unrelated to their work. When he stepped closer, Mr. Adams, who had been facing Kevin, glanced at him and said, "Look at you, all dressed up and ready to join our camp. All right, come with me, camper." He gestured and turned toward the exit. "See you later, Phil." Phil raised one hand full of stubby fingers in response. Kevin followed Mr. Adams outside to the corridor and then left, in the direction the counselor had gone. They got to the end of the hall, and Mr. Adams pulled out a keychain from his pocket with a jingle. With an unfamiliar tune that he began humming, he picked out one key and stuck it in the keyhole. Once the door was open, he entered and gestured for Kevin to follow him. Kevin obliged, entering the small-looking office. It held a low desk with a chair and a door in the back of the room. Mr. Adams sat down on the chair, looking like a grasshopper by the desk with his knees pointing upward. He opened a drawer and pulled out a piece of paper. He took out a pen that was attached to his front pocket and annoyingly clicked it a few times. He gently placed the paper on the desk while Kevin stood awkwardly in silence, holding the stack of clothes. Mr. Adams began humming the same tune from earlier, and Kevin suddenly found out that the counselor could become even more annoying. Mr. Adams flipped the paper to the other side and then back before putting his pen to it and writing something down. The sound of Mr. Adams's scribbling on paper reverberated through the air, while Kevin impatiently switched his weight from one foot to the other. He transferred the weight of the clothes into his left arm and used his right hand to pull out his phone. He still had 35% battery life, so he had time before he had to charge it. He tapped on the Wi-Fi signal and waited for it to scan. He saw results from places he'd been to earlier, but nothing in close proximity to the camp. "Marvin, do you have Wi-Fi on the campgrounds?" he asked casually, looking up at the counselor. The counselor stared directly at Kevin with a stern look, contrasting the perky mood he was in up until now. He was tapping his pen on the paper, unblinkingly staring as if in anticipation. "What?" Kevin asked with a frown. "Mr. Adams, the counselor emphasized. And no, we have no internet here. We believe that campers need to experience Camp Firwood to the fullest without technology. Speaking of that, we also don't allow campers to use personal items. I will need you to give me everything you brought from your home, and we will stow it away in our storage. That means that, too. He pointed at Kevin's cell phone. What? That's bullshit. I'm not giving you my phone, Kevin retorted, suddenly feeling insulted by this request. To leave all his personal belongings? That was absurd. How did they expect him to spend the whole day without scrolling through social media and texting? Mr. Adams threw his hands up with pursed lips and said, Kevin, it's only for 8 weeks. Trust me, the activities here are going to keep you so occupied and amused that you'll have no time to play on your phone. You will never have a dull moment in Camp Firwood. I'm not giving you my phone. Kevin stuck to his guns as he shook his head. Mr. Adams nodded, his lips still pursed. He looked down at the paper in front of him and tapped his pen on it a few times. A moment later, he shot up and said, All right, not a problem, Kevin. I'll call your parents and tell them to come pick you up. Then he started walking toward the exit door. Wait, what? Why? Kevin asked, now frustrated to the point that he'd punch the counselor if he weren't so tall. Mr. Adams was already at the door, but he turned around to face Kevin and shrugged. Well, I can't sign you up in Camp Firwood if you don't leave your personal belongings with us. Those are the rules. I'm sorry. I didn't make them. Kevin sighed deeply, gritting his teeth. He looked at his unlocked phone screen. No internet, no signal, low battery. With another sigh, he slammed the phone on the desk. He then placed the clothes next to the phone and fumbled through the pocket of his jeans underneath the uniform. He pulled out his charger and earphones and messily put them next to the phone. You won't regret it, camper. Trust me, Mr. Adams said as he put his elongated hand on Kevin's shoulder. He made his way back to the chair by the desk and continued writing something. He then began questioning Kevin about his full name, birth date, and other personal information. The questions seemed normal at first, but got weird toward the end. Mr. Adams asked Kevin things like what his religion was, what his stance was on politics, how important he thought obedience and discipline were, and more. Kevin gave the questions no second thought, and just answered them absent-mindedly, not caring the slightest about the philosophical bullshit. Once the final question was done, Mr. Adams clicked his pen and placed it back in the front of his shirt. He put the paper back in the drawer and stood up with a grin, saying, All right, let's just take your personal things here and place them in the storage. Pick up your camp things. Kevin grabbed his spare uniform, feeling how light it was to carry without his extra clothes and sneakers. He watched as Mr. Adams took his civilian clothes and technology and carried them to the back room. He heard a distinct sound of a locker opening and some rummaging before it was closed. Having his phone taken away felt like losing a limb. He suddenly felt naked, vulnerable. Mr. Adams returned to the room seconds later and said, All right, you're pretty much all set. Just a few more things and you're good to go. Come on. He walked out of the room, and Kevin followed him. He had to walk abnormally faster than he usually did to keep up with Mr. Adams's superior steps. They went down the stairs and out of the building through the back entrance. In front of them was a more open area with big, precisely made dirt roads that led in various directions. Several buildings were lined up on both sides of the main dirt road. On the far right, separated from the main grounds and across a grassy field, was a row of cabins, which Kevin assumed was the place where campers slept. The road wound behind buildings in some places, so it was impossible to tell where it ended. The entire campgrounds were surrounded by tall fir trees like a wall, clearly outlining where the camp territory ended and where the forest began. Off the campgrounds in the distance, nestled among the thick trees, protruded a wooden tower high above the sea of firs. It looked like a fire lookout tower, and Kevin assumed that the camp used it exactly for that. He felt a little claustrophobic at the sight of the camp being enclosed in what was probably hundreds of miles of nothing but forest, but pushed that thought to the back of his mind. Let's get you to the infirmary first, Mr. Adams said, making his way to the left. Infirmary? Why? I already had a pretty annoying and thorough medical check before I came here, Kevin said, taking a few hurried steps to catch up with Mr. Adams. A week before, he had to undergo a full medical checkup, including blood tests, pulmonary tests, and even a psychological evaluation. The whole thing took over 5 hours, and he hated every second of it. Need to give you some shots for your immune system. We've had campers come down with sicknesses here and there, so we started giving shots as prevention," Mr. Adams said. "I don't need a shot," Kevin protested. "I haven't been sick in years." "You have to take your shot, camper. You're in the great outdoors right now, and you never know what you may or may not be susceptible to." Mr. Adams stopped long enough to turn around and face Kevin before continuing his walk. Kevin knew that arguing would do him no good, so he decided to bite the bullet and take whatever bullshit vitamins he needed. They crossed the dirt road and approached a wooden building with a red cross above the door. Mr. Adams opened the door and allowed Kevin to step in first. They entered a small hall that held a bench, which made Kevin assume that this was the waiting room. There were 2 doors on either side of the room, and the one on the right, where a female voice was coming from, was open. "What were you thinking? Jumping down the watchtower steps like that?" The feminine voice retorted somewhat angrily. "You're lucky you're still alive, let alone come up with only a sprained ankle." Mr. Adams walked into the room, which Kevin took as a cue that he should follow him. This seemed to be the patients' room, because the first thing that Kevin saw were beds lined up on both sides of the room, with curtains obscuring most of them. A few campers were inside from what he could see, and the woman who spoke earlier, a nurse in her late 20s, was scolding one camper, who was lying on the bed with a bandage wrapped around his forearm. The camper had a look of guilt on his face as the nurse stood above him, checking his bandages and sighing. She appeared to hear the footsteps behind her, so she turned around and smiled when she saw Mr. Adams. Kevin couldn't help but notice how pretty she was with her curly hair, blue eyes, and enchanting smile. "Counselor Adams! Hello!" She focused all her attention on the counselor, completely neglecting the boy in the bed. "What can I do for you today?" She turned to face him and asked politely. "Hi, Mary. Looking good today. Did you lose some weight since the last time we spoke?" Mr. Adams asked with a grin. "Oh, you flatter me, Mr. Adams." The nurse giggled and twirled her hair. Kevin felt like puking at this display of flirtation between them. "Can you, try to bang her in your off hours, dude?" He shot Mr. Adams a contemptuous glance, but the counselor was too busy staring at the nurse. The 2 of them made some small talk a little bit, while Kevin stood as a decoration on the side. Eventually, Mr. Adams switched the subject back to business and said, "Well, listen, we've got a new camper here today." He put his hand on Kevin's shoulder, as if to present him. The nurse and Kevin locked eyes for a moment. He smiled courteously, but she ignored the gesture. She looked back at Mr. Adams and said in a somewhat more serious tone now, "A new camper? I see. That is unexpected." Mr. Adams shrugged with a smile. "This will take around 10 minutes. Can you wait outside?" Nurse Mary asked. "Yep." Mr. Adams nodded and turned to face Kevin. "I'll take your spare uniform, camper. You go on with the nurse." He collected the clothes Kevin was carrying and made his way out into the waiting room. "Come with me, young man," the nurse said in a stern tone now. Kevin first thought that she was talking to the camper in bed, but when he looked in her direction, he realized she was staring at him impatiently. He followed her through the doors, which led to another room. It seemed to be the main examination room, as Kevin saw a desk with a computer and various medical supplies and tools used for basic checkups. Nurse Mary got behind her computer and said, while staring at the screen, "Take off your clothes down to your underwear." Then she began clicking on the mouse furiously as the bright screen flared to life and lit her face. Kevin took off his shirt, shoes, and pants, putting them on top of the examination bed. He immediately felt cold, so he rubbed his arms in hopes of warming them up. The nurse continued clicking, still staring at the screen. "So, are you the only nurse in the camp?" Kevin asked, hoping to strike up a conversation. He wasn't trying to flirt with her or anything, but she did seem polite enough when she talked to Mr. Adams, and the deafening silence that suffused the air felt awkward. "Step on the scale over there," she responded, pointing to a scale next to the examination bed. Kevin scratched his nose, feeling awkward about his question being ignored. He did as she asked, and she asked him what number it displayed. He read it to her, and she typed it on her keyboard, each button clicking loudly. Who the hell still uses mechanical keyboards? Mary stood up, walked over to the stadiometer, eyeing it with a frown, and adjusted the top. "Stand over here," she said, still staring at the device. Kevin found it amazing how she was able to go through the entire communication so far without making a moment of eye contact with him. He stepped on the stadiometer, and the nurse measured his height before running back to her computer and typing it in. She continued clicking and scrolling for a brief moment before hovering her fingers above the keyboard and asking Kevin, "Your date of birth?" This was followed by questions related to his medical condition, history, and whether there was any mental illness in his family. Kevin answered all of them annoyedly with the same kind of half-assed answers he gave Mr. Adams back in the administration room, or whatever it was. After the questions were finished, the nurse stood up and walked over to the drawer behind. "Sit on the bed," she said, while pulling out various items that he couldn't see from there. He hopped onto the bed, which squeaked in response. "Gently." The nurse looked over her shoulder and, for the first time since they entered the examination room, made eye contact with Kevin. "That thing is fragile." "Sure," Kevin dismissively said, leaning on his palms. The nurse raised a filled syringe and tapped on it a couple of times. She placed a cap on the needle, picked up an alcoholic wipe, and approached Kevin with both in her hands. "Try not to move." She wiped his shoulder, which felt uncomfortably cold at her touch. The nurse removed the cap from the needle and said, "You'll feel a small sting." Kevin looked away from the needle and stared in front of himself. He wasn't afraid of needles, but the sensation of getting pricked was uncomfortable nonetheless. He braced himself, and the prick came, slightly less painful than what he expected. The nurse put gauze in the place where she injected him and said, "Hold this for a minute or two." Kevin held the gauze firmly on his shoulder as the nurse grabbed the items she just used and tossed them into a bin. She strode back to her computer, the screen illuminating her face again. "What was this for?" Kevin asked, looking in her direction. "Immune system," she simply said, and started typing something again. She clicked the mouse a few more times and stood up, making another meager eye contact with him. "You're done here. You can continue with Counselor Adams now." All right. Thanks," Kevin said as he hopped off the bed with another loud squeak. The nurse shot him a judgmental glare, and he was sure that she would scold him for it. A second later, she walked out into the patient's room. Kevin removed the gauze and checked to see how much he'd bled. There was barely any blood on it, so he shrugged and tossed it into the bin. He slid into the uncomfortable camping uniform, feeling relieved to be warmed up by the rugged texture of the shirt and shorts. Mr. Adams was sitting in the waiting room. Once he saw Kevin step out, a smile stretched across his lips, and he slapped his knees, shooting up into a standing position. "All set?" he asked, looking down at Kevin. "Yeah," Kevin somberly said. "All right. Well, let's show you your room then. Here's your uniform." He practically tossed it to Kevin, who reacted quickly enough to catch it before it could fall. Once they walked out of the infirmary, Mr. Adams took the lead and began striding toward the line of cabins on the far left end of the main grounds. He glanced at his watch and said to Kevin, "Right on time. The other campers are almost back from the field. They'll be thrilled to meet you." "How many campers sleep in the same room?" Kevin asked, suddenly worried about sharing space with a lot of people. 10 per room, give or take," Mr. Adams briefly responded. Shit, that's a lot. He was hoping it would be 2, maybe 3 max, but 10? Oh well, I'll tough it out these 8 weeks, I guess. The area with the cabins was enclosed by trees more so than the rest of the campgrounds, which effectively obscured the sunlight from gleaming through and giving it a further encroaching feeling. The 5 cabins were identical and lined up with perfect width apart from each other, fulfilling every OCD person's dream. There weren't even numbers on the cabins or anything, so there was no way of telling them apart. In front of the cabins were a couple of wooden benches and tables, probably used by the campers between activities to relax or take a short break. "You'll be staying in cabin number 4, which is this one," Mr. Adams said, making his way up the short steps of the 4th cabin from the left. He stomped on the top step with his feet a couple of times and turned to face Kevin. "Make sure to always clean your shoes before entering the cabin, all right? Otherwise, your fellow campers who are on duty will have extra work to do, all right?" "Yeah," Kevin replied lifelessly. "Yeah, what?" Mr. Adams raised his eyebrows, eyeing Kevin suspiciously. Kevin sighed and rolled his eyes. "Yeah, Mr. Adams." By this point, he was too tired from the trip and the whole recruitment, so he just wanted to slump into a bed, no matter how uncomfortable it was, and take a nap. Mr. Adams opened the front door and got inside the small foyer-looking room. Kevin mimicked Mr. Adams's movement and kicked the dirt out of his shoes before walking inside. There was a door on the left, which was left open, portraying a small restroom. Kevin peeked inside and saw 5 urinals along with a long sink in front of the mirror. It looked cramped as it was, which made Kevin think of the next question. Where is the shower? And how do all the campers use this one tiny fucking bathroom? Directly across the foyer was another door, which presumably led inside the sleeping quarters. He bit his tongue and avoided asking any questions until later, hoping there was more to the cabin than what he saw. Mr. Adams pointed to a low shelf by the right wall. Stickers with numbers ranging from 1 to 10 labeled spots on the shelf. Mr. Adams said, "Always make sure to clean your shoes and put them over here before entering the sleeping quarters. You're going to have a specific number for everything, so try not to mix them up, okay? You're number 9. That means you put shoes on number 9, you sleep in bed number 9, and you stand 9th in line. All right?" Mr. Adams lowered his chin, observing Kevin carefully. "Yes, Mr. Adams," Kevin said with a fake grin. Mr. Adams ignored this gesture and put his hands on his hips. He pointed to the sleeping quarters' door. "All right. Well, you go on inside now. Wait for the other campers to come back. They should return in about 10 minutes or so. Once they're back, they'll instruct you about further rules before lunch." "Yes, Mr. Adams," Kevin repeated. He wrinkled his nose, suddenly realizing how much he sounded like George from the laundry. Mr. Adams was already out of the cabin, and Kevin was left with a silence that he didn't even know he missed so much. He took off his shoes and messily threw them onto the shoe stand. They fell on number 9, and Kevin sardonically thought to himself that he should have gone for a career in the NFL. He opened the door of the sleeping quarters, revealing a long, simple wooden room, not unlike every other fucking room in the camp. 10 beds were lined up, 5 on each side. Each bed had a number on the front of the wooden frame and was made so perfectly that not a single wrinkle showed on the sheets. The bed sheets were tucked under the mattress so tightly that it looked to Kevin like he could jump on it and bounce up into the ceiling. Each bed had a small blue locker next to it. Everything was so identical in this room that it made Kevin's head spin. He found the bed labeled with the number 9, which was on the right side, second to last in the row. He put his spare uniform on top of the locker and slumped into the bed, regretting it immediately when he felt how hard it pressed against his back. He put his hands on the back of his head and stared at the ceiling, which happened to have the exact same appearance as every other wall and floor in the camp. "Fuck this place," he said with no particular reason. He closed his eyes. He thought about being at home and playing video games. He thought about loudly blasting music in his room while he lay in bed. He thought about hanging out with his friends in Henry's usually smoke-filled room. He thought about going out on a date with Amy and finally confessing that he liked her. He lingered on that thought for a moment. He'd hoped he'd at least be able to text her while he was here, but he told her to expect no response from him, depending on the signal and internet. He thought about Henry, Rick, and Lewis, and wondered what they were doing now. Henry was probably still sleeping. He'd be waking up in a few hours, around 2 p.m. Kevin smiled at the thought. Rick and Lewis? Who knew? They might be staring at the ceiling too, listening to music until they met up later. Kevin suddenly felt left out. He thought about how much he was missing out at home while his friends were probably having fun. He wondered if they'd remember him from time to time. He wondered if he'd still be welcome as a friend in the circle. Why did he have to be in this stupid, fucking place? Why couldn't he just stay home? He could have just slipped out of the house last night and suffered the consequences later. Fuck. Muffled voices carried through the air outside the cabin. Kevin jolted up and perked up his ears. The voices were indecipherable, but were getting closer by the second. In moments, the front door of the cabin swung open, and a group of campers, around Kevin's age, barged inside, loudly talking while taking off their shoes and scrambling into the room. "No, you have to make the tent stable," one of the campers said to another one. "Did you see mine? It was so firm that even when Counselor Jones shook it, it didn't fall apart." The campers began walking into the room one by one, and as soon as they laid their eyes on Kevin, they stopped and stared at him wide-eyed and silent. Kevin clambered to his feet and awkwardly pulled up his shorts. "Come on, move," one of the campers from the back shouted, pushing his way through. As soon as he saw what was going on, he stopped and went silent as well. Hi." Kevin raised one hand to greet them. "I'm Kevin. I just arrived here." A few campers exchanged confused glances with each other, still not uttering a single word. Moments later, a drumming of footsteps resounded in the foyer, and a tall figure walked inside. At first, Kevin thought it was Mr. Adams. However, this was a different counselor, a buff, bald man in his 30s. All right, what's the holdup, campers?" he asked, shoving the campers to the side. When he saw Kevin, he snapped his fingers and said, "You must be the new kid. You got everything you need?" "I don't know. I just got here," Kevin shrugged. The incessant stares of the other campers made him feel really uncomfortable, and he hoped that he wouldn't be the center of attention once he was left alone with them. "Got your camping gear? The counselor asked sternly. Just my uniform and pajamas, Kevin shrugged. I see, the bald counselor said, rubbing his perfectly shaved chin. He pointed his finger at a chubby camper and said, You, take the new camper to groundskeeper Andy. Tell him the new kid needs all the gear and other essentials. You got that? Yes, Mr. Baldwin. Baldwin? For a bald guy? Kevin ran his hand across his mouth to hide the smile forming on his face. Mr. Baldwin turned around to leave and shouted, The rest of you, pack up your stuff and be in front of the mess hall at exactly 1 o'clock. Yes, Mr. Baldwin, the group chanted in unison, which took Kevin aback. What is this shit? Everyone being so goddamn obedient to these rude-ass counselors. As soon as the counselor was out, the chubby kid ran up to Kevin and said, Come on, let's find the groundskeeper. Chapter 3. The Groundskeeper. The chubby camper gestured for Kevin to follow him. Kevin slid into his shoes and followed him outside the camp, past the prying eyes of the other campers. Relief washed over him when the incessant stares were away from him, and even then, he felt them burning a hole in the back of his head through the doors. The groundskeeper should be close by. The chubby kid bounced down the steps, pulling his uncomfortably small-sized shirt down to cover his exposed lower back. I'm Mark, by the way, but most people call me Barrel Mark. Barrel Mark? Kevin frowned, a little taken aback by the notion of being verbally bullied in a summer camp. Then again, he saw, himself, the way some of the guys in his school would come down on the vulnerable new kids on their first days, like packs of hyenas. Nothing should be surprising with teens. Yeah, but not in a bad way. Most of the campers have a nickname. We got Tough Norton. He's the strongest one in our group. We have Nerdy Van. You can guess why they call him that. We have Slow Ethan because he's always the last in everything. But some campers have no names. For example, Javier is just Javier. Kevin wondered what his nickname would be and whether he would like it. Well, nice to meet you, Mark, Kevin said, deliberately leaving out the Barrel nickname as he walked alongside him. What exactly do we need to do here? We need to get you a backpack with all the essential items like rope, flashlight, tent, and so on. I see, Kevin said, striding to keep up with Mark. For a kid his size, he moved quite fast. Is everybody here a fast walker? They made their way to the right, between the infirmary and a big, unmarked building across the main lodge. Kevin glanced to the left through the building's windows and realized he was looking at rows of tables and chairs. Just when he realized what he was staring at, Mark pointed at the building and said, That's the mess hall. The food can be great sometimes, but not always. Lunch Lady Daisy never gives seconds, though. I don't know why, since there always seems to be an abundance of food left. What kind of food do you usually get? Kevin asked. Depends. We rarely know what it is unless we're in contact with the kitchen duty campers. Today, some guy from Cabin 1 is assisting a lunch lady on the food line, and apparently, he told his camping buddies that we'll have burgers. Oh boy, can't wait for that. It's been weeks since I've had a burger. Weeks? Why? Well, I've been here for a couple of weeks, and I didn't eat a burger for at least a week before that. So the campers don't all arrive at the same time? Right. The first batch arrived, I think around 8 weeks ago. I arrived in the batch with Michael and Bill, but Bill is no longer with us in the camp. Mark turned around long enough to look at Kevin before facing the way they were going again. I see, Kevin bemusedly replied. They reached the back of the buildings, and Kevin beheld a vast meadow in front of him, stretching at least 500 yards in all direction before being halted by the formed tree line, which acted as a wall. There, Mark pointed at the tree line over yonder. A few hundred yards diagonally to the left, nestled near the tree line, hidden in the shade of trees, was a small cabin. The gravel trail Mark and Kevin stood on morphed into a dirt path, which went in an arc and led directly to the cabin. The entire area leading up to the tree lines in all directions was an empty grassland, save for the small trail leading up to the cabin and one gray concrete building far to the right. Mark took point down the path toward the cabin, and pretty soon Kevin saw someone outside of it. A hunched-over figure stood in front, doing some kind of work, which Kevin couldn't see from here, but it looked like mowing the lawn or something. A moment later, Kevin realized that mowing the lawn here would be ridiculous without a big vehicle or machine, so he concluded that it must have been some other work the person was doing. Couple of weeks, huh? So you'll be leaving in what, 6 more weeks? He asked Mark as they stepped onto the dirt path and started making their way toward the small cabin. 6 weeks? Mark asked as their footsteps started sounding much more muffled. No, the camp doesn't end for at least 7 or 8 more weeks. Wait, what? Kevin stopped in his tracks. Mark didn't seem to notice this at first, so he continued walking a little farther before realizing that Kevin was falling behind. He turned to face him and said, Well, yeah, the camp is 10 weeks, but the counselors said they might prolong it to 12 if everybody liked it. No, that can't be right. A dread started washing over Kevin. He took a step closer to Mark and said, I was told it's only 8 weeks. Mark looked down as if thinking. He shrugged and said, I don't know. Maybe everyone stays here differently. My parents said I would stay for 10 weeks, but maybe everyone gets signed up differently. I did arrive a few weeks after the others, and you arrived a bit after us, too. As quickly as it appeared, Kevin's dread slowly started leaving him, replaced by tentative relief. Skepticism remained in him, though, so he took a mental note to check with the counselors later. Yeah, I guess that makes sense, he scoffed, continuing to lope down the trail. Mark went on with him, and they spent the next minute in silence, the chirping of the birds and their own footsteps the only sounds interrupting the quiet. As they got closer, Kevin started to see more discernible features in the figure in front of the cabin. It was a man wearing overalls. He looked thin, skeletal even. Not as much as Mr. Adams, though, but close enough. The man seemed to be doing something with a hoe, his movement with his arms repeatedly going slowly forward, and then dragging the hoe across the ground backward. It soon became apparent that the man was much older than the rest of the counselors, maybe in his 50s. Although his top was balding, he had long, unkempt hair on the rest of his head. He was facing sideways to the two campers, so Kevin caught only a glimpse of his bushy beard. The man stopped to wipe the sweat off his forehead with his forearm, and looked in the direction of the boys heading toward him. He turned back to the hoe and continued doing his work, not giving any signs of actually noticing the campers. Kevin and Mark got close enough to hear the sound of the hoe being dragged across the ground with a scraping noise. They stopped right next to him. Good afternoon, groundskeeper Andy. Mark politely raised his hand to greet the man. The groundskeeper continued steadily dragging the hoe, not bothering to look in Mark's direction. He was still turned sideways, so Kevin figured the groundskeeper might have simply not heard them. He was old, after all. We have a new camper, and he needs the basic gear, Mark uttered, fiddling with his fingers uncomfortably. The groundskeeper ran the hoe across the ground 3 more times, and then straightened his back and wiped the sweat off his forehead once more. He turned around, opposite the boys, and headed toward the cabin before disappearing behind the corner. Kevin started, looking at Mark. Wait. Mark interrupted him with a hush. They stood quietly while the sound of a creaking door came from behind the cabin, followed by a clatter, then another creak, and the sound of a door shutting. Moments later, the groundskeeper came back without his hoe and turned to enter the cabin. He shut the door behind him, and for a long moment he and Mark stared at each other in silence. Then he heard the muffled sound of keys jingling from inside, and the groundskeeper swung the door open, stepping outside and striding toward the campers. His steps seemed so menacing that Kevin couldn't help but recoil a little bit. Just as the groundskeeper reached them, he went past them and continued trundling down the dirt road, back toward the campgrounds. Mark and Kevin exchanged looks, Kevin more confused than Mark. Come on, let's go with him, Mark whispered with a gesture of his head. He turned around and started walking behind the groundskeeper, and Kevin followed. The groundskeeper was walking slowly, so this time Kevin had to walk slower than his usual speed. What transpired was a few minutes of awkward silence as the campers paced behind the man. Serves me right for complaining about their walking speed. Mark, who struck Kevin as a talkative person, was awfully quiet all of a sudden, which he took as a sign that he was just as uncomfortable around the groundskeeper as Kevin was. He glanced in Mark's direction a couple of times, but the boy seemed to be focused on the path in front of him. Groundskeeper Andy led them back to the main lodge, not uttering a single word the whole time. They walked through the main hall where one counselor walked past them. Hi, Andy. He nodded to the groundskeeper, who, in turn, seemed to ignore him. What a grumpy guy. That's badass, Kevin thought to himself with a smile, wishing that he could go through life not caring about being polite to other people. He then wondered if the groundskeeper was like that because he really wanted to be that way, or because some bad experience shaped him that way. His thoughts were interrupted when the old man grabbed a specific key from the keyring and, with a jingle, unlocked a door on the left that said, Storage. He stepped inside, leaving Mark and Kevin in front of the door, waiting like uninvited guests. Kevin leaned toward Mark and whispered, "You sure we were supposed to follow him? Maybe he just didn't hear us." "I'm sure," Mark whispered loudly enough to be heard by the entire hall, not only the groundskeeper who was a few feet away. "Groundskeeper Andy is just like that. He works in a specific way. You don't talk unless you have any questions, and he doesn't talk unless he has something important to say." "Okay, I guess," Kevin shrugged. A sound of items being rummaged through reached them from in the other room. This lasted for a minute or so before the groundskeeper came walking out of the room with a backpack in his hand. He shoved it into Kevin's hands, practically making him stumble backward from the sheer force. Kevin couldn't tell what the groundskeeper was thinking due to the lack of expressions on his face, mixed with the inability to clearly see his mouth from the thick beard. "Okay, then," Kevin said, looking down at the backpack. He then remembered that he probably should have said something like, "Okay then, Mr. Groundskeeper," but luckily, the man didn't scold him or anything. Without a word, he went around Mark and Kevin and disappeared down the hall. "Well, thanks, I guess," Kevin said to no one in particular, eyeing his backpack. "Let's check if everything is inside," Mark said, eagerly snatching the backpack from his new camping buddy and unzipping it. Kevin let him have it, and waited patiently while Mark dug nearly shoulder deep to comb through the contents inside. "Okay, so you have the flashlight." He pulled out the hand and held a small black flashlight. He flicked it on, flashing it directly in Kevin's face. Kevin shielded his eyes with his hand before Mark apologized and flicked the flashlight off. "You also got 2 packs of batteries here," he said as he stuck his hand back inside the backpack. "But make sure not to lose any of them even if they don't work. Slow Ethan lost 1 pack and got into a lot of trouble with Dwight." "Who's Dwight?" "Oh, right. I forgot to tell you about him," Mark said, now in a somewhat quieter timbre. He glanced over his shoulder as if expecting someone to be standing behind him. When he was sure that the coast was clear, he said, "Dwight is the assistant counselor. He's the youngest counselor here, but everybody hates him. He likes to exert power on the campers when other counselors aren't around. Make sure not to get on his bad side. Otherwise, you'll get all sorts of difficult duties. He sounds like an asshole. But if he thinks I'm going to let him bully me in any way in a camp I voluntarily decided to join, he's sorely mistaken," Kevin retorted, raising his tone for the last few words. "Shh, quiet." Mark pulled his hand out of the backpack to put his index finger to his mouth, looking over his shoulder again. "Listen, Dwight is a real psycho. You don't want him to catch you saying anything bad about him. Some of the campers here got stuck on toilet duty for over a week over smaller things than bad-mouthing. Not to mention, you get negative points added for the trial." "The trial?" "Yeah. Basically, it's sort of a final test you need to pass before leaving the camp. Every 2 weeks, the camp organizes the choosing, and there they get to choose 2 campers for the trial. The worse your behavior is, the more difficult the trial becomes. You pass, and you're out. But, yes? Nothing. Never mind. I'll tell you more about the trial later." Mark shook his head. Kevin dismissively waved his hand in Mark's direction. "Whatever. I'll deal with it when the time comes. And as for Dwight, I'll deal with Dwight if he decides to pick a bone with me. Anyway, what else you got in there?" Mark grabbed the backpack with both hands now and stared directly into it rather than rummaging through it with his hand. "Well, you have a first aid kit in case it really happens to be an emergency." "First aid kit? I don't even know how to use that," Kevin chuckled. "I'll show you later. They gave us a lesson in first aid during the first week. You also have a rope and a rolled-up sleeping bag. And there are some personal hygiene items like a toothbrush, soap, and other similar things. So, I guess we'll be spending some time outside the campgrounds, huh?" Kevin took the backpack when Mark handed it to him. "Here and there. We do some activities deeper in the woods, but most of the chores are conducted on the campgrounds." "What kind of chores?" Kevin asked, not liking where this was leading. He did not sign up to do any stupid fucking chores. If that was the case, he could have just stayed at home and washed the dishes or something. Mark shrugged. "Depends. Kitchen duty, infirmary duty, toilet duty, wood chopping duty, watchtower duty, cleaning duty, laundry duty, you name it. There's always work to be done around the camp." Mark started walking down the hallway, but Kevin seized him by the arm, perplexed by his words. Mark jerked his head in his direction, confusedly staring at him. Kevin let go of his arm, realizing that he may have been a little too rough. Wait a second. I thought this camp was for some activities, Kevin said. Like art, sports, surviving in nature, that kind of thing? Mark looked uncomfortable. Kevin could see clearly on his face that his new friend didn't know what to say. Mark cleared his throat and said, well, we usually have training in the morning, and we do have some activities that we do between duties afternoon or on the weekends. Like, you can sit in front of the sleeping cabins, or you can take a nap instead if you prefer. How much work do campers actually have to do here? Kevin asked. Mark opened his mouth, but another deeper voice bellowed from down the hall. Campers! Both of them looked in the direction of the sound and saw Mr. Adams standing menacingly in the middle of the hall with his hands on his hips, his bony elbows prominently sticking out. Did you get the gear for the new camper? Mark quickly shot around, wide-eyed and visibly more nervous now. Yes, Mr. Adams, he said. We did. All right. Well, head on back to the cabins until lunch is ready, Mr. Adams replied and continued standing in the same position. Yes, Mr. Adams, right away. Mr. Adams turned around to leave only when Mark addressed him by his name. Come on, let's go back. Lunch is almost ready, Mark said with a shaky voice, putting his hand on Kevin's shoulder and steering him in the direction of the exit. With hurried steps, they exited the building, Mark walking faster than Kevin. Kevin couldn't understand why Mark was so nervous around the head counselor. Was he just shy talking to adults? Kevin could somewhat relate to that because his friend Rick was like that. Rick would be a loudmouth the entire time when they hung out with the gang, but the moment Henry's dad or mom walked in, he'd clam up and assume this personality of a well-behaved kid. Henry's mom would always be especially nice to him, and Henry even said that his mother said once that Rick was the kind of kid every woman with a daughter would want for their son-in-law. If she knew how much weed he smoked and what kind of rap lyrics he listened to, she surely would have changed her opinion. Rick's shy behavior seemed to take place around any adults, not just Henry's parents, which caused all of them to perceive him as a polite, well-mannered teen. Kevin decided it was probably not a good time to pry or badger Mark about being so timid around the counselors, so he kept quiet on their way back to the cabins. Once they were a good distance away and only the sound of the birds and their own hasty steps surrounded them, Mark seemed to calm down again. Kevin gained enough courage to ask the important question that had been bugging him for the past 15 minutes or so. Hey, Mark, I want to ask you something. Sure, what's up? Mark asked. Why did all the campers stare at me like that when they first saw me? Mark continued walking but frowned while staring at the ground. What do you mean? He asked. Oh, come on. You can't tell me you didn't see them staring like that at me, Kevin retorted with a snicker. Mark pursed his lips and shook his head, staring at his feet as he walked forward. I don't know, honestly. I guess they were probably surprised to see a new camper join. We've all been here for weeks, and we weren't expecting someone to just join in the middle. That's a hell of a reaction for a new camper who just joined. Well, we spent a long time here, seeing only familiar faces. It's always the same people. The campers who share your cabin, the campers next cabin, the same staff members. It's not like we see a new face pop up every day, you know? Right. Kevin didn't find the topic interesting anymore. He continued walking with Mark in silence for a while, the cabins in the distance slowly getting bigger the closer they got. He saw a bunch of campers scattered in front of the cabins, some sitting by the tables, some lying on the grass, some on the steps, some standing and talking to each other. The whole group seemed quiet, though, unlike the typical teenage spirit usually seen during recess. Camp activities must be tiring, huh? Kevin asked, glancing in Mark's direction. Sometimes. I think kitchen duty sucks the most. What? Really? Kevin asked with a chuckle. Don't you, get to at least eat as much as you want? No way. Mark shook his head. Lunch Lady Daisy is very strict about any of the food going missing. There's a specific number of all products for all the campers, so even if one goes missing, someone will remain hungry. That doesn't sound like effective management. What if something just gets, I don't know, misplaced? Kevin shrugged. Mark chuckled. There's no way it can be misplaced. The food is counted by the counselors after being taken out of the storage, and then after the campers deliver it wherever it needs to be taken, it gets counted again. If If it went missing between the 2 counts, you're in trouble. That's bullshit, Kevin said, feeling a bit of anti-authority enmity boiling inside him. You're helping them with duties. They should be rewarding you with extra food there. Well, there are ways to work around that sometimes, Mark said with a conniving smile, which implicitly said that he had something naughty to share. Oh yeah? Like what? Kevin asked, intrigued to find out what this nice, seemingly adult-fearing kid could have done that was so wrong. Mark lowered his tone and started talking with the cunning smile still on his face. Well, this one time, we had dessert after lunch, and it was a mini roll. Another camper and I had to slice each roll into 3 equal pieces. So what we did was we sliced each roll into 4 pieces. 1 very small and 3 equal ones so that it wouldn't be noticeable. And then we ate each of the small rolls, piece by piece, and we couldn't even eat lunch later. He let out uncontrollable laughter before snorting. Kevin stared at Mark with raised eyebrows in disbelief. Then he started laughing as well at the pure genius of the scheme. Oh, and this one time, Mark continued, there's someone from our cabin they call Ninja. Ninja? Kevin couldn't help but be amused by the peculiarity of the camp's happenings. Yeah, he got his name the first night when he snuck out of the window and roamed the campgrounds, all the while avoiding the patrolling counselors. Wait, what? Kevin shook his head. Each sentence Mark uttered became increasingly more bizarre. He felt like he entered some alternate reality where nothing made sense. Mark continued. Yeah, at night there are counselors who patrol the premises to stop campers from wandering into the woods. Mr. Adams said that a few years back, one kid sleepwalked out of his cabin and into the woods. He was found dead a few days later. But ever since then, the camp started having patrols for the campers' safety. He said his death was an accident, but everyone in the camp knows it was the Firwood Wraith. The what now? Kevin frowned, his surprise surpassing his own expectations yet again. The Firwood Wraith, Mark said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. It's a ghost that roams around the woods at night and kills unsuspecting travelers. Is that a real thing? That's what the campers think, at least. And there are often sounds coming from the woods near our cabins at night. You're bullshitting me. I'm not. It's something that... Never mind. Doesn't matter. Coming back to the previous story, Mark continued with a dismissive wave. So, Ninja worked in the kitchen once with me. I was on dishwashing duty. He was in the bakery. So anyway, the food storage is always locked. But this one time, the lunch lady left it unlocked while she went to take some things to the big pot. I was in the locker room at the time, and the next thing I knew, I saw Ninja running in with his hands full of all sorts of goods. He was barely able to finish the sentence before he started laughing uncontrollably again, and at this point, his contagious laughter passed on to Kevin until they were both laughing. Mark regained his composure, wiped the laughing tears from his eyes, and continued talking, now loudly, despite starting the mischievous story with a whisper. There were juice boxes there, and tuna cans, and chocolate milk, and he gave it out to everyone. We had to end up putting all the trash inside a bag, and then Ninja snuck out one night again to hide it in the woods. Didn't anyone find out about the missing items? Kevin asked. Not that we know of. If they did, they never blamed it on us, Mark said, wheezing out the last remnants of his laughter. This made Kevin happy. Good on the campers for getting extra food on their own. He hated authority and obeying the system. Fuck these counselors and the camp for thinking they could treat their campers how they wanted. His mind did get stuck on the story of the Firwood Wraith, though. He wondered if it was an animal the campers heard or the counselors' way of scaring the campers into staying put and obedient. He decided he'd ask some of the other campers about the wraith. They were close enough to the cabins to hear the murmurs of the other campers. There must have been a few dozen of them at least, and Kevin felt a little anxious at the thought that all those eyes may be pointed at him. So, there are 5 cabins. Are there 50 campers here? He asked Mark to try to look in front of the others like he was having a natural conversation. Not exactly. Maybe 40, give or take, Mark said. There were more, but they completed the final trial and got sent home earlier. I see, Kevin said, suddenly glancing around at the other campers. Some eyes started staring at him but quickly lost interest, to his relief. They made it past the majority of the campers, the murmurs now getting audibly silent. Kevin did his best to ignore the eyes that he felt on him as he asked Mark, So, what do we do now? he asked as he followed Mark to the steps of cabin 4. Now, I show you how and where to keep your gear, Mark said, opening the door and stepping inside. Kevin followed closely and closed the door behind him to shut out the remaining few faces that stared at him. I hope they forget about me soon. Mark got to Kevin's locker next to bed number 9 and opened it. There were 2 empty shelves just below the drawer on the top, and an empty locker space under. Let's first see about your uniform, Mark said, staring at the messily splayed heap of clothes on Kevin's bed. He stole the shirt from the pile and said, This won't do. If they see any wrinkles, they'll give you hell. Here's how you do it. He gently placed the shirt on the bed and neatly folded one sleeve and then the other. He then clasped the top of the shirt and folded it across itself. There, he said, pointing with an open palm toward it as if presenting it. It was a perfect rectangle of a shirt. Damn, that's impressive, Kevin whistled, scratching his head and wondering if he could imitate the movement. Back at home, he used to throw all his dirty clothes on what he called the chair, which was essentially a computer chair he never used for anything except piling dirty clothes. Mark gripped the shirt by the collar and yanked it up, completely ruining the perfect fold, much to Kevin's horror. Now you try it, Mark said, stepping aside. Kevin shook his head, feeling pretty stupid for having to do something like this. Mark assisted by verbally guiding him when he was stuck. The end result was much sloppier than Mark's was, but the camper encouraged him by saying he would get better in a few days. He then proceeded to show him how to fold the pants, and once both pieces of clothing were satisfactory in their meager rectangle shape, Mark showed him how to squeeze them inside the locker on the shelf. You have to put the pants in first, then the shirt, and then the shoes, and then the towel on top of that. Let's grab the towel from your backpack. Kevin reached into his backpack and pulled out a small green towel. He handed it to Mark, who proceeded to fold it while saying, This one is simple. Just fold it like this, and put it on top of the shirt. It needs to line up like this. He neatly placed the folded towel in the locker, presenting the 3 equally folded items, which lined up perfectly with the edge of the locker shelf. Remember, there can't be any wrinkles or you'll be in trouble, Mark said. Who gives a shit about that? I'm just going to toss it in. It's my locker anyway, Kevin annoyedly responded. You can't do that, Mark shook his head. Sometimes the counselors have a surprise inspection, and if you haven't done your things properly, you get in trouble. Kevin laughed, not believing what he was hearing. What is this? A fucking military boot camp? Come on! Mark shrugged. There was a moment of silence before he took the backpack from Kevin and said, All right, as for your hygiene items, you can leave them in the top drawer. He pulled out a toothbrush, toothpaste, toilet paper, soap, needle and thread, and other things that were messily thrown inside the backpack. Why do I need the needle and thread? Kevin asked. If you tear your uniform anywhere, you have to repair it. Kevin opened his mouth to ask if he was serious, but he already knew the answer. He closed his mouth and allowed Mark to do his thing. Mark grabbed the backpack and stuffed it into the lower part of the locker. You can keep the backpack here. That one doesn't need to be placed neatly. Hallelujah, Kevin said. Mark chuckled before straightening his back. As for the pajamas, put them on the shelf here, above the uniform. Also, fold them neatly. Try it. Kevin did his best to fold the pajamas as well as he could, and even though it wasn't as good of an attempt as Mark's, it was close enough. Once he had it, he placed the pajamas neatly on the top shelf above the uniform. You can put the rest of the things on top of the pajamas. No need to fold those, Mark pointed. Kevin groaned, and did as Mark told him. Anything else I should know? He asked, bracing himself for more surprises. A few things here and there, but I'll explain things as we go. Just do what the others are doing, and you'll be fine. Mark went past Kevin and said, Come on, let's go outside so you can meet the others. It's almost lunchtime anyway. Kevin wasn't exactly thrilled by this thought, but it was inevitable, so he may as well do it now. He scratched the back of his head awkwardly and followed his new friend outside. Mark walked over to a nearby bench where 5 other campers were sitting. The ones facing him looked in his direction, and the others soon followed their gaze. Barrow Mark, come on, man, sit down. You haven't had a break yet. The tiniest of the bunch with short, messy, dark hair perkily said and scooted to the left, leaving space on the bench. Thanks, Ninja, Mark responded and looked behind himself at Kevin. A few eyes moved in his direction, but no one continued staring at him. Guys, this is Kevin, Mark said theatrically. He's the new guy. Aye, Kevin raised his hand briefly before putting it down. He stood in one place while the others looked in various directions, avoiding his gaze, except for one visibly taller and bulkier camper by the table, who was staring directly at him with an unblinking gaze. Well, "Come on and sit down, new guy," Ninja said. He scooted further to the left, effectively pushing the camper with glasses to his left to the edge of the bench. "Move over, my dude," Ninja said to the guy, leaving enough space for him and Mark to sit. Mark sat down first, and Kevin followed, squeezing himself in between Ninja and Mark. The camper who stared at Kevin was still gazing at him with what looked like an angry look on his face, so Kevin stared back. "Am I really that interesting?" he asked the camper. The boy continued staring at him for a solid 2 seconds or so before slamming his hands on the table and getting up. Kevin thought he was going to start a fight, so he mentally braced himself. The camper just stepped around the bench and walked away. "He must really like me," Kevin said sardonically to no one in particular. He knew that he probably shouldn't be making enemies right off the bat, but he was annoyed and tired, especially from the staring. The other campers were looking in the direction of the boy who just left before slowly turning back to the table, one by one. "That's Michael. Don't mind him," one of the campers said. "I'm Steve, by the way." He started pointing at each camper by the table and introducing them. "That's Ninja. We call him like that because he likes to jump around and do some stunts and shit. You already met Barrel Mark. This little fucker next to me is Tough Norton." He pointed to the camper next to him. "He's the strongest in the camp." He definitely didn't look extremely strong. He had veiny and muscular forearms, but he looked somewhat skinny. Maybe he was one of those resilient kids who did a lot of physical labor in his life and didn't look tough, but was strong enough to wrestle a bull. "And the guy next to Ninja is Nerdy Van." Steve introduced the camper with thick glasses and braces. "We got more in our group, but they're somewhere else right now." He looked around and pointed to a group of 3 a little farther in the distance. They were sitting on the grass, forming a circle and talking to each other. "That's Javier, Clean Ryan, and Slow Ethan," Steve said. "Some of you guys have names, but others don't." "Why's that?" Kevin asked. Steve shrugged. "I guess we're not special enough in any way. If you're worried about your own name, wait a day or two, and you'll see what people start calling you." Kevin nodded, staring at the table. To kill the awkward silence, he asked, "So what fun activities do you guys get to do here at camp?" Kevin noticed Steve's mouth opening in confusion. He looked at the rest of the campers and realized that they, too, appeared perplexed. Steve looked at Mark and formed an O with his mouth before a loud voice barked from the middle of the campgrounds. "All right, you maggots, line up." Kevin looked in the direction of the sound and saw a counselor swiveling his head from left to right. This one was much younger, though, maybe a couple of years older than Kevin. He can't be more than 18, Kevin thought to himself. The counselor visibly just recently got out of puberty, his acne-covered face a testament to that. He was much larger than any of the campers, though, easily towering above some of them by a whole head. "All right, lunchtime, let's go," Ninja said, and, with an elegant move, hopped over the bench he was sitting on. All the other campers on site started swarming the area in front of the young counselor, lining up like soldiers. "That's Dwight," Mark said to Kevin in a rush while following the stampede of campers. The campers started forming up in 5 lines, and when Kevin saw all of his cabin mates forming up in the 4th line, he followed them. "New kid, you're here." Steve grabbed Kevin by the shoulder and directed him to the edge of the line. "Number 9. Kevin mimicked the movement of the other campers and stood in line, leaving an arm's length between himself and the next camper on each side. In seconds, Michael, the camper who stared at Kevin by the table, rushed over to Kevin's left side. He stared in front of himself, at the back of the camper who was standing in front of him. The commotion finally stopped moments later, and Kevin looked around, impressed by the aesthetic lineup that the campers formed. There were 5 rows, each row formed by 10 campers, perfectly aligned with precisely measured distance between each of them. Some spots were left empty, however, which made Kevin assume those campers had some camp duties. The young counselor paced around, shaking his head, his lips turned into a thin slit, as if to express disappointment. "Too slow, campers. Too slow. If you continue like this, I'll have to file a recommendation for the reduction of food. You wouldn't want that, would you?" The air was silent, as everyone stared in front of themselves with no expressions on their faces. "Who the hell is this asshole?" "What? No one has anything to say?" "Huh?" Dwight asked angrily, spreading his arms as if to challenge them. He slowly began walking between campers while shouting. "Some of you have been here for over 3 weeks now, and you're still too slow for lining up. You're a disgrace." Kevin looked to the right and saw that the counselor was walking between the rows of campers numbers 3 and 4. He then started walking left, carefully observing each camper he'd pass by. Kevin felt a tension in the air coming from everyone. This was bullshit. Why in the hell did they all stand there and take this kind of treatment? The The counselor continued. You're here to do as you're told, not fuck around. This isn't a picnic. This isn't the fucking army either, asshole, Kevin snapped, unable to contain his anger. Whoever this asshole on a power trip thought he was not going to treat Kevin like that. As soon as Kevin shouted that sentence, the counselor stopped and turned his head to the right with a wild glower in his eye. Who said that? He shouted, his spit visibly flying on some unfortunate camper's face next to him. New kid, shut up, Steve muttered through his teeth, but Kevin ignored him. I did. You zit-faced douchebag. Suppressed laughter broke out among the campers as Kevin put his hands on his hips, leisurely shifting his weight on one leg, contrasting the rest of the campers, who stood still like robots. The counselor was practically fuming from his ears as he got all red in the face and shouted at the group, Stop laughing! What's so funny? The laughter stopped immediately, and Dwight turned his attention to Kevin. He strode over directly in front of him with menacing steps, but Kevin refused to budge. If I flinch, you'll think I'm scared. He continued holding his hands on his hips, even as the counselor was right in his face. Kevin saw clearly the cliffs forming on his face from the acne. It was even uglier up close than from afar. New kid, right? Dwight asked with a conniving smile, even though it was visible from his erratic head motions that he was pissed. I don't think you're acquainted with the rules here, so I'm going to teach you. Kevin stared at Dwight bemusedly, trying to put on his I'm bored face as best as he could. He saw that the other campers were just dying to look at him but were too afraid to take a direct glance. Dwight took a deep breath and stepped back as he shouted, All right, move out to the mess hall, you little shits. You all get sweeping duty thanks to the new kid, so you can show your gratitude to him. There were a few disappointed groans and moans before Dwight silenced them and said, Hey, don't blame it on me. Someone here needs to learn some manners. And what better way than to spend the afternoon sweeping the main lodge? He stared directly at Kevin with a malicious smile. Fuck you. You can't force us to do that, Kevin said, feeling anger growing further inside him like slow, boiling water. Force you? Oh, I'm not forcing anyone, Dwight said and turned around. He started pacing toward the front of the line as he shouted at the top of his lungs. Does anyone here not want to do sweeping duty? He stopped and looked around with his hands behind his back. Everyone was silent. Kevin looked around at his fellow campers and realized they were all still staring in front. Dwight's expression changed into a stupid grimace as he continued shouting. Anyone. Anyone at all who doesn't want to do sweeping duty. No one? He shrugged and smiled widely, revealing crooked teeth before he said, All right then. Get your asses to the mess hall. And after that, I want to see every one of you in front of the main lodge at exactly, he looked at his wristwatch, 1:40 p.m. He put his hand down and leaned forward. Move it, he shouted, a bulging vein appearing on his forehead and neck. The campers lethargically started walking around the assistant counselor. Kevin suddenly felt like shit. The campers were probably already tired, and now he earned them some extra work. They were probably going to hate him even more now. He hadn't been in Camp Firwood for more than a few hours, and he was already making enemies out of both the counselors and the campers. He scolded himself for allowing his anger to get the better of him, despite Dwight being an asshole. He followed the other campers, trying to stay at the back as much as he possibly could to avoid the even more awkward glares now. When they were halfway through the meadow, someone from the crowd shouted, Where's the new guy? Kevin froze in his tracks, dreading what was to come next. All faces turned toward him, and a moment of stillness filled the air. Then someone jumped in front of Kevin, firmly grabbing him by the shoulders with a vice-like grip. Dude, that was awesome! It was Tough Norton, and he had a facial expression that portrayed utter happiness. Did you see the look on his face? I mean, his zit-faced face? He and a few other campers broke out laughing. The majority remained somber and stared at Kevin with judgmental glares. Steve stepped forward and said, That wasn't awesome, Norton. He could have put us in serious danger, he said, and turned to face Kevin. You can't ever do that again, got it? You have no idea what these people are capable of. Kevin slapped his hands against his sides and shook his head. What are you talking about? We're in a summer camp. They can't make you do anything you don't want to. If they don't like it, they can just kick us out. Everyone went dreadfully silent. Some continuing to stare at Kevin, others looking at their feet or awkwardly glancing around. What? Kevin asked, scanning the other campers. Steve stared at him with a face that said, You don't know something that I do. His suspicion was confirmed when Steve shook his head and said, Mark didn't tell you anything about the camp, did he? Kevin was taken aback by this question momentarily before scoffing and responding. What's there to know, Steve? I'm in a summer camp called Camp Firwood, and that's that. Steve licked his lips and looked over Kevin's shoulder, probably to see if Dwight was coming. Oh, you're wrong, cocky Kevin. You're so wrong. You have no idea how wrong you are. Kevin stared at Steve, expecting a further explanation. Why? Ever heard of the trial? Steve asked. This caused a few campers to exchange glances with each other momentarily. Kevin shrugged. Yeah, Mark told me. You host the choosing, then have a final test, get some negative points, blah blah blah. You have no idea what danger you might put yourself in. The trial is already bad enough as it is, and if you get enough negative points, well, let's just say you probably don't want to be out in the woods for too long at night. Why? Because of the scary Firwood Wraith? Kevin raised his hands and made the final two words sound scary. The campers awkwardly exchanged glances with each other. Oh, come on. Are you guys serious? Kevin scoffed. A ghost in the woods killing people? Do you hear yourselves? He's right, though, one of the campers said. It's pretty stupid to believe a ghost is killing the campers. Steve ignored him. He looked over Kevin's shoulder one more time and said, Dwight's coming. We need to get to the mess hall. We're already late. Come on, people. One by one, the campers started moving in the direction of the mess hall while Steve continued staring at Kevin. He looked over his shoulder and then leaned closer to Kevin and said in a hushed tone, You're lucky. We only got the sweeping duty. With that, he turned around and followed the group of campers, who were now well ahead of them. What do you mean? Just wait a second, Kevin shouted, but Steve ignored him. What the fuck is going on here? Kevin thought to himself as he watched the other campers put distance between himself and them. A soft voice came from his right. Well, I warned you, cocky Kevin, Mark said. Oh, great. I guess that's my name from now on. Mark and Kevin jogged to catch up with the other campers, after which they followed at the back of the group with a slow-paced walk. Mark, what's going on here? Why is everyone so secretive and afraid? Kevin asked. Mark sighed, looking at the back of the feet of the camper in front of him. I haven't been fully honest with you. I couldn't because I knew you wouldn't believe me. Believe you about what? Kevin asked with a higher tone than he wanted to. Mark put a finger to his mouth and produced a shh sound. Quiet, he said. You don't want to be so vocal about these kinds of things. Kevin scoffed and shook his head impatiently. This was getting ridiculous. He started to think that the whole camp was just playing an elaborate prank on him to get him to shit his pants. Well, then why don't you tell me? Kevin asked. Mark sighed and stopped. Kevin stopped along with him and waited. Mark looked like he was thinking about carefully choosing his words. Kevin silently stood by, not wanting to interrupt him and possibly make him change his mind about opening up. Okay, look, Mark finally said. The camp, the trial, all of this is way more dangerous than you think. This isn't just an ordinary summer camp. He stopped, as if waiting for Kevin to give him a response. When Kevin gave no indication that he was about to interrupt him, Mark continued. The counselors say it's a survival trial in the woods, and that the campers get to go home after they finish it, but, Kevin was becoming impatient. Like I said, there are these strange noises coming from the woods at night. The campers think that we're being sacrificed to the Wraith. Now Kevin was more than sure that this was all just a big prank. Mark continued. Look, I know it sounds crazy, but just think about it. Do you think any of us would stand for this kind of abuse? I mean, take Tough Norton as an example. He was brought here because of his behavior. Mark, stop fucking with me. I'm already in a bad mood about having to be in this shithole. You're not helping. Kevin was on the verge of losing his patience. I'm not fucking with you, I swear. Look, I can't talk about it right now, but if you think I'm joking, go ahead and try to leave the camp. Ask for your things back. Ask to make a phone call home. Ask to be escorted out because your grandma died. Ask anything you want. And tonight, when we're all in the cabin, if you still want to know, I'll tell the others to confirm it for you. You know what? I will ask to leave the camp, right after sweeping duty is finished. And that's only because I don't want to leave you guys with a thing I fucked up, Kevin retorted, throwing his hands up. All right, Mark said reticently, and turned to follow the rest of the campers. I don't know who these assholes think they are, but I'll get my phone, call my parents, and leave this fucking place by the end of the day, he thought to himself confidently. And yet, despite knowing that the campers were probably screwing with him, he couldn't help but feel a sense of dread slowly growing inside him. Chapter 4. After Dinner. The campers formed a long line in front of the mess hall, which started at the food line inside the building and wound like a snake through the exit and around the wall. It was Cabin 2's turn to be first in line while Cabin 4 was third. Most of the campers were shifting their weight from left to right, obviously agitated or impatient, or just plain tired. Kevin himself was starting to feel hungry. He hadn't even thought about food until he stepped near the entrance and smelled something good cooking inside. He couldn't tell what it was, but his guess was something with seafood. Oh man, no burgers. Barrow Mark's disappointed shout from the front confirmed that there were no burgers like he hoped earlier there would be. The line slowly moved forward, and Kevin stepped over the threshold, glancing at the interior of the mess hall. The clattering of silverware against plates and murmurs of the campers filled the air, and he saw a bunch of teens chowing by the tables. Counselors Baldwin, Adams, and another one Kevin didn't recognize were observing the mess hall. Kevin glanced at the table closest to his left, where a few campers were sitting, and happened to see their plates. They had fish and chips on their plates, not burgers. Kevin was indifferent about seafood, but the smell which infiltrated his nostrils made his mouth water. He peeked behind Steve's shoulder and saw that there were still a dozen people being served on the line. He saw a big woman behind the food line, wearing a chef's cap, apron, and yellow gloves that went all the way up to her meaty elbows, slapping food on plates with tongs and sliding them on the line for the campers to take. Next to her was a boy in white clothes and a white hat, assisting her clumsily and erratically. He looked scared as he darted around the various foods in front of him, messily throwing them on plates in a desperate attempt to prevent the line from getting cluttered by the campers. He was around the same age as the campers, so Kevin assumed he was indeed a camper on kitchen duty. When it was Kevin's turn to get his food finally, he took the plastic platter from the stack and clumsily picked out a knife and fork from the silverware section. He proceeded to take the plate of food, which was handed to him by the angry-looking lunch lady. The fish and chips looked a little watery, but he was too hungry to care. "Thank you, ma'am," Kevin politely responded. As rebellious as he was, he knew his manners. She didn't so much as look at him before proceeding to put food on the next plate. Kevin grabbed 2 pieces of rock-hard bread, comically tapping them on the platter to see how old they really were. "Fresh from 3 days ago. Nice." He made his way past the timid camper on kitchen duty, who was transfixed on the food about as much as the lunch lady was, but with less intensity. "Over here, cocky Kevin." Steve gestured with his head while holding the platter with both hands. Kevin was surprised that Steve displayed a friendly attitude despite the earlier hostility, but instead of saying anything, he followed him to a nearby table where Javier, Nerdy Van, Slow Ethan, and Barrow Mark were sitting, already eating their lunches. "I thought you were sad that there were no burgers, Barrow Mark," Javier said in his prominent Mexican accent as he put a piece of bread into his mouth and, with a yanking motion of his head, tore one bite off. "He's never sad when he's eating. Are you kidding?" Steve responded, making his way onto his seat. Kevin sat next to him, garnishing brief glances from Ethan, Van, and Javier. "You guys haven't met cocky Kevin yet," Mark said with his mouth full, his cheeks bulging from the amount of food he stuffed inside his mouth. "We haven't, but we already know who you are," Javier said, and introduced himself. "That was pretty brave. Telling Dwight that thing back there?" Nerdy Van responded, waving a piece of fish on his fork before putting it into his mouth. It was nothing really," Kevin said, as he dug into his own food. The fish was too bland and the chips too salty, but he assumed there was no other food to be eaten for lunch. "Hey, is there a vending machine or something for chocolate bars around here?" Steve sneered, glancing in Kevin's direction. "Even if there was, what would you buy it with? Flower petals?" "No, I just thought—" "Yeah, okay." He realized how silly his question must have seemed to the rest of the campers at the table, so he shut up and continued eating instead. "So, Mr. Adams gave you an extra hour of tent setting up, huh?" Javier asked Slow Ethan. Ethan nodded. "Yes, I'll have to do it in front of Dwight tonight after dinner." "What was wrong with your tent anyway?" Steve asked. Ethan shrugged. "It wasn't stable enough, and I was too slow setting it up." "Surprise, surprise," Steve responded. "Well, at least you didn't get any toilet duties. That's Stan's duty this week. I heard he pissed off Dwight real bad." Ethan stuck his fork into one piece of potato and stuffed it into his mouth. "What did he do?" Mark curiously looked up. "I think he left a wet floor, and Dwight slipped on it." "Aye, too bad he didn't break his neck," Javier scoffed. Kevin turned out at this point. He quickly finished his food and continued playing with the remaining pieces of bread, stabbing them with the fork, leaving various holes in both the crust and the soft part. which was equally hard as the crust. He was thinking about what the campers told him earlier. The conversation he had with Mark about not being able to leave the place worried him way more than he wanted to admit it to himself. He tried telling himself over and over that this was all either a prank or that the campers had been intimidated into believing they needed to do everything the counselors told them. Either way, he would go to Mr. Adams as soon as sweeping duty was over and ask to be escorted out of camp. A scenario ran through his head of the way his parents would be angry with him. "We signed you up for 8 weeks, and you couldn't last a single day," his father's voice echoed in his head. But he didn't care. He was supposed to learn something, not do hard physical labor. And he'd get to see Amy and the rest of his friends. The thought of going home to the ones who really cared about him overwhelmed him with a homesick feeling. Images started popping into his mind. Henry embracing him in a bear hug, Rick asking him about the chicks in the camp, Lewis patting him on the back and telling him he did the right thing. The whole gang sitting in the abandoned trailer park and listening to Kevin's experiences in the camp. Him sitting close enough to Amy to feel the warmth of her body. "Come on, campers! Hurry it up!" Mr. Adams loudly clapped a few times, waking Kevin up from his daydreaming. "You got work to do. No schmoozing after lunch like old ladies. Come on!" Most of the campers seemed to ignore Mr. Adams, but a few stood up with their platters. They carried them over to a window on the left side of the mess hall where someone took them and disappeared. Kevin didn't feel like sitting anymore, but he didn't feel it was right to get up and leave first among the table crew. It was like the tradition in school that started years ago. If you got up to leave before the others, you were uncool, so you had to wait until everyone unanimously decided to return to class. This seemed to carry over from elementary school to high school, and it felt the same in this case. So, he instead waited until someone decided to give the sign. He expected that someone to be Steve, who seemed to assume a silently agreed-upon leadership position. Sure enough, he was right. "All right, I guess it's time to go," Steve said a minute later, after everyone was done with their food. Everyone, except slow Ethan, who stuffed the remaining food into his mouth to catch up with everyone else who just stood up. With their platters, the campers who sat by the same table, including Kevin, tentatively followed Steve. One by one, they approached the window on the left side and left their platters on the extended sill. A teen dressed in all white, just like the one on the food line, was rapidly snatching the platters and placing them somewhere in the room behind him. Kevin couldn't see clearly what was there, but he guessed it was the dishwashing room. "How's the kitchen duty going, Max?" Steve bent down to face the camper through the window. "You know, same shit like every day." The camper on the other side of the window rolled his eyes. "Well, just don't let lunch lady Daisy get on your nerves." Steve straightened his back and headed toward the double doors leading outside. The campers still had a little time to relax, probably until everyone was out because the ones who finished their meals were standing in front and talking to each other. Kevin separated from the rest of the crew, feeling like he needed some time alone. It wasn't that he didn't like spending time with people, but he spent way too much time with people today, and he felt like he needed a break now. "Hey," a voice called behind him, and he instantly recognized it as Mark's. "Hey," he said back, not wanting to tell him to go away. He didn't want to alienate Mark just because he was in a bad mood, especially since Mark seemed like such a cool and friendly guy. "How's your first day going so far?" Beryl Mark asked him, looking way more content now that he had his lunch. Kevin shrugged. "It's shit. I fucking hate this place already. Good thing I'll be leaving soon." He eyed Mark, hoping he would try to give him a reason why he wouldn't be able to leave, but nothing like that came, much to Kevin's disappointment. Wait, why am I disappointed by that? I'm supposed to be happy that he isn't stopping me. It then dawned on him that Mark may have been omitting information and that's why he wasn't saying anything. That feeling of dread started growing in him again, so he pushed the thought back down by trying to change the topic. "How are things going for you? You've been here a while now, so what are your thoughts about this place?" "Hate it," Mark replied before Kevin even finished his sentence. He was dead serious when saying that, which would have been funny to Kevin in any other given situation. Here, it only intensified his dread. "What exactly do you hate about it?" Kevin shifted his weight from his right leg to the left. Mark looked over yonder and said, "Everything. The work, the food, the counselors. But the thing I hate the most is the fact that I can't see my little sister. Only the campers are good. I made some really good friends here. I can never do that in school." "Why not?" Kevin frowned. Mark shrugged shyly. "I don't know. Because I'm fat." He pursed his lips. "Well, that's a stupid reason not to be friends with someone. You're a pretty cool guy to hang out with. Kevin winked. This seemed to catch Mark's attention as he chuckled and tentatively looked Kevin in the eye. You mean that? Yeah, man. Hell, I'd invite you over for gaming night with my buddies. Which part of Oregon are you from, anyway? Mark squinted suspiciously and told him, I'm actually from Idaho. Wait, what? Kevin's jaw dropped. Why did they drive you all the way to Oregon for a summer camp? Don't they have any camps in Idaho? I guess my parents just thought Camp Firwood would be the best fit for me. Mark dismissively waved his hand. Kevin nodded. After a moment of silence, he asked, You said you have a little sister. How old is she? 4. Her name's Sherry. To tell you the truth, I'm not very happy about not being there to take care of her. Why's that? Your parents are there for her, right? Mark nodded. Yeah, but she's really attached to me. Can't really go too long without seeing me. Can't even fall asleep unless she's sure that I'm in the same room. Kevin nodded. He couldn't relate to the feeling of taking care of a sibling since he was an only child, but he admired Mark's protective attitude nonetheless. The crowd in front of the mess hall was much larger now, and pretty soon, Mr. Adams and Dwight stepped outside discussing something. Mr. Adams carried a paper pad and explained something to Dwight with vigorous hand gestures, while Dwight stared at him and nodded fervently. Moments later, Mr. Adams turned to face the campers and took a deep breath, his chest heaving up. Line up, campers! He shouted at the top of his lungs. Those who were standing began rushing in front of the counselors, while those who were sitting clambered up to their feet and rushed to join the ranks. Just like last time, everyone lined up in 5 rows, and it didn't take Kevin long to figure out where he was supposed to be standing. He was still much slower than most of the other campers, though, as they seemed to already have it in their minds which spot they were supposed to run to before any line was even formed. Only seconds later, the commotion stopped and silence reigned. It was even more intense now than the first time around when Dwight was the only person in command who was present. But why was everyone so afraid? Mr. Adams seemed like a nice counselor. Annoying, yeah, but nice. He didn't look like the type to raise his tone at all. Kind of like Kevin's history teacher, Mr. Milton, who gave the students too much freedom and they took advantage of it, pushing their luck as much as they could without getting into trouble. Here at the camp, nobody seemed to be pushing their luck. All right, Mr. Adams theatrically proclaimed. I hear we've had some problems today. Anyone care to tell me what happened? He smiled at the campers, swiveling his head slowly from left to right in anticipation. Anyone? No? He darted his eyes around more fervently this time. A moment later, he sighed and looked down at his notepad. He took the pen out of his front pocket and annoyingly clicked it a few times before placing it on the paper. Dwight, which cabin was responsible for the incident? He asked. Cabin 4, Mr. Adams. But all of them laughed when the incident occurred. Dwight responded with a docile tone, which clearly said that he had no power or equality with Mr. Adams. Mr. Adams nodded and scribbled something down while saying, Well, we can't put all of them on sweeping duty, can we now? We need someone in the main lodge and someone to relieve the watchtower camper and someone to assist with the logs. Or maybe you thought that it was all being done by ghosts. He cackled at his own joke as he looked at Dwight, who wore a disappointed look on his face. Well, no, I didn't think that, Mr. Adams. I just thought that this would be a fitting punishment for all of them. Dwight mumbled out timorously. Don't think too hard, Dwight. You'll hurt yourself. Plus, that's not your job. So here's what I want you to do. Take Cabin 1 for sweeping duty around the main lodge. Cabin 2 for sweeping around the mess hall and infirmary. Cabin 3 for log duty. Cabin 5 for an extra hour of starting a campfire. And as for Cabin 4, you guys get to take a break while the others work. Groans came from the majority of campers, everyone but Cabin 4, until Mr. Adams raised his index finger scoldingly and shushed them. I don't want to hear complaints, unless you guys are okay with someone sleeping out in the woods tonight. He turned down his lips and raised his eyebrows. With that expression, he lifted his chin and glanced around at the campers to see if anyone would complain. It suddenly got eerily silent, which seemed to please Mr. Adams. He clicked his pen and put it in his pocket with a smile as he said, All righty then. Dwight, get the campers to work. Cabin 4, get back to your cabin. He grinned toothfully and glanced specifically at the Cabin 4 campers, making sure to keep longer eye contact with Kevin. This sudden change in Mr. Adams's polite and irritating mood into passive-aggressive was shocking. It was like a completely different person was speaking than who Kevin met when he arrived. Maybe I was wrong about him after all. Kevin saw all the campers from Cabin 4 turning to the left, and not wanting to be left behind, he mimicked their movement. He watched as Michael started walking forward and then turned left to walk around the campers from behind. "Follow Michael," Kevin heard Steve say behind him. He hurriedly caught up to Michael and followed him all the way around and behind the campers from Cabin 5, eventually heading in the direction of the cabins. Kevin stepped out of the line and glanced back at the two counselors. Mr. Adams was standing with his hands behind his back, smiling as he observed the campers. Dwight waved his hand and shouted for Cabin 1 to follow him. Kevin started walking toward Mr. Adams and immediately heard a hushed and panicked voice behind him. "Kevin, what are you doing?" It was Mark. Kevin ignored him and continued walking by the right side of the campers. Cabin 1 was already out of line and following Dwight somewhere. Even as Kevin got close to Mr. Adams, the counselor seemed to be oblivious to his approach. Even when he stopped a couple of feet away from him, enough for the counselor to see him with his peripheral vision, Mr. Adams outright ignored Kevin. "Mr. Adams?" Kevin asked, feeling the eyes of the other few dozen campers on him. Mr. Adams jerked his head in Kevin's direction and smiled as he turned to face him. "Camper, what is it?" Now that he had to ask a question in front of all the other campers, he felt embarrassed. It reminded him of the time he was in a school play a few years ago, where his classmates and their parents came to watch the kids performing. He felt so nervous back then that his stomach was twisting into knots, and was glad he didn't tell his parents about the play. That would have stressed him out even more, knowing their judgmental eyes were watching from the crowd. Now that he stood in front of the head counselor, he felt the same kind of nervousness as back then, minus the knots. "Well, he started, not even knowing where to begin. "I need to use my cell phone." "Your cell phone?" Mr. Adams asked, his smile subtly fading away but still etched on his face. "Yeah," Kevin said more confidently now that he caught some momentum. "I want to call my parents to pick me up." Mr. Adams's smile completely dropped, and he frowned with a confused stare. "You want to leave Camp Firwood? You don't like it here?" "No, sir. I don't like it here one bit. I want out," Kevin retorted, his defiance kicking in now, giving him the courage to say a fraction of the things that were on his mind. If he were to fully express himself, it would have sounded something like, "Give me back my fucking phone, and let me out of here, you elongated asshole." Mr. Adams scratched his chin, eyeing Kevin for a moment before he made a vacuum-like sound with his mouth and said, "Is there anything I can do to change your mind?" "Sorry, no. I really just want to leave," Kevin said, wanting to at least pretend to be polite to the counselor. Mr. Adams nodded. "Well, if you're sure about it. But right now, everyone is too busy with camp duties to go and fetch the cell phone for you. But here's what we can do. After dinner, you come find me, and I'll give you your cell phone. Then you can call your parents, and they can pick you up in the morning. How does that sound?" Kevin was too hyped to consider disagreeing. It's not like Mr. Adams would leave the campgrounds and escape with his phone before dinner. So Kevin nodded, agreeing to Mr. Adams's proposal. "All right. After dinner, then," he confirmed. "All right, then. Now, go back to your cabin mates." Mr. Adams grinned once again, but the sentence sounded like a polite order. Content, but not happy, Kevin turned around and returned to his fellow campers from Cabin 4, who all had curious looks on their faces. "What?" Kevin asked as he spread his arms. Most of them looked away, and they continued walking back to the cabin. According to the other campers, they had an hour of free time, and most of the campers decided to take a short nap during that time. Kevin watched in awe as each of the sleepy campers neatly put the blankets over their bedsheets and lay down on top of them. "Can't lay on your bed in your uniform," Mark said as he adjusted his pillow to be puffier. "It might get the sheets dirty." So most campers, when they get to take a nap in the afternoon, they sleep in their uniforms on the blankets, since it takes way too long to get into your pajamas. "That's stupid," Kevin snorted. "Give it a few days and see if you still think that," Ninja said, throwing himself onto the bed, which squeaked loudly. "I'm not going to be here that long," he said. No one said anything to that. Since most of the campers seemed to be getting ready to do their own thing, Kevin figured he might as well try to take a nap to pass the time a little. "What time is dinner?" he asked Mark. Mark had already slumped into his own bed and made himself comfortable on his side. 7:30, he said through a yawn. Still some time until then. Kevin followed the ritual with the blanket, just like the other campers, by tossing it across the entire bed. He didn't want to get the campers in any more trouble for their short stay here. As soon as his head hit the pillow, his eyelids became heavy, and he started to realize just how tired he really was. He was woken up by voices outside the cabin. They were cheerful, but somewhat jaded voices. Teenage voices which took Kevin a long moment to recognize as those belonging to the campers of the other cabins. They must have returned from their duties, Kevin thought to himself as he forced his eyes to open. Some of the other campers from his cabin were already up and buzzing around the cabin. Mark was folding his blanket when he looked up at Kevin. "Good you're up," he said. "We have afternoon class soon. Get ready for it." Kevin clambered to his feet with a groan. He felt groggy, but he didn't want to sleep anymore. "What time is it?" he asked with a hoarse voice. "A little after 3. We have to be in the study hall at 4. Wait, what exactly are we going to do there?" Kevin frowned and inadvertently closed his eyes, having trouble keeping them open. "Study. We have classes like nature, survival, equipment, camp history, and so on. Like you asked." Mark grinned. He neatly patted his folded blanket and bent down next to the bed. He grabbed the sheets from under the bed frame and began tugging them, going from one end of the bed to the other, effectively removing any wrinkles on the top. "Jesus, I thought this camp couldn't get any worse than it already was," Kevin groaned. Mark finished all 4 sides of his bed until the bed was in such a flawless and wrinkleless condition that it looked brand new. "We gotta fix your bed up too," Mark said. Kevin stood up and looked back at his bed. He removed the blanket and stared at the wrinkled mess he left on the sheets. It still didn't look bad, though. No edges were untucked, so Kevin didn't really see the big deal. "I mean, it's not so bad like this, right?" he asked. "It's very bad," Mark said as he knelt and started doing the same sheet-tucking motion from the foot of the bed. "It has to be completely tucked so that there are no wrinkles whatsoever." "Yep, now I'm sure I mistakenly joined the army," Kevin joked. Mark didn't seem to find his joke amusing as he simply continued tugging the edges of the sheets from under the bed frame with a focused expression on his face, his tongue sticking out of his mouth. "There," he said moments later as he stood up, admiring his masterpiece. The bed looked like it was a completely different one than the one Kevin slept on just a minute ago. "Wow, I'm impressed, Mark," he nodded. "You can thank me later. Come on, let's get ready for the lecture," he said and headed outside the cabin. On their way out, Mark proceeded to explain about the lectures they had 5 times a week. So, mornings are essentially used for either assigned duties or training, like learning essentials about survival and nature, giving first aid, that kind of thing. Afternoons are for duties and lectures. Make sure to pay attention because we'll be given a final exam in a few weeks. If you pass, you get a certificate or something. Weekends are just for work. "Man, this camp blows," Kevin disappointedly pointed out. The campers outside looked tired, contrasting the ones from Cabin 4, most of whom were looking fresh and well-rested. Kevin was given a few contemptuous glances, but he did his best to ignore them deliberately. He still felt guilty for pinning the extra work on them, but he would have said the same thing to Dwight if he could turn back the clock. He happened to glance in Michael's direction and noticed that the camper was staring at him. When he realized Kevin saw him, he quickly moved his glance away and pretended to adjust his shoes. "Seriously, what is that guy's problem?" Kevin asked Mark. "I know I messed up and all, but he seemed to dislike me right from the start." Mark shrugged. "I guess Michael's just like that. Probably not very friendly toward new faces or whatever." Kevin scoffed. He looked away from Michael and decided to pass the time by talking to Mark. They exchanged tidbits about their lives back home, what they liked doing, that kind of thing. Although both of them were usually busy with school and homework, Kevin mentioned that he enjoyed spending time with his friends away from home since he wasn't on great terms with his parents. He told Mark how he'd often listen to rock on his earphones in his locked room when he was home, or would simply blast it on the speakers, just to avoid any interaction with his parents. He didn't share any details about his parents, but instead asked Mark to talk about his own life. Mark was a food enthusiast, which was visible on him, as he put it, and his parents used every opportunity they could to remind him of that, even going as far as comparing him to his much skinnier peers. This put a lot of stress on him, and instead caused him to eat even more. He didn't have any friends, so he spent a lot of his time reading and playing video games, as well as with his sister Sherry. Listening to his story, Kevin almost felt grateful for the life he had back home. His parents weren't great, sure, but at least they weren't belittling him like Mark's parents did. "Hey, when this is all over, I'll come visit you and Sherry in Idaho. Or you two can come visit me in Portland." Kevin patted Mark on the back. "We can play some Call of Duty if you want." "No, I'm bad at Call of Duty, or any other first-person shooters. I mostly play single-player games, Mark somberly said, looking at his feet. It was visible from his gradual tone change that he was feeling blue, but Kevin couldn't tell if it was homesickness or just the fact that he reflected on his life the way he did. Okay, how about some fighting games? Mortal Kombat? Mark's gloomy expression changed when he turned his lips up and said with a weak smile, Deal. But be warned, I've played Mortal Kombat for years now. I mean, I didn't have a chance to play with people much, but the ones who went up against me lost. Except for Sherry, he quickly added. I usually let her win. You're a good brother, Mark. All right, you got yourself a challenger then, Kevin smiled. Talking about the things they would do together once this was all over felt good. It brightened Kevin's bleak mood in this god-forsaken place and reminded him about the good things at home. His moment of respite was short-lived, though, because the next thing he knew, Ninja clasped his hands around his mouth and shouted at the top of his lungs. It's 3:45! Move out! Well, time to go, I guess. Kevin tentatively stood up, along with Mark. The study hall was right next to the main lodge and partially across the mess hall. Although it looked somewhat the size of the main lodge on the outside, it felt much smaller on the inside. It was a one-story wooden building, not unlike the rest of the structures in Camp Firwood. It consisted of one narrow corridor, which had 6 rooms, 5 classrooms, and 1 unmarked door. Cabin 4 campers were to enter Classroom 4, which was the second door on the left. The classroom had a blackboard, a teacher's desk, and 10 student desks, all neatly lined up in 2 rows of 5 desks each. A small TV, which looked like it had been there from the 90s, sat in the corner of the room on a metallic cart with wheels, which Kevin assumed would be used for educational purposes. Where do I need to sit? Kevin asked as they entered the classroom. Doesn't matter, as long as you're here, Mark said and took up the front seat. Wait, why don't we sit in the back? Kevin pointed to the seats that were already being taken up by other campers. It doesn't matter. This isn't like school. You have to pay attention, and you can't speak, Mark shrugged. Pfft. Kevin puffed at the absurdity of yet another rule in the camp. He sat at the desk left of Mark, shaking his head at the irony of spending his summer in a school chair. Minutes later, another counselor, Kevin hadn't seen before, waltzed inside, and the murmurs of the campers immediately stopped. It wasn't like back in school, when the students gradually stopped speaking because some of them simply didn't see the counselor walk in. This was an instantaneous silence that immediately shredded the room. Kevin didn't want to stick out like a sore thumb, so he followed the other campers' examples and kept silent. The counselor was older than Dwight, but younger than Mr. Adams, maybe in his mid-20s, and looked like a typical pretty boy with well-combed hair and blue eyes, which girls would be falling for. He also looked fit, and Kevin couldn't help but feel somewhat jealous. The counselor took off his side backpack and gently placed it on the table. Good afternoon, campers, he softly said as he sat down. Good afternoon, Mr. Owens. The campers chanted unanimously, too fast for Kevin to do it along with them. Damn it, Mark. You should have told me. Counselor Adams unzipped the backpack and pulled out a notebook. He took out a pen that he held tucked into his front pocket, much like Mr. Adams, and clicked it only once. He opened the notebook and stared at the pages, tentatively flipping them one by one. Eventually, he found the right page and placed the pen on the paper. Camper Norton, he called out and glanced up at the class attendees. Tough Norton raised his hand and roared, Me! Mr. Owens continued by calling on the other campers one by one. When he got to number 9, he said, Camper William. He looked up, and when no one responded, he called out again, this time more loudly. Camper William isn't with us anymore, Mr. Owens, Steve said. Oh, right. The counselor looked down at his notebook and, with swift motions, scratched something out. We have someone else instead of William now, right? Camper Kevin. Me, Kevin said, raising his hand. The counselor looked at him and nodded before looking down at his notebook and jotting something down briefly. He clicked his pen and tucked it back into his pocket before slamming the notebook shut and shoving it back inside his backpack. He did everything with such finesse that Kevin couldn't help but start feeling an ember of hate forming inside him toward the counselor. He couldn't tell why exactly he felt that way until it hit him, because everything about Counselor Owens felt shallow. He was practically perfect on the outside, but what was in his head? What was he like as a person? Did he care more about having perfectly combed hair for the day than actually doing something good? Or was his personality as good as his looks? Was he able to run a mile without getting winded? Or was his fit appearance just there to look good? How confident or judgmental or kind was he? Those questions raced through Kevin's mind until the counselor looked back up at the campers and leaned in his, much more comfortable, chair and said, Well, campers, you already learned the basics of building a campfire and starting a fire with the equipment you have. But you still haven't learned how to start a fire without equipment. So that's what we'll learn today. He stood up and approached the blackboard, turning his back to the campers. Even the uncomfortable uniform looked so well tailored on him. The counselor began writing something on the blackboard. This would be a great time to talk to others, Kevin thought to himself. But when he looked at Mark and then left at Javier, he realized that all the campers were paying careful attention, staring directly at the blackboard. I'm right here. Where the hell do you think you're looking, camper? The counselor's voice roared so fiercely that it startled Kevin. He looked at Mr. Owens in time to see the counselor angrily staring at him. Once he realized that he'd grabbed Kevin's attention, he turned back to the blackboard and continued drawing something with the chalk. The ember of hate, which previously formed in Kevin, sparked into a full-blown fire. So, as I was saying, you have a spindle, which you will use for friction, Owens continued. Kevin continued staring at the blackboard, but tuned out. Just a little longer, and I'll be getting the fuck out of this place. He gritted his teeth, and used every chance when Mr. Owens was turned around to sneak a peek at the clock on the wall. That was even more boring than my history teacher's classes, Kevin sighed to Mark once they were out of the study hall 2 hours later. Well, you never know when this stuff may come in handy, Mark responded. So why aren't we taking any notes or anything like that? Kevin asked. Mark shrugged. I guess they want us to memorize it. We have most of it in practice in the woods, too. That's the one upside of this fucked up place. I always wanted to learn something related to survival and nature. I just didn't know it was so boring, Kevin said. Not me. I hate going outside, Mark said. As they made their way past the mess hall, they saw the groundskeeper sweeping around it. He gave Kevin a brief contemptuous glance before continuing to do his work. I thought the campers did the sweeping earlier, Kevin frowned, glancing behind himself at the groundskeeper. The groundskeeper still needs to sweep up the remainder of the fallen leaves. I guess the campers made his job easier for him, huh? They returned to their cabins and had another hour to kill before dinner time. By then, the blue sky had already been replaced by orange color, slowly bringing about the end of the day. Kevin hated sunsets. For some reason, they always filled him with a sense of profound sadness. He preferred winters, where the orange color could be entirely skipped and replaced by the star-riddled sky. By this time, he was impatiently tapping his foot on the floor, waiting for the time to pass so that he could find Mr. Adams and call his parents. He contemplated doing it now instead, but he didn't want to bother the counselor in case he was busy with some other work, as much as he wanted out. At 19:15, Dwight came to the cabins and lined up the campers. He personally led them to the mess hall and decided on the order of cabins, making sure that cabin 4 was last in line. It was a personal fuck you to Kevin for talking to him with disrespect earlier, but he didn't mind. They had rice with meat and mushrooms, which was a downgrade from what they had for lunch. Kevin couldn't even tell which animal the meat came from, or even what the meal itself was, until he took a closer look. Combining his disgust with the fact that he wasn't feeling too hungry, he gave Mark his meal. Mark happily took it from him and wolfed down both bowls, making sure to ask Kevin a few times between bites if he was sure about relinquishing his meal. Kevin looked around to see where Mr. Adams was, but he was nowhere in sight. Dwight was there, and so was another counselor he hadn't seen earlier, but not Mr. Adams. I'll be back in a sec, Kevin said and jumped out of his chair. He approached the new counselor, who was observing the situation around. The man became aware of him immediately, but only glanced at him briefly before continuing his surveillance of the campers. Excuse me, have you seen Mr. Adams? He asked. He's not available at this time. You can talk to him in the morning, the man briskly said, not dignifying Kevin with a glance. No, he told me to find him after dinner. Kevin shook his head. Is he in the main lodge? You can talk to him in the morning, the man responded disinterestedly. Feeling frustrated with his counselor's lack of help, Kevin turned on his heel and exited the mess hall. He was the first one to be outside, and by this time, night had already fallen, and the sounds of crickets filled the air. Kevin made his way to the back entrance of the main lodge, but found it to be locked. That's strange. He started to feel a knot turning in his stomach, but ignoring it, he made his way around the building and to the main entrance. Before he even rounded the corner, he heard two voices chit-chatting with each other. He got to the front door and saw two young counselors standing in front, wearing smiles on their faces while gesturing and talking about something. As soon as one of them saw Kevin, his smile dropped, and he raised his hand with a shout. Hey, you there, camper! Where do you think you're going? The two of them took menacing steps forward until they were towering right in front of Kevin. I'm looking for Mr. Adams. He told me to find him after dinner, Kevin said, all confidence drained from his voice. The counselors exchanged glances with each other before the one who shouted asked, "Do you have a duty that Mr. Adams assigned to you?" "No. He told me to find him after dinner so I can call someone to pick me up," he said, the knot in his stomach twisting with more intensity now. The counselor sighed with a disappointed expression on his face. He scratched his cheek and said, "Mr. Adams isn't available during these hours. You'd best go back to your cabin. You can talk to him in the morning." Kevin shook his head, pointing his index finger to the ground. "No, you don't understand. I already asked him earlier today to give me my cell phone, but he said he was busy. And then he told me to—" The other counselor repeatedly tried interrupting Kevin. "He told me to find him after dinner. Now let me in so I can talk to him." "Okay, that's enough," the first counselor said. "You get your ass back to the cabin, or I will drag you to the detention house. You understand?" Detention house? Kevin seriously contemplated punching the counselor in his groin, but he could tell from his facial expression that he was serious. They eyed each other for a long moment, and the counselor looked like he was ready to jump on Kevin. "Fine," Kevin finally said, turning around and starting the way he came. "Ronnie, go escort him back. Make sure he doesn't do something stupid," the counselor said, pointing to his quieter partner. Kevin was fuming by this time. An imaginary scenario played out in his head where he kicked the counselor in the groin and then punched him in the face while he was keeled over, effectively knocking him out. He turned around and shot the counselor an angry look, weighing whether actually fulfilling his fantasy would be worth it. "What? You got a problem, camper? Get your fucking ass back to your cabin, now, before I give you a whole week in detention," the counselor said, now more authoritatively and with a higher tone. Feeling angry but powerless, Kevin turned around and stomped away with the other counselors' steps following closely behind. They walked in silence until they reached the back of the main lodge. "Your friends are still in front of the mess hall. Go join them," the counselor said, pointing to the group of people in front of the mess hall. Not willing to argue anymore, Kevin made his way toward the group, bearing the curious glances of the other campers. "Hey, Dwight," the counselor shouted, grabbing the attention of the assistant counselor right away. "What?" Dwight shouted, and just then, Kevin saw him emerge from the shadowy part under the mess hall. "You got a problematic one. Keep an eye on him until he's back in his cabin, will ya?" Dwight shot an angry look at Kevin before scoffing and turning back to the other counselor. "Sure, you got it." The counselor who escorted Kevin turned around and left while Kevin started walking toward the middle of the crowd, trying to blend in, despite most of the faces being turned in his direction. "Hold up, camper," Dwight called out to him. Kevin stopped in his tracks and made an angry grimace before turning around to face Dwight. The assistant counselor stood with his hands on his hips, staring down at Kevin with a malevolent look on his face. "What do you want?" Kevin asked. Dwight took another step closer so he was merely inches away from Kevin's face. He leaned closer to his ear and, with a low tone, said, "You do best to watch your fucking mouth, camper. You're not home anymore, and you're going to be here for a long time. So you'd best get ready to take orders." He stepped back with a contented smile before turning around and shouting, "All right, shitstains, back to your cabins. Now." He turned to Kevin and said with a smirk, "That's one extra point added to your trial." With that, he left. The campers immediately started moving like a herd back toward the cabins. Kevin stood, feeling defeated for a moment, waiting until he had blended with the middle of the crowd. He then started walking along with them, holding his head down the entire time. The knot, twisting earlier in his stomach, was gone now, and he was instead left feeling drained of all energy, devoid of any willpower. He was too tired to even fight back. Once he was back in his cabin, and he sat down on his bed, he started processing what just happened. This was a dream. It had to be. He couldn't possibly be a prisoner in this camp, could he? "Now, do you believe me?" Mark appeared next to him with a bland facial expression. Kevin lethargically looked in his direction, still deep in his thoughts, only half processing what Mark said. "What?" he asked confusedly. "You can't leave, can you?" Mark asked. Kevin realized just then that all eyes in the cabin were directed at him. The campers were standing around his bed and staring at him with expressionless faces. "No, I can leave. It's just— Mr. Adams is busy tonight is all," Kevin said, looking down. "Sure he is. Just like every night," Ninja said. "And then when you talk to him in the morning, he tells you he forgot, and promises he'll give you your phone after dinner. And if you argue, you get detention." "So what? You're trying to say that the parents didn't know they were signing us up for a prison? And for what purpose? Kevin jeered with ironic laughter. Mark made a grimace, which vocalized instead of him. Other campers just exchanged glances awkwardly. The Firwood Wraith, Steve said. Campers are being sacrificed to it. Oh, come on, Steve. Not this shit again, Clean Ryan said annoyedly. There's no such thing as ghosts. Well, then what happened to the other campers, Norton? Why did they go missing? Steve asked. They didn't go missing. They left. They completed their trial and left. Voices broke out, some confirming Steve's statements, others disagreeing and saying it was nonsense. Something is out there, Steve finally said, and silenced the others. If it's not the Wraith, then something else. Utter silence fell on the room. Are you guys serious? Kevin raised his eyebrows. So you want to tell me that the camp punishes the campers by sacrificing them to some boogeyman in the woods? Come on. He shot up from his bed and said exasperately, I gotta say, you had me there for a moment, but the story is too far-fetched. Gotta hand it to you guys, though. You really organized the prank well. He laughed while the other campers stared at him in silence. We're not fucking with you, Kevin, Tough Norton said, sitting on his own bed. You think we want to be here? You think we want to do as these pricks tell us? Norton's right, Steve said. None of us want to be here. Clean Ryan interjected. That doesn't mean we're prisoners here. Don't listen to them, Kevin. They didn't tell you that in addition to picking campers for the trial, they also pick one well-behaved camper to go home earlier. What? Is that true? Kevin asked. Steve hesitated. Well, yes, but that doesn't take away from the fact that campers who were picked for the trial need to go to the woods to survive a number of days, based on how many negative points you got. And not to mention that most of us have been here much longer than we should have been. Kevin remained silent, not knowing what to say in response. Norton, Steve called out to him. How long have you been here? 8 weeks, Norton nonchalantly said. He was splayed on his bed like on a beach, on his elbow and with one leg stretched out. And when were you supposed to leave? Steve asked. Norton kept quiet for a moment before answering more somberly this time. 2 goddamn weeks ago. And why did they send you here? Steve asked, staring at Kevin. Behavioral correction, or some shit like that. Kevin glanced at Norton, and then back at Steve. Steve put his hand on Mark's shoulder and asked, Mark, you've been here for almost 2 weeks now. Why did they send you here? Mark scratched his arm and looked down shyly. My parents said it was a weight loss camp. They said it would last 10 weeks. Javier, what about you? Steve looked at the camper. 8 weeks. Sent for cultural awareness training. Was supposed to leave last week, Javier recited, giving Kevin a contemptuous glower. Steve threw his hands up as if to show he proved a point and said, See? We were all sent here for different reasons. So by all rights, each camper should have different training here, right? But we all do the same shit. And most of us were already supposed to leave. But we can't leave. And we can't talk to our parents under some excuse that it would break the immersion. Bullshit, Kevin retorted angrily. Your parents would have arrived here by now. The police would have come to investigate. Your story has holes in it. Steve shook his head. That's the thing. Nobody is coming to check up on us. I know this sounds hard to believe, but it's the truth. Nerdy Van jumped to interject. I honestly think you guys are blowing it out of proportion. We were clearly sent here for some improvement, yes, but I don't think we're actual prisoners. I sure as heck don't believe that the Firwood Wraith is anything more than a figment of our imagination, blown out of proportions by the circulating stories. Then why aren't our parents coming to pick us up? Norton asked, with a hint of frustration in his voice. Because if they told us the camp lasted longer, we'd object, Nerdy Van said. Think of it this way. Maybe the camp has a job to fix something about us that our parents requested, or maybe not. Maybe they just want us to be more disciplined, more obedient, and hard-working. If they told us that they were sending us to the camp for those reasons, most of us would rebel, and come back from the camp worse off than we were before we joined. Kevin's head was spinning. He didn't know what to believe anymore. A prisoner in a summer camp? A murdering ghost? So then why don't you just leave? There are no walls or anything to stop you from running. You could easily just leave the place. Steve shook his head before Kevin even finished his sentence, further elevating his frustration. Haven't you been listening to what we just said? Most of the campers are afraid of stepping near the woods because of the Firwood Wraith. Even if they were brave enough, they wouldn't last long enough. Who knows how far these woods go? Javier interjected. The counselors here don't even need to have eyes everywhere since no one will try to escape. It would be suicide. Last year, a camper tried it and died in the woods. It's true, Mark nodded fervently. The counselors always remind us how there are dangerous animals and bear traps set all over the place. They said, if you step into one of those, it'll break your leg, and you're as good as dead. Yeah, it might take you days to reach any place where other humans live, Slow Ethan responded. We're in Oregon. It can't be that far, right? Do you have any idea where exactly we even are? Steve asked. I don't know. Deschutes National Forest? Willamette? Ochoco? Shit, I don't know, man. No idea which direction we even went in. Exactly. You could be stumbling for days and end up nowhere, Steve said. Kevin rubbed his eyes. He felt frustrated, confused, angry, and many other negative emotions he couldn't recognize. This couldn't be happening. He was home yesterday. He talked and chilled with his friends and planned what they were going to do when he returned home. And now, he was a prisoner in Camp Firwood with no way to escape? No. The campers must be wrong. He would prove them wrong. He pointed his finger to the ground angrily. So let me just get this straight. Campers here typically stay longer than usual, but they get to leave either by getting picked during the so-called choosing to go home due to good behavior, or by making it through the trial. And if I understood correctly, the trial is basically surviving in the woods based on the number of negative points you were given? Steve nodded and opened his mouth, but Kevin raised his tone. And you guys never get to see what happened to the campers after they get picked in the choosing. So you believe that the campers who go through the trial are getting killed by a wraith in the woods? And that we are prisoners in this camp? Steve looked at the other campers, but all of them remained silent. Kevin scoffed and shook his head before saying, I'm leaving tomorrow, one way or another. And when I do, I'm calling the police and shutting this whole fucking place down. There's no way in hell I'm letting them abuse campers like this. Steve sighed loudly and glanced down at his feet before looking back up at Kevin with a pitiful look in his eye. You should get ready for lights out. It's going to be a long day tomorrow. He turned around and made his way through the crowd of campers, back to his locker next to Kevin's bed. The other campers seemed to consider this the end of the discussion, so they, too, went to take off their uniforms and don their pajamas, after which they picked up their hygiene items from the top drawer. They folded their uniforms in a similar fashion, like the extra set that was kept in their locker, and they placed it on top of the drawer. Kevin mimicked their actions and put his own uniform on top neatly. The campers went to brush their teeth one by one in the tiny restroom they had. The biggest problem seemed to come from Slow Ethan, since he spent way more time than the others in there. Once Steve was done, and it was Kevin's turn, he patted Steve on the back and asked, Where are the showers? There aren't any, Steve replied. What? So how do we clean ourselves? Kevin shot him a wide-eyed glance. You don't. Once a week the counselors take us to the showers, and we have 10 minutes to wash there. Steve picked up his toothbrush and paste, making his way back to the sleeping quarters with the squeaking sound of his slippers with each step. Wow, this just keeps getting better and better. The campers spent some more time talking to each other or lying in bed. Nerdy Van was reading a book about survival and nature, which the camp so generously decided to give him. At some point during this time, Kevin glanced through the window on the left side of the cabin and saw a commotion coming from cabin 3. All the campers lined up and were standing next to their beds, still. Mark approached Kevin and told him, Dwight will be here soon for a roll call. When he enters, just stand right here next to your bed and answer when he calls you. Kevin nodded, lacking any more strength to ask or say anything back. Within less than a minute, the commotion in cabin 3 ended, and the main entrance of cabin 4 swung open. Dwight's punchable face appeared in the sleeping quarters. He was carrying a notepad similar to the one Mr. Adams was using. Line up! One of the campers shouted to alert the others. Everyone in the room shot out of their beds and stood up on the left side of their beds. Kevin was right across from Mark, so they were staring at each other face to face. There was a moment of silence until Dwight started calling on the campers one by one. Once all 10 were checked as present, he turned around and left the cabin without a word. Then the commotion came in cabin 5, which Kevin was able to see from the window on his side of the wall. By this time, all the campers in cabin 4 got in their beds and covered themselves. Kevin did the same, trying to sleep on his side but unable to due to the narrowness of the bed. He turned on his back, knowing he would probably have a hard time falling asleep in that position. The lights suddenly went out, leaving only the moonlight gleaming in through the window with a dark, bluish glow. Somewhere in the distance, music started playing. Kevin perked up his ears, trying to decipher what the music was, but it was barely audible. The more he listened, the more he recognized it, and with a sickening feeling, he realized that it was the same music that Mr. Adams was humming earlier that day. A minute later, the music stopped. He thought about his friends. Right now, they could be sitting in Henry's place and drinking. He wondered if they thought about him, or if they continued hanging out as if he was never even a part of their group. He saw Amy's smile in his mind's eye, and it gave him some comfort. Despite being dead tired, he couldn't fall asleep for another hour. Chapter 5. The Communications Building. Kevin was startled awake by the same anthem that played last night. This time, however, it was loud enough to wake up the dead. He opened his eyes and shot up from his bed to sit on the edge. He realized that the bright morning light illuminated the cabin, effectively blinding him in his groggy condition. The other campers were already hopping out of their beds and opening their drawers, grabbing their toothbrushes. Kevin yanked the covers off of himself and swung his feet to the left, hopping out of his own bed. "Come on," Mark said raspily in the commotion. "We gotta brush our teeth, make our beds, put on our uniforms, and get ready for lineup." Kevin shook his head, unable to utter any coherent words after the shocking wake-up call. He rubbed his eyes and, after clambering up to his feet, opened the top drawer of his locker and snagged the brush and paste. He jumped into his slippers and made his way to the lineup of campers in front of the bathroom. One by one, they were finishing up brushing their teeth and rushing back inside the sleeping quarters. By this time, Kevin was still feeling hazy from waking up early, albeit a little less. He found out moments later that they were woken up at 7 a.m. Mark waited for Kevin to finish up, and once they got back, they made their beds and jumped into their uniforms. Mark corrected the remaining blemishes on Kevin's bed and then straightened his uniform, correcting his collar and telling him to tuck his shirt inside the pants neatly. "Remember, no wrinkles," Mark said. "What? Not even on my uniform?" Kevin said as he reluctantly stuffed the bottom of his shirt inside the pants on all sides. "Yes, they don't take lightly to that." "Well, fuck them very much," Kevin said, starting to finally wake up a little bit. It was nearing 20 minutes past 7 when Mark and Kevin got out in front of the cabins. Some of the other campers were already there, and the ones who were still inside were coming out one by one. The crowd was becoming larger and larger by the minute, but the lack of enthusiasm was apparent in the group. By 7:30, Mr. Adams and Dwight arrived at the cabins. Mr. Adams was carrying his same notepad as yesterday, looking fresh and well-rested. "Line up, campers!" he shouted jovially. The campers needed no more pushing. They quickly rushed into their memorized spots. Kevin remembered where he was supposed to stand and promptly got between Michael and Steve. He planned on simply sitting by the table on the side until he got Mr. Adams's attention, but he knew that that would probably only get the campers in trouble again. He would wait until Mr. Adams was done with his bullshit inspection routine. The chirping of birds and Mr. Adams scribbling something on his notepad were heard for a while, mixed with the silent breeze blowing in the branches of the trees. "Campers, recite," Mr. Adams commanded. Immediately, the campers unanimously began reciting. "Discipline is the mother of all values. Discipline is the bridge between goals and accomplishments. By following the rules of the camp, I will become a disciplined and better person. Discipline is the core value of Camp Firwood. Discipline is the core value of life." Kevin listened, mesmerized, wondering if he had perhaps stumbled into a fucking cult rather than a summer camp. He wanted to laugh, but again refused to get the campers in more trouble. "Dwight, go inspect the cabins," Mr. Adams said and clicked his pen. Dwight nodded, mumbling a meager, "Yes, Mr. Adams," before running behind the lined-up campers and into the first of the cabins. Mr. Adams then started the roll call, beginning with Cabin 1. The whole process took a few minutes until the list even reached Kevin. When Kevin shouted, "Me," Mr. Adams shot him a glance before checking him off the list, not showing anyhow that he remembered who he was or what he promised him yesterday. Once everyone was accounted for, Mr. Adams lowered his notepad just in time for Dwight to return from Cabin 5. He made his way around the left side of the campers toward Mr. Adams. "What have you got, Dwight?" Mr. Adams asked, placing his hands behind his back. Dwight stopped next to Mr. Adams and read aloud. Kevin 2, bed 7. Not made well. Mr. Adams mumbled an before looking through his notepad and taking out his pen, clicking it loudly 3 times. Kevin 2, bed 7, Camper Shane. He looked up at the first row. One of the campers from the front row raised his head with a meager shout of, "Me." Mr. Adams nodded and scribbled something down. "That's 4 negative points already, Camper Shane." "What else, Dwight?" He turned back to Dwight. Kevin 4, bed 9. Son of a bitch. Kevin gritted his teeth in anger. There was no way his bed wasn't made well. He and Mark made sure it was up to standard. "Kevin 4, bed 9. Camper Kevin," Mr. Adams called out, raising his chin to get a better look at the back rows. Kevin didn't respond, but instead just stared at Mr. Adams. The counselor darted his eyes around the campers. "The fucker is pretending not to know who I am." "He's the one, Mr. Adams." Dwight impatiently pointed his finger at Kevin, glancing at Mr. Adams in anticipation. Mr. Adams squinted at Kevin, pointing his pen at him. "Are you Camper Kevin?" Kevin stared at him angrily, waiting for Mr. Adams to correct himself, but he instead found himself locked in a staring contest. "Just say yes," Steve mumbled through his teeth. "Yes," Kevin hissed. "That's not how you address the head counselor, Camper," Dwight shouted, shooting Kevin a frown, furrowing his nose. "Quiet, Dwight," Mr. Adams interrupted him as he glanced down at his notepad. "Why aren't you answering when called on, Camper?" He looked up from his notepad in Kevin's direction, staring him down for a prolonged moment. He sighed and looked back at his papers, tapping his pen upon the notepad. "What was wrong with his bed?" he asked Dwight, not moving his eyes from the notepad. "It was a complete mess, Mr. Adams," Dwight excitedly said. "The sheets were not tightly tucked in, and the blanket was not folded." Kevin was on the verge of calling Dwight a liar, but he stopped himself at the last second. He didn't want to get the other campers punished again. Mr. Adams said as he scribbled something down. "Okay, since it's only your second day, Camper, I'm not going to give you an extra day for the trial. Let's see now." He tapped his pen on the notepad continuously, which made the air feel heavy in anticipation of what was to come. Finally, he looked in Dwight's direction and said, "Give him 30 minutes of bed-making." Dwight stared at Mr. Adams obediently, not uttering a word. Mr. Adams continued, "Make sure you're there, watching him the entire time, and bring him to join the rest of the campers in the mess hall once you're done. You understand?" "Yes, Mr. Adams. But who will take the campers to the mess hall?" Dwight looked concerned, although Kevin assumed that he just didn't want to spend the next 30 minutes teaching one individual camper how to make his bed properly. "I will. Don't you worry about that, Dwighty boy. Just teach Camper Kevin how to make his bed." "Yes, Mr. Adams." Dwight nodded energetically and immediately started making his way through the ranks of campers with hurried steps. "Come on, Camper. Move your ass," he shouted at Kevin. Kevin shot Mr. Adams one last angry glance, fuming on the inside, but the counselor was staring elsewhere. It felt like he was deliberately avoiding looking at Kevin. With utter hesitation, Kevin followed Dwight behind the lines of campers and toward cabin 4. Mr. Adams's jovial voice bellowed from behind him. "All right, campers, follow me. As soon as I call my parents and they're on their way here, I'll fuck you up, Counselor Adams. Get in." Dwight stopped next to the staircase and gestured with his head for Kevin to step inside the cabin. Kevin silently obeyed, taking off his shoes in the foyer, all the while being hurried by Dwight, and swinging the door of the sleeping quarters open. He walked over to his bed, and the sight in front of him made him want to turn around, jump on Dwight, and smash his head on the wooden floor. The bedsheets were messily untucked from his bed on one side, and the blanket was left in a heap at the foot of the bed. "What the hell did you do to my bed, Dwight?" Kevin gestured to the bed as he angrily retorted to Dwight. "That's Assistant Counselor Dwight to you, fuckface. You got it?" Dwight got into his face, staring down at him from the height. Kevin relentlessly stared up at him, refusing to back down. If he backed down or looked away, Dwight would have the upper hand. "Well, what are you waiting for? Start making your bed, camper." Dwight leaned even closer, a gust of his rancid breath hitting Kevin in the face. Kevin turned around and knelt in front of his bed, partially just to get away from Dwight's putrid breath. He began straightening the sheets and tucking them under the mattress. It took him a minute to undo Dwight's sabotage and adequately fold the blanket. "I'm getting the hang of this," he thought to himself with a mixture of anger and pride. There, Kevin angrily remarked. Let me see that. Dwight shoved him aside and stepped closer to the bed. He bent down to look for any blemishes and then walked around the bed, carefully inspecting every nook and cranny. Okay, we still have about 25 minutes, he finally retorted, grabbing the sheets and yanking them off the mattress. Get to it. The blanket on top of the sheets woefully unfurled on the bed as Kevin stared at the messy bed. He imagined grabbing the sheets and strangling Dwight with them, but there was no way he would be able to do that, of course. Dwight was much bigger than him. He could possibly throw a successful punch or two, but there was no way he could overpower this gorilla. He did manage to beat one bigger guy in a fight once, back when he and the gang were hanging out in a secluded street basketball court. A group of 3 people was passing by, and one of them, a tall oaf, stopped by the fence and kept throwing comments in their direction, mostly insults directed at Lewis. Lewis said he didn't know his name, but he knew him from his school as a guy who constantly bullied others. Kevin didn't want to stand for that shit, so he called out the guy. Pretty soon, the 2 groups were facing each other in the center of the court with Kevin and the oaf at the front, chest to chest. He was taller by at least a whole head and looked like he weighed double Kevin's weight, but that didn't stop Kevin from fighting back. He wasn't even going to start a fight, but when the fat oaf tossed a comment in Amy's direction about how he'd like to take her for a ride, Kevin's fist automatically flew up toward the fucker's face. He knocked him down on his knee and, from there, landed another punch that toppled him sideways on the ground. The bully was suddenly no longer tough, but instead shielded his face with both hands and pleaded with Kevin to stop. Seeing this, Kevin got an even higher burst of adrenaline, and he ordered the bully and his 2 lackeys to get out of there before he beats up all of them. The oaf scrambled up to his feet and began staggering out of the court along with his 2 friends, shouting something cliché down the lines of, "This isn't over." The next 30 minutes or so were spent with Kevin being the center of the attention, praised by Henry, Rick, Lewis, and Amy as the hero of the group. Amy thanked him and gave him a kiss on the cheek, which made him burn with pride he'd never experienced before. Lewis later confirmed that the bully always looked the other way when they saw each other in school, much to Kevin's contentment. Now that Kevin was with Dwight in the room, he tried to compare him to the oaf from Lewis's school in his mind's eye. The oaf was just fat, and Dwight looked somewhat muscular, athletic even. There was no way Kevin could take him down even with a surprise punch. No problem. I'll do as he asks, and then I'm out of here. He bent down and started making his bed, more slowly this time. He knew that Dwight was going to revel in every minute of his punishment, so he may as well take it slower so that he doesn't need to make his bed so many times. The next 20 minutes were filled with grueling making and unmaking, coupled with Dwight's taunts and insults, calling Kevin a useless snail, an unsuccessful abortion, and a few other demeaning names. Kevin ignored all of them and silently made his bed time after time, knowing that the end was near. "All right, you're done here for now," Dwight said with a hint of disappointment in his voice. "Get to the mess hall." Kevin stood up, his knees painful from the kneeling, and went toward the exit. "Not so fast, camper," Dwight called out from behind. Kevin pressed his lips tightly together and turned around to see what Dwight wanted. The assistant counselor grabbed the bedsheet and yanked it, unmaking Kevin's bed. He then did the same thing to the other 4 beds in the same row and said, "Looks like your cabin mates didn't make their own beds, so you'll have to do it for them. Make sure they're nice and tight before you go to the mess hall." He pushed his way past Kevin with his shoulder with a smirk on his face. A moment later, the sound of the entrance door opening resounded, and Dwight's voice came from behind Kevin. "Oh, and, you better hurry if you don't want to stay hungry, because the mess hall closes in less than 10 minutes. Dwight shut the door, leaving Kevin alone in the room with messed up beds. Kevin was on the verge of crying from anger. He kicked the leg of the closest bed, fuming. He inhaled through his teeth and exhaled with a hiss, staring at the mess in front of him. He thought about simply leaving without actually making the beds, but something in him pushed him to complete his camper's duty. It wasn't a camper's obligation. It was an obligation to his peers. It took him more than 5 minutes, and he was covered in sweat by the time he was done since he rushed to finish the job. Once he finally finished, he rushed out of the cabin and, with a sprint, made his way toward the mess hall. By the time he arrived, all the campers were already sitting outside, finished with their meals. "Kevin, how was the—" Mark started with a look of curiosity on his face. "Not now!" Kevin shouted, rushing inside the mess hall. The building was empty, save for campers on kitchen duty who were cleaning the tables. The food line was unattended, and with dread, Kevin rushed to it, desperately looking for someone to serve him. There was still food there from what he could tell. Scrambled eggs and low-quality looking sausages, although it was evident from the lack of steam and color that they had long since gone cold. "Hello?" Kevin shouted, eagerly holding his platter and trying to glance behind the food line. Lunch Lady Daisy peeked through the door in inquisitiveness seconds later. She waddled to the food line and jerked her head up at Kevin. "What?" she asked. "I had some duties. I just arrived for breakfast," Kevin said. "Food line is closed. Come back for lunch," the lady emotionlessly retorted before turning around. "No, wait. You don't understand. I just finished my duties. I couldn't come earlier. Can I please have some food?" The lunch lady leaned on the counter and, with a frown, said, "Boy, if I say the food line is closed, that means the food line is closed. I don't make exceptions. Now get on out of here before I call the counselors." She waved her gigantic arms toward the exit door, her triceps wobbling furiously in the process. Was there a point in arguing with her? Probably not. He would just get himself or his fellow campers in more trouble. Kevin threw the platter loudly on top of the other platters and stormed out, feeling angry and hungry. The campers were talking to each other and luckily didn't bat an eye toward Kevin, which he was grateful for. He didn't want to answer the questions he expected them to ask about Dwight and the punishment. When as he stepped out, a hand grabbed his shoulder. "Hey, Kev, you okay?" Mark asked him. "I'm fine, Mark. Look, I really don't feel like talking right now, so okay, just hold on a second." Mark bent sideways and reached into his pocket. He glanced around in suspicion like a thief, and moments later, he pulled out something that looked like a sandwich. But upon closer inspection, Kevin realized it was actually a sausage between two pieces of bread. "I figured you wouldn't make it in time, so I told Jeremy to sneak me another sausage on the line," Mark said, handing the food to Kevin. "Here, eat it before one of the counselors sees it." Kevin lethargically took the sandwich, his mind absent. He was overwhelmed suddenly with a flood of emotions. Mark, the rule-abiding camper, snuck a sandwich out of the mess hall for Kevin because he assumed he would be hungry. "Mark, he started, but couldn't find the words to express his gratitude verbally. The most synonymous way to show his appreciation would have been to hug him, but he couldn't do it for a variety of reasons, being misinterpreted as emotional, or, God forbid, homosexual. That would probably be a death sentence for both him and Mark in a place like Camp Firwood. But he also didn't have it in him to express his emotions adequately without cringing. "Thank you. Really. I appreciate this a ton," he mumbled, sounding barely coherent. "Don't talk. Just eat. And eat it fast since the counselors will be here any minute. Our training starts soon. And make sure they don't see you, or we'll both be scrubbing the toilets for a week." Kevin took a big bite. Despite the bread being old and crumbly and the sausage having a sinewy taste, it was an immensely enjoyable breakfast. He finished it within a minute, wiping the oil on his mouth with his forearm in case any evidence of his illegal food consumption remained. Within minutes, Counselors Baldwin, Mr. Adams, Dwight, and three others whom Kevin didn't recognize came out and the campers lined up. Mr. Adams handpicked 5 random campers for wood chopping duty, who Dwight proceeded to lead to the task. The counselors then divided their own duties per cabins. "All right, let's see," Mr. Adams said, reading off his notes. "Baldwin, you take cabin 1 for tent setup. Johnson, you're with cabin 2. Take them to..." He annoyingly extended the final word. "Campfire training. O'Brien, cabin 3, packing things inside their backpacks. Get the campers to pick up their stuff from lockers. Torres, you take cabin 4, primitive tool creation and usage. I'll take cabin 5 for, well, whatever they have." The counselors started leading campers one by one in groups, and when it was time for cabin 4, Kevin dared to step out of the line and approach Mr. Adams. Counselor Torres, a morbidly obese counselor with a furrowed brow, didn't seem to notice it in his focus of waddling alongside the line of campers and panting heavily. "Mr. Adams," Kevin called out sternly, despite the counselor's gaze being focused elsewhere, on purpose, Kevin thought. Mr. Adams snapped his head in Kevin's direction and grinned courteously. Fake smile, Kevin thought to himself with disgust. He wasn't entirely sure if the disgust was from the fake smile or from the sinewy taste that still lingered in his mouth from the piece of sausage stuck in his tooth. "Camper, what can I do for you?" the counselor asked jovially. "We talked yesterday about me leaving the camp. I looked for you last night, but your counselors practically dragged me from the main lodge." Mr. Adams listened attentively with a focused expression on his face before snapping his fingers and saying, Right, I remember. I already called your parents this morning, and I'm afraid I have some bad news for you. Unfortunately, they decided that they really want you to stay in the camp until your time is over. So I promised I'd try to make you as comfortable as I can while you're here. Is that all right with you? He asked patronizingly. He already called my parents? And they said no, just like that? Kevin found this suspicious. There was no way his parents, especially his father, would just tell Mr. Adams no. He would insist on talking to Kevin himself to give him a good lecture before sending him back to the camp. No, Mr. Adams was lying. The son of a bitch. Well, I would really like to talk to them myself, if you don't mind, Kevin insisted. Mr. Adams drew his breath and through his teeth, his face twisted into a grimace as if he was in pain, before saying, I'm sorry, camper. I can't give you your cell phone while you're still technically a camper. I'd get into a lot of trouble for it. You understand, right? Kevin smiled courteously, already prepared for a comeback. All right, not a problem. Then I'll just leave the camp on my own. I'll give you your shitty uniform back, but I want my stuff, and then I'm gone. It felt good to say that as a small act of defiance. Mr. Adams's facial expression changed from a grimace to a serious look, which incessantly focused on Kevin. I'm sorry, camper, Mr. Adams said reticently, but I have rules I need to follow. Your safety is my concern, and I can't just let you go. Not until your parents sign some papers. Now, if you'll kindly get back in line. No, Kevin said, unwilling to budge. I won't. The campers from Cabin 5 shifted in their spots nervously. Mr. Adams's lips turned up in a smile, but his eyes remained furious. Excuse me? He asked. I said, I won't, Kevin retorted defiantly, too frustrated with Mr. Adams and this entire fucking camp. He would take no more from any of the counselors. Mr. Adams's expression remained the same, but his face turned red. Mr. Torres, he called out, still staring at Kevin. Yes, Mr. Adams, Counselor Torres's rough voice bellowed from somewhere far behind Kevin. This camper insists on making a call back home. Take him to the communications center. Let him talk to his folks, and then bring him back to training. Yes, sir. Counselor Torres nodded, his double chin shaking vigorously. He turned to the campers he was leading and shouted, You there, camper, he shouted, pointing at Steve. Lead the group to the designated trading spot. You know where that is, right? Yes, Mr. Torres, Steve said. Kevin saw Mark's worried expression before the group continued walking in the opposite direction. He looked back at Mr. Adams, once again locking himself in a staring contest with him. He heard Torres's toddling steps approaching him before he felt a massive hand on his shoulder. Come with me, camper. This way, he said with a mixture of gentleness and authority, steering the boy to move to the right and forcing him to avert his gaze from Mr. Adams. Only when he was forced to start walking did Kevin look away from Mr. Adams. On their way to the communications building, Torres didn't say a word, save for when he needed to re-steer Kevin in the right direction. They were headed down the road to the left of the main grounds. They went past the main lodge and a couple of other buildings before turning left, following a small trail that stretched between the tall trees and ended in the distance in front of a lonesome building. Unlike most of the structures in Camp Firwood, this building was actually made of concrete, much to Kevin's surprise. Why is this building so isolated? Kevin asked, looking straight ahead of him. The cacophony of footsteps was his only response. He was sure that Torres heard him because there were only the two of them, but yet he ignored him. Fine. Don't tell me, asshole. As they got closer, it became apparent that the building was actually relatively small, maybe no bigger than the campers' cabin. It had small, square-shaped windows, but Kevin couldn't see inside. There was one metallic door in front where the trail ended, serving as the entrance. Kevin started to feel a sense of suspicion growing within him. Something felt off over here, but he couldn't tell what. He ignored his gut instinct and tried pushing that thought to the back of his mind. What are they going to do? Imprison me and keep me here forever? My parents know I'm here. As soon as they reached the building, Torres put his hand on Kevin's shoulder and effectively stopped him from moving forward. Wait here, he croaked before approaching the door. He raised one meaty hand and knocked loudly. A moment of birds chirping filled the air with a mixture of eerie silence before the sound of the door unlocking echoed loudly from the inside. The door swung open, and a young counselor, maybe in his early 20s, stood at the entrance. Mr. Torres, he nodded respectfully to the counselor. What can I do for you? Torres raised his hand and pointed with a thumb behind himself at Kevin. This camper wants to make a call home. The young counselor looked in Kevin's direction with curiosity before turning back to Torres and nodding with equal respect as before. Yes, sir. Right away, sir, he said, motioning with his hand for Kevin to approach him. Come on, in here, camper. Kevin took a tentative step forward, even though every fiber in his body was screaming at him not to step inside. The relentless gazes of the two counselors put pressure on him. Step by step, he got closer until he entered the building. He found himself in a small office-like room with a bed in one corner and a desk in the other. Another young counselor was sitting by the desk, jotting something down, until he saw Kevin walk in. He dropped his pen and stood up at attention. The other counselor, who still held the door, looked at Torres and said, Don't worry, Mr. Torres. We'll bring him back as soon as he's done. Kevin didn't hear Torres answer, but the next thing he did hear was the sound of the sturdy metallic door closing behind him and the lock echoing once more. His panic grew even more, especially now that he was trapped with these two counselors and no way of calling for help. The young man who locked the door put his hand forward with a smile and said, I'm Peter. This is Jordan. Kevin tentatively shook his hand, doing his best to steady the shaking and hoping the counselor hadn't noticed it. Kevin Kevin, he mumbled. Well, Kevin, nice to meet you, Peter said. Now, let's get you to the phone, shall we? He walked over to the door on the other side and opened it for Kevin. Right this way. Kevin tried to see what was behind the door, but it was too dark. He looked to the right at the other counselor, who smiled even more widely. Come on now, don't be shy. We have landlines in here, Peter said in a friendly tone. Why don't you go in first? He asked. Sure. Peter smiled and strode inside with confidence, merging with the darkness. Kevin slowly took a step forward, his heart thumping. He wanted nothing more than to run to the exit, unlock it, and get out of the building. He might make it. He might manage to unlock the door and make a break for it, but there was no way he'd outrun the counselors. In the end, what exactly would be in here that caused him such primordial panic? Maybe he was just paranoid, and the other campers' stories were starting to get to him. It was stupid. With that thought, he stepped over the threshold, further squinting to see anything in the dark. He saw that he was in a corridor of some sort, but he couldn't see anything more than that. Right there, Peter said from somewhere in front. Where? I can't see an... Before he could finish the sentence, he felt a jolt of pain surge through the back of his leg. He found himself losing balance and falling on his knees. Another forceful impact on his side, and he fell sideways. That's when the pain in his leg came, searing and overwhelming. He felt more impact on various parts of his body and, through the dark, managed to realize that he was repeatedly punched or kicked. He shielded his face as his stomach, arms, legs, and head throbbed with pain. You don't like our camp, you little shit? One of the counselors shouted between hits with intensity. The hitting persisted for a minute or so before they stopped. Their panting filled the air. All right. I think he's had enough. Let's throw him into the cell. Chapter 6. Detention. Kevin's entire body was throbbing with pain. He managed to protect his face partially, but the counselors still succeeded in throwing a punch or two. He ran his fingers across his front teeth to see if they were still intact, and breathed a sigh of relief when he realized that they were. He slowly got his bearings and, with a pained groan, got up on his feet. The first thing he noticed was the hard, piss-like smell. It was like a gas station bathroom. He looked around the room and immediately figured out what he should have realized long before stepping inside the building. This was no communications building. The room was barely large enough for him to completely stretch his legs when lying down. A small bed, much smaller than the one in the cabin, was hanging off the walls by a pair of chains on either side. The mattress was so thin that the bed looked more like a street bench. If he had to stay here overnight, sleeping on that monstrosity was going to be torture. A rusty sink sat in the middle of the wall, the tap looking so browned that Kevin imagined it spewing shit-mixed water. On the floor in the corner, right next to the sink, was a ceramic plate with a hole inside and a moist-looking toilet paper roll beside it. Right next to the hole was a brown stain. With a shudder, Kevin realized that it was a literal shithole and would serve as his bathroom in case he had to go. It also explained the smell, which nearly made him gag. The wall where the door was supposed to be was instead replaced by metal bars, looking out into the dimly lit corridor where he was beaten just before. Right across from his cell was another cell, and since the lights were on, he realized that the entire corridor was a cell block. He couldn't peek through the bars outside, but he estimated that the whole block had 5 cells on each side. The cells in front of him were empty, giving him a feeling of claustrophobia. That feeling was drowned out by the anger that started to boil deep inside him. He was angry at Mr. Adams. He was angry at the detention counselors for beating him up. He was angry at Dwight. He was angry at the entire camp. And most of all, he was angry at his parents for bringing him here. Why did his parents do it? Why would they want to bring him to this hellhole? Did they not research this place enough before bringing him here? Was this some kind of secret organization that kidnapped teens and kept them imprisoned? What if his parents or the police never found him? What if he never saw his friends again? What if he never went on a date with Amy like he'd planned to? What if everyone he held dear to him eventually forgot about him? What if he became just another missing persons case that the neighborhood talked about in passing? A million questions raced through his head, which began drowning his anger and slowly replacing it with fear. He wanted to scream and kick the bars, but he knew that would do no good. If anything, the counselors would be on him in seconds to beat him again. But he had to know how long he was going to be here and what to expect. Not knowing what was waiting for him scared him beyond words. "Hey! Hey!" he shouted as he grabbed the bars like a caged animal, unsuccessfully trying to rattle them. "Let me out of here!" A door somewhere on his right opened almost immediately, and a slow thudding of footsteps echoed in his direction. The counselor, who had been sitting by the desk earlier, Jordan, stepped in front of Kevin's cell. He had a grievous expression on his face. He tapped what looked like a baton upon his own thigh, giving Kevin a warning glance. "Shut the fuck up," he calmly said with a hint of relish in his tone. Kevin stepped away from his cell, darting his eyes from the baton to the counselor's face. "You better be quiet, or I'm going to open this cell door. Trust me, you don't want me to do that." He turned to the left to leave, giving Kevin a prolonged glance that distinctly said, "Know your place, bitch." The heavy door at the end of the corridor opened and closed, leaving Kevin in complete silence and with his own thoughts. He took a deep breath and sighed, trying to calm himself down. "Okay, calm down, calm down. Here's what I'll do. I'm going to look for a way out. I'm not going to let them get to me. I'll look for a way out, either now or wait until they release me from detention. They have to release me sooner or later, right? If they don't, I'm going to find a way to break out of here, fake a seizure or something, and bolt for the woods." "Guess you messed up too, huh?" An oddly jovial voice came from somewhere in the cell block, loud enough for Kevin to hear, but not loud enough to alert the detention guards. Kevin paused, not sure if the voice actually came from the cells, or if it was someone outside yelling. "Yeah, you, the one they just brought in. I'm talking to you," the voice came again. "Me?" Kevin dumbly asked. He glanced around, beginning to realize that the voice was coming from somewhere to his left. "Yeah, you. Right here. I'm your cell neighbor," the voice said again. 2 loud knocks thumped on the left wall. Kevin got closer and leaned his ear against the cold concrete. "Who are you?" he asked, excitement surging through him. The panic was gradually decreasing as the feeling of ecstasy overwhelmed him. He was not alone in here, after all. "They call me Sneaky Rob. I got put into detention because I got caught stealing from the kitchen storage. But let me tell you, it was worth it. I ate better than I did in weeks since I joined here." Kevin listened attentively, half sure that the guy on the other end of the wall was just screwing with him. He wanted to say that his name was fitting for his punishment, but decided not to vocalize it. "What about you, neighbor?" Rob asked. Kevin felt his anxiety slowly decreasing, enough to respond to the mysterious person on the other side of the wall. "I'm Kevin. They call me Cocky Kevin," he said. "Cocky Kevin? What'd you do? Punch a counselor in the face?" Rob chuckled. Kevin found it surprising how perky his mood was, especially in a place like this one. Had he been here long? "No, I didn't punch a counselor, but I wanted to. I disobeyed Mr. Adams's orders." An impressed whistle came from Rob's side of the wall. What were you thinking doing that? Don't you know that Mr. Adams is the worst counselor to do that to? Are you new here or something? As a matter of fact, I am. I just arrived yesterday, Kevin somberly said. He leaned on the wall with his back and waited for Rob's next response. A moment of silence passed before Rob's voice was heard again. Well, I'm kinda glad you did what you did because it was getting pretty lonely in here. They just released Cowardly Adrian less than 2 days ago, and I didn't have anyone to talk to. So how long do you reckon I'll be here? Kevin finally asked, feeling his heart thumping a little in anticipation. Hard to say, Rob tentatively responded matter-of-factly. I think no longer than a few days. They need labor, and putting us in detention doesn't really make things easier for them. What's the longest anyone has ever stayed here? Kevin uncomfortably asked. 1 week. Tough Norton. Kevin felt a little relieved. Although he didn't know how long he was going to stay, he knew it couldn't be too long. His hopes did drop at one thought, though. Getting out of the camp was definitely going to be a challenge. A minute of silence ensued before Kevin spoke up once again. Hey, Rob, you still there? Yeah, still here. If you had called me a minute later, you would have missed me. I was about to go for a stroll around the camp, Rob cheerfully joked. It took Kevin's overwhelmed mind a moment to understand Rob was being sarcastic, after which he started laughing. In a typical situation, he wouldn't have laughed at a silly joke like that, but his mind must have been in such a shock that it was looking for a way to cope. When he exhausted his laughter, he took a moment to relish the silence. So, when are you leaving? Kevin asked, sitting against the wall where his cell neighbor was. In a day or two, I think. They never tell you how long you have to stay, but to tell you the truth, I think I'd rather stay in here. Why? Kevin chuckled. Rob's tone seemed to turn more somber. I get tired of the counselors' gawking, especially Dwight. I sure hope to God someone pulls the same thing on him as Tough Norton did. What did Tough Norton do? Kevin perked up his ears in curiosity. Oh, you don't know? This seemed to pique Rob's interest, and his voice flared up again. That guy's a legend around here, let me tell you. Even the batch of campers who arrived later know about him. There was a muffled sound of something moving from the other side of the wall before Rob's voice started again, a little louder and closer this time. So, as soon as the first batch of us campers arrived by bus, around 8 weeks ago, Dwight started throwing his weight around to show us how important and scary he is. I mean, we all see through him. We just can't tell him anything because he starts throwing a fit and giving us trouble. Yep, that's Dwight all right. Kevin contemplated his first encounter with the oaf yesterday. He got angry really quickly. Rob continued. Anyway, I guess he could tell that Norton wasn't going to stand for his shit. At least, not as much as the rest of us. So he decided to give Norton some work right off the bat. But not just any work. He wanted him to clean an outhouse toilet which isn't even used by the camp anymore. Rob chuckled, but Kevin just shook his head. The fact that Dwight deliberately tried to be an asshole like that pissed him off. Long story short, somehow, Norton managed to throw Dwight inside the toilet. He what? Kevin raised his eyebrows, not believing Rob's words. Yeah, he somehow threw the fucker inside and tried to walk away from it. Everybody heard Dwight's effeminate screams, so the counselors rushed pretty soon to see what was going on. They restrained Norton and pulled Dwight out. They gave Norton 2 extra days for the trial, and sent him here to teach him a lesson. As if that would do any good for a tough nut like him. And for a week after he returned, campers were leaving messages around the camp that said things like, Dwight the shite, or they would laugh and give naughty glances in Norton's direction whenever someone mentioned toilet duty. Kevin found that amusing. Not only was the story funny to him, but it felt like karmic justice to have Dwight literally be bathed in a pile of shit. But soon campers started getting into a lot of trouble for that, so they made the rules stricter, and the mocking eventually stopped, unfortunately. Rob mournfully finished his story with a sigh. Kevin nodded before he remembered that Rob couldn't see his face. He turned his head slightly to the wall and said proudly, You know, I insulted Dwight yesterday. Shut up, Rob said in disbelief. No, it's true. He was prancing around, showing off and shit, and I just couldn't have it. So I insulted him. Well, don't keep me on the edge of my seat. What did you tell him? Rob asked, loudly and with audible excitement in his voice. I called him a zit-faced douchebag. After a moment of silence, Rob burst into uncontrollable, hyena-like laughter. Come on, dude. It's not even that funny, Kevin said, a chuckle slipping out of his mouth. Rob's laughter was infectious, and he, too, started laughing uncontrollably with him. Through breaths of laughter, Rob asked, What was his reaction? Oh man, he was fuming. I could tell he wanted to strangle me, but I guess he had to control himself. Anyway, the entire camp got around an hour of sweeping duty because of me, so I shouldn't have done what I did. Are you kidding me? That was totally worth it. Oh man, I wish I could have been there to see his face when that happened. Rob let out the remainder of his laughter before calming down and exhaling deeply. Ooh boy. He took a moment to regain his composure before asking, "Did you get any punishment?" "No, not me, or my cabin, but all the others did." "Which cabin are you in?" "4, number 9. For a while, silence stretched between them, and Kevin listened to the sound of something dripping in the distance. He hated the thought of having to be in a cell that had a leak. His nose had already started adjusting to the shitty smell, but every time he looked toward the squatter, he felt the sausage he had for breakfast climbing up his throat. He wasn't sure what time it was when the cell block door opened with a loud echo, and a pounding of footsteps approached Kevin's cell. Kevin looked up from his stone-hard bed and saw that Peter was standing in front. "Get up." He motioned for him with his hand to do as he said. Kevin obliged, but he did it slowly, to give a small act of defiance. He couldn't do more than that, seeing as the counselor had a baton in his hand. Peter pulled a key ring out of his pocket with a jingle and inspected the keys carefully, one by one, as if looking for the right one. Once he found it, he slipped it inside the keyhole and turned it. The lock echoed loudly, and the counselor slid the metallic bars aside. He took a step back and gestured with his head for Kevin to move outside. "Where are you taking me?" Kevin asked, not budging from his spot. Peter pointed the baton at him and said, "Move out, or I'll drag you out." He didn't have a choice. Kevin stepped outside and turned toward the entrance door. Peter nudged Kevin, making him slightly stumble forward. As he made his way toward the exit, he saw a bucket and mop leaning against the wall. "Not there. Stop," Peter said when Kevin started toward the exit. "Here." He brought out his keys again with a loud rattle before opening the cell closest to the door, to the left of it. The number above it said 1. It wasn't dissimilar to Kevin's own cell, possessing the same shithole, same sturdy bed, and same rusted sink. "Take this, get inside, and start cleaning." Peter pointed to the bucket and mop next to the cell. Kevin bent down and picked up the bucket, holding the handle of the mop so it wouldn't fall out. He stepped inside the cell, and the door slid behind him. Peter locked it and slammed the bars with his baton, causing an echoing, clinking sound. "I'll be back later. I want this cell to be spotless. Got it?" Before Kevin could answer, the counselor opened the door leading out of the cell block, stepped outside, and closed it behind him. A click echoed, indicating that the entrance was being locked, flushing all of Kevin's meager hopes of escape down the drain. "Well, I better get to work." He unwillingly glanced inside the bucket. A sponge was resting at the bottom, alongside a floor-cleaning product. Kevin removed the contents and placed them neatly on the sink while putting the mop on the floor, leaning it against the wall. He positioned the bucket under the tap as best he could, forced to tilt it at 45 degrees to fit it. The faucet had a valve on top that could be turned and no way of adjusting the temperature. Kevin turned it with some effort, as it was evident that it hadn't been used in a while. Water started spewing in broken up gusts before it stabilized and started filling the bucket. Once the water started spilling out of the bucket and into the sink, he placed it on the floor and opened the floor cleaning product bottle. The smell of citrus immediately hit him, and he moved the bottle away. He hated citrus, lemon, and other fruity scents when they were in any form other than what Mother Nature gave them. Holding the bottle as far away from himself as he could, he bent down and poured the yellow liquid into the bucket, mixing it with water, and then it was time to start working. Some of the stains inside the cell were stubborn, so he had to scrub extra hard to remove them. The sink was a lost cause, and despite scrubbing it so hard that his fingers were red and swollen, he couldn't fix the black and brown stains that seemed to become one with it. He was particularly proud of the way he managed to clean the floor, though. When he started, the cell looked barely fit for an animal to sleep in. Now, he figured it was clean enough for a human being to dwell in it. He spent extra time scrubbing the shithole, and the end result was a pristinely white squatter, save for the few rusty stains that couldn't be removed. Although present still, the putrid smell was now mixed with citrus. However, Kevin was sure that in only a matter of hours, the citrusy smell would dissipate, and the cell would once again look like a pig's pen. Peter came around 30 minutes later carrying 2 trays with food on them. He smiled when he looked inside cell number 1, as he said, "Well, look at you doing fine work over here. All right, you can eat your lunch now." Kevin hadn't even realized how hungry he was until he smelled the fried chicken and mashed potatoes. His mouth started salivating, and he quickly emptied the bucket of dirty water into the shithole before rinsing it and collecting the remaining items. Peter went over to Rob's cell and gave him one food tray, after which he returned to Kevin. He used one hand to hold the tray while he used the other to take his keys out and unlock the door. He slid it aside. All right, today's menu is pretty good, or I guess I should say, it was. He lowered the tray for Kevin to see. There was a plate with a picked chicken bone and half-eaten mashed potatoes. A piece of bread with a bite mark woefully rested on the side of the tray. Sorry, Jordan and I were feeling extra hungry, so we ate your lunch. You don't mind, right? I mean, ordering prisoners around is hard work. He lowered the tray further down, and it slowly slid out of his hand. The contents fell on the floor with a loud, clattering noise, the remains of food splattering all over the floor and adjacent walls. Oops, Peter said with a malicious smirk. Well, too bad. Anyway, clean this shit up. He patted Kevin on the shoulder and, with the camp's whistling tune, left the cell block, locking the entrance behind him. Kevin bent down to see if anything was salvageable. The bones were picked clean, and the mashed potatoes were ruined on the dirty detention floor. The bread would have been edible had it not fallen into a wet splotch. Kevin's vision started to become red, and his ears started buzzing. He was angry, but he was holding it in. It manifested itself with tears forming in his eyes. Frustrated, he grabbed the platter and chucked it at the opposite cell door. It loudly banged, and Kevin expected the counselors to come back inside any moment. Good. Let them come back inside. He didn't care if they beat him, but he would fight back. He would punch them even if it meant that he'd had to spend 2 more months in this cell. Hey, Kevin, Rob called out to him. Rob's voice sounded like it was coming from a distance, but after the third call, Kevin registered his voice. Come on over here, Kev, Rob called out to him. Kevin sighed and stood up. Kevin, Rob called again. What? Kevin asked, stepping around the food and heading to cell number 9 on the left side. Inside the cell was an entirely ordinary boy with no features that stood out whatsoever. He had black hair, and that was pretty much all that could be said about him that would differentiate him from the other campers. He was maybe 1 year younger than Kevin, which was visible from the fact that he had a baby-smooth face and mustache that was so sparse and thin that Kevin imagined staring at a kiwi. Rob was holding his tray of food, and it was visible that he took a bite out of his chicken drum and the old bread. He stood up and passed the tray through the little opening in the middle of the door, staring at Kevin. What? Kevin frowned, his mouth beginning to salivate again at the thought of eating. No, I can't. You won't have anything to eat. Oh, don't you worry about me. There's a reason they call me Sneaky Rob. Remember how I told you that I snatched some food from the storage? He winked. Wait, you have some in here? Kevin asked as he tentatively grabbed the tray from his side. Yep, a couple cans for emergencies. So don't worry about me. Kevin looked at the tray of food and then back at Rob. He was starting to feel like a burden for having others constantly give him food. Are you sure about this? He asked with a furrow of his forehead. Rob nodded, letting go of the tray. All right, man. Thanks a bunch. I'll repay you somehow, I promise, Kevin said, immediately grabbing the chicken drum and taking a giant bite out of it, feeling his anger instantly subsiding. The skin of the drum was coated in oil, but he didn't care. The meat was delicious. He clasped the spoon and took a bite out of the watery mashed potatoes, after which he bit down on the old bread. He never thought he would be able to enjoy this shitty food so much. The last time he had food this bad was when he was in the hospital to have his appendix removed. He couldn't eat for 3 days straight and was only given glucose. When the doctor finally gave him the green light for some light food, and the hospital staff brought him chewy mystery meat and bland rice, it was the best meal he'd ever had. Every subsequent meal in the hospital tasted progressively worse. The food from Camp Firwood heavily reminded him of the hospital meals. He quickly finished the meal, even going as far as eating the old bread, before giving the tray back to Rob to avoid getting caught. Thank you. Really, Kevin stated with a slight bow of his head. Rob dismissively waved. We gotta stick together, especially in a place like this, you know? Kevin nodded as he used his forearm to wipe the oil off his mouth. Well, anyway, I gotta clean up the mess that asshole made, he said and went over to finish his job. The sight of the mess reminded him of what the counselor did, and it caused his rage to reawaken. He managed to scoop up most of the mess from the food. However, before he could finish, the cell block door clicked and swung open. Peter stood there with a satisfied look on his face and his hands on his hips. You still haven't cleaned this up? Do I have to give you an incentive to hurry up? He asked with a grimace, which Kevin wanted to extinguish with his entire being. I'm working on it, but you made a huge mess, he instead replied while kneeling, using the sponge to pick up the remains of the food between the floor and wall and put them in his hand. You mean you made a huge mess, right? Peter asked. Kevin ignored him. He was determined to continue giving little bits of defiance to the counselor. The more he was in his presence, the less he was sure who he hated more, Dwight, Mr. Adams, or Peter. If he wants to give me some extra chores to do, let him. All right, hurry it up so I can put you back in your cell, will ya? Peter finally said, his sarcastic smirk shifting into an irritated retort. Once Kevin had finished cleaning up, and Peter made sure it was spotless, he took the bucket and other things from Kevin and locked him back up in cell number 8. That was only cell number 1. Expect to clean the other ones later, too, Peter said and looked to his right where Rob was. You'll be doing work too, camper, so don't get too cozy. He winked and produced a clicking noise with his mouth before leaving the block. Kevin was starting to feel angry again, but he knew it would do him no good to let his emotions take control over him. So whenever he started getting angry, he reminded himself to calm down. I'll get back at them later. Right now, I can't, but I will in the future. Just gotta be patient. He sat down on his new bed and stared at the wall in front in silence. He had to start thinking of a way out. He could simply leave the camp under the cover of night, just go into the woods, and disappear. It was that easy. But it wasn't that easy, was it? If what the campers told Kevin is true, then he wouldn't be able to just up and leave. He had to find another way. What if he somehow managed to get his cell phone from the locker and climb up on the watchtower in the woods he saw? Maybe he could get a signal and call for help? No, that wouldn't be possible. He would need to charge his phone first, since the battery was probably already dead. The problem was, there were no outlets anywhere in the cabins, not from what he saw. He could go to the laundry and plug in his phone there, but it was a stretch. He would first need to get his phone back unnoticed, and he doubted that anyone besides Mr. Adams actually had access to the lockers. No, the cell phone was not an option. So what then? Hell of a day, huh? Rob interrupted Kevin's train of thoughts. Yeah, Kevin absently said. Is it like this every day? No, not every day. Most of the other days you do some other duties. Well, sometimes when they have no work to give you, they'll just give you something to do, just because they want you occupied. Great, Kevin groaned. Silence filled the air momentarily, before Kevin approached the adjacent wall and asked, Hey Rob, you mentioned something about a batch of campers arriving on a bus. Yeah, what about it? Rob asked with a hint of curiosity in his tone. Tell me more about that. Where did the bus pick you up? And how many campers were brought like that? Kevin asked, now perking up his ears to hear every detail Rob was about to convey. Exactly 50 campers, 10 for each cabin. My parents took me to a station in the middle of the woods, and that's where the other campers were too. We were loaded up into the bus, and a few hours later, we were here. I don't think our parents knew what they were signing us up for. You said there were 50? Kevin asked in bafflement. Yep, 50. I guess the empty spots are from the ones who left the camp after being picked in the choosing, right? There was silence for a moment. They didn't tell you, did they? Rob asked somberly. Tell me what? About the Firwood Wraith? About the campers being sacrificed in the woods? Rob went silent. Don't tell me you believe that shit, man, Kevin scoffed. I don't believe in ghosts, no. But something strange is going on in Camp Firwood, and nobody can deny that. Like what? Like noises outside the cabins at night? A lot of campers confirm that they heard something rustling out there. Some even think they saw something. An animal, probably. That's what most of us thought at first, too. But then things started getting stranger. We'd come back from training to see some items missing or lockers ransacked. It couldn't have been an animal because the doors were closed the entire time. And then, some campers started seeing something moving in the tree line. They could never tell who or what it was because it would disappear too quickly. Kevin said. Rob sounded rational enough to discern the paranormal from the realistic, so if he was skeptical about the happenings in the camp, something was definitely wrong. But campers get picked to leave if they're well behaved, right? Kevin asked. Yeah, there's always 2 for the trial and 1 for what we call departure, but it's strange. It's like, sometimes you'll swear that a camper is going to get picked for that because he's the best behaved one, but then Mr. Adams chooses someone else. Maybe other things are taken into account. Like what? Shit, I don't know. Like speed of doing things, participation in activities, that kind of thing? Maybe. Anyway, the camper whose place you took in cabin 4 was named Bill. We called him Caveman Bill. Why? Kevin chuckled at the absurdity of the name. Because he knew a lot about survival in the wilderness. If anyone was going to ace that survival trial, it's him. Rob said. Have the campers ever tried talking to the counselors about this wraith? We have, many times. But they say it's just our imagination. Mr. Adams says being in the woods for too long can play tricks on the mind. And what do you think? Silence followed for a while. Kevin was about to open his mouth to ask Rob if he heard him when Rob said, I think this is some kind of prison. Maybe a re-education camp or something of the like. No matter who I've spoken to, most of the campers can confirm one thing. They were all sent here for different reasons. I don't know what to think anymore. At first, I thought the other campers were playing a prank on me, but now, Kevin sighed and shook his head as his thoughts trailed off. He'd had enough. He wanted out. He wanted to get out of this camp and never step into the woods again. He wanted to go home and see his friends. He wanted to talk to Amy, just to see her face and hear her gentle and comforting voice. But instead, he was stuck in here with abusive counselors and far away from home. Well, what's your story then? Rob finally asked. Why were you sent here? I organized a party in my parents' private yacht. My friends got a little drunk and ransacked the place. Just for that, they sent you here? No, not just for that. The yacht was only the final straw, I guess. I see. More silence descended. Kevin listened to the steady dripping of the tap coming from one of the cells. A part of him still believed that the campers were playing a prank on him, so he asked, Hey Rob, if you believe that this place is dangerous, then why don't you get out? Oh, Rob's voice came from the other side. Oh, that's genius. Why didn't we think of that during the past few weeks that we've been here? We've been doing all these chores, getting bullied by counselors and stalked by the Firwood Wraith, when all we could have done was just get out of here. No need for sarcasm, Kevin hissed. Some of us wanted to get out. We really did. But our phones were snatched right at the start. There's no way to get them back. Mr. Adams has the keys, but that wouldn't matter anyway because there's no damn signal here. What about just walking out? Kevin asked, mostly to confirm whether the other campers were telling the truth. No, not a lot of campers would want to step into the woods. It's bad enough that many of them believe in the Firwood Wraith, but the counselors also said it's too dangerous. Wild animals, traps, that kind of thing. So no one's actually tried running away? Kevin suspiciously raised his eyebrows. One camper apparently did last year. Counselors say he died in the woods. Motherfuckers. There's gotta be a way out. What if we try to overpower them? Not gonna work. Why not? We overpower them, and what then? We don't have any means of escaping. The only vehicles I've seen arrive are the bus, which brings the campers in, and the director's car. Kevin groaned in frustration. And just walking through the woods is not a viable option? We could try to overtake the kitchen and stock up on food. If a dozen of us is willing to step into the woods, the others may follow our lead. Not gonna work, Rob briskly repeated. Okay, why not? Kevin gritted his teeth. I'm assuming you haven't been on watchtower duty. When you climb the watchtower and look around, you're gonna see nothing but miles and miles of trees with nothing else in sight. And they probably stretch even farther than that. Caveman Bill estimated that it would take us at least 2 days to get past the strips of trees that we can see, and that's only what we can see. And provided we don't get lost along the way, and can go in a straight line, which wouldn't be possible in uninhabited woods like these. Secondly, the food in the mess hall is mostly raw and easily spoiled. There are cans and MREs too, but just simply not enough of them. We wouldn't last a day in the woods. None of us have adequate skills to hunt and survive for long periods of time in the wilderness. And again, if we stepped into a bear trap and broke our legs, or worse, ran into bears, okay, I get it. Kevin interrupted him, feeling defeated. He was starting to despair a little, but he wasn't ready to give up just yet. He'd find a way out. Listen, I know you're eager to get out, Rob said. We all are. But rushing things will only get you in trouble. The best thing you can do is wait until we find a way to get out. A few of the campers are actively trying to look for a way to escape, but a lot of them don't believe that they are kept here as prisoners and are waiting for their parents to pick them up after it's over. So the number of people who actually want to work together is pretty low. Not to mention there's a risk of being ratted out by other campers. It already happened before. The longer we wait, the more people will go missing, just like Bill and the others from the choosing. But if we try something suspicious, even more people will probably get in trouble, if they're in trouble in the first place, which we don't know, Kevin frowned. Rob sighed. All right, look. Too many kids have been sent here by their parents. Someone is bound to figure out something fishy is going on sooner or later if something bad really is happening here. They may call the police, and send them to investigate. A summer camp can't just hide or kill 50 kids. I guess you're right. That made sense to Kevin. He started thinking about the whole thing, and it just seemed like something straight out of a movie. The parents sent their kids to a summer camp, but it was actually some organization using teens for sacrificial purposes? And what if they really were prisoners? The camp couldn't have been going through all this trouble just to keep the campers here as prisoners, right? Maybe this is exactly what the parents wanted, like Nerdy Van said. Sending kids for corrections. Mark said he was sent here for weight loss, and the way the camp was feeding them would definitely ensure the results. As for Kevin, did his parents really send him here to correct his rebellious personality? They told him the camp was more for some skill learning, although it didn't look like he would be learning anything in the camp. The more he thought about it, the more it made sense that it was more of a correctional camp. If that were really the case, then Kevin would only need to simply wait until summer camp was finished. But what if he was wrong? What if it didn't end when it was supposed to? Some campers said they were already supposed to leave. But coming back to what Van said, maybe that was part of the correction, keeping them uninformed about their time of departure? His head started to hurt from all the overthinking. He had to get some rest, and later, he would figure out if he would wait, just like Rob said, or actively try to find a way out. If this place really was just a correctional camp, then getting in trouble wasn't a big deal. But if he was wrong, and this was some kind of illegal prison, then the consequences of his meddling could be much worse. He lay on his bed and closed his eyes. He thought to himself how there was no way he was ever going to get some shut-eye on this piece of rock when he started falling asleep. He was abruptly woken up by Jordan loudly slamming the bars with his baton sometime later. "Work time," he shouted as he slid open the cell. Both Kevin and Rob were let out of their cells and given tools for work. Kevin had to continue cleaning the remaining cells while Rob was escorted out to do something else with garden tools. For the next couple of hours, every 30 minutes or so, Peter would come inside to check how Kevin was doing, making sure to look for any blemishes that he may have missed along the way. Kevin ended up having to go back to some of the previous cells in order to fix what he missed. But hours later, he was finally done, with all the cells on both sides of the block and the corridor connecting them. His hands, knees, and back were killing him by the time he was done with the 8 cells, and he thought there was no way he could take any more work. But he wouldn't show it to the detention counselors. Luckily, Jordan returned with a fresh-looking Rob, who looked like he hadn't been working at all in the past 2 hours. "All right, back in your cells, campers," the counselor ordered. They did as he commanded, and he locked them back up, leaving the block without a word. "Fuck that guy," Rob said from his cell. "Maybe cut the grass around the building." "That doesn't sound too bad," Kevin said, feeling a little envious of Rob's job. "With a pair of small scissors," Rob finished. "Of course. They had to complicate it, the bastards. What about you? Been busy keeping this place spotless, I see?" Rob said with a somewhat moping tone. He didn't show it physically, but Kevin guessed he was tired after all. "Yeah." Kevin turned the valve on the faucet and let the suspicious water run. "You finished it awfully fast." "You shouldn't rush like that," Rob reticently retorted. Kevin finished taking a few big gulps of the metallic-tasting water before wiping his mouth with his forearm. "What do you mean?" he asked. "I mean, you don't need to do everything like they tell you to. They give us tasks, but they can't punish us for being slow as long as we're doing them. Hell, what I sometimes do when given a task like what you just had is rush around for 20, 30 minutes, and then I lie down and take a break for 10 minutes or so." "Huh." Kevin turned off the faucet. "Yeah, because that way, when the counselors come inside, you quickly get up and pretend you're working. They see that you're doing something, no matter how slow it is, and then they can't really punish you. And they give you timed work, so that means that you do what you do for the time they decided, and then, whether you finished it or not, you go back to your cell." "I didn't think of that." Kevin lay on his bed to give his aching body a break. "Yeah, you gotta abuse the system a little bit, you know? Because they aren't gonna try and make it easy on you. Just don't let these assholes get to you, you know?" Kevin felt slightly insulted by Rob's advice. He considered himself fairly good at abusing the system without getting into trouble, but Camp Firwood was a completely different world where you had to be more cunning. A few minutes later, Peter came in with dinner platters. This time, he didn't drop the food and just gave it to the campers before leaving without a word. They had baked beans with a side of lettuce, both of which were, to Kevin's surprise, good. He would have loved to have a soft, fresh bread that he could dip into the beans, but he wasn't complaining about this. The time after dinner was uneventful. Pretty soon, the lights went out inside the block, leaving Kevin in complete darkness. It's 10 p.m., Rob said. Guess we should try to catch some Z's. They may wake us up in the middle of the night to do some chores, so, yeah, be ready for that. Fucking great. Despite taking a nap in the afternoon, Kevin had no difficulty falling asleep. Luckily, though, no one came to wake Kevin up until the lights went on in the morning. Both Rob and Kevin were immediately given work. Kevin had to go outside and cut the grass around the building with tiny scissors, which were barely good enough for clipping nails. Rob, on the other hand, had to clean the interior. It was still pretty early in the morning because the sky outside was orange when Kevin started his work. He couldn't tell how long he had to do it, but by the time the counselors brought them to breakfast, the sun was already somewhat high up in the sky. They spent the majority of the morning working until Peter announced it was 1 o'clock. They were then put back into their cells and were given a moment of rest. About 30 minutes later, Jordan came and opened Rob's cell. "You're free to go, camper. Move your ass." As Rob walked past Kevin's cell, he glanced toward him and said, "Remember what I told you, all right? I'll see you back at the cabin. I'm in 3. Jordan nudged him, reminding him to move it. As the cell block door closed, Kevin felt lonelier than he did in days. His thoughts raced to the other campers of Cabin 4, and he wondered what Mark was doing right now. Peter soon brought him lunch, and after that, there was more work to be done. Kevin initially thought that there was no way he would always be given something to do around a small building like this one, but those hopes were flushed down the drain when he was given the task of cutting the grass. At that moment, he realized that the counselors would always find some work to give him. The day went by like yesterday, and by dinner time, Kevin started to see bruises on his body from the beating he took from the counselors. He was careful not to lay on those parts of the body. However, it didn't really matter because sleeping on the prison bed would leave him aching anyway. He was woken up in the middle of the night by Peter and taken out of his cell. They took him to one isolated part of the detention house and gave him a bucket. There was a hole filled with water in front of him and an empty hole on the other side of the room. They ordered him to get all the water from one hole into the other. Kevin started doing the job, but after dozens of times of lugging the bucket and pouring the water inside the empty hole, he started to realize that the water level wasn't decreasing at all. Furthermore, the other hole didn't seem to be filling up. "You can pretend you're working when they walk in." Rob's words echoed in his head, and that's precisely what he did. He placed the bucket down and sat in the corner of the room. He started to feel sleepy, but he knew he couldn't allow himself to fall asleep. Otherwise, he'd get another beating. With his bruises, it would only be more painful. He waited for the time to pass, and after an hour or so, the door opened, and Kevin quickly clambered up to his feet, pretending to carry the bucket. Peter told him it was enough and brought him back to bed. Kevin had an oddly satisfying smirk on his face when he drifted back to sleep. He woke up to the sound of the cell block door opening and a cacophony of voices. It wasn't just Jordan and Peter talking. There was a third voice there, too, an awfully friendly, sickening voice that Kevin found all too familiar. "Any problems with him?" Mr. Adams asked jovially. "Not at all, Mr. Adams. He was a little slow in working, but other than that, nothing. He did everything he was told to do," one of the counselors responded. Kevin sat on his bed and waited until Mr. Adams and the 2 counselors were in front of the cell door. "Hello, camper," Mr. Adams smiled. "How's it going?" Kevin looked in his direction but ignored him. Mr. Adams nodded, leaning on the wall next to the bars. He motioned something for Peter, and the detention counselor whipped out his jingling keys before unlocking the cell and sliding the door open. "Come on, you're done with detention," Mr. Adams said. He gestured with his head for Kevin to follow him. Kevin was more than happy to get out of here, but he didn't want to show them how eager he was. He lethargically got up and stepped outside. Peter closed the cell, and the 4 of them walked out into the main room of the detention house. Jordan filled out some papers there regarding Kevin's name, the reason for detention, and time spent in detention. Mr. Adams took a note of something too, and when all was said and done, he put a hand on Kevin's shoulder and said perkily, "All right, let's get you to the infirmary first, camper." Chapter 7. Repentance. "Take off your shirt and pants." Nurse Mary fumbled to take the stethoscope from her desk as she barked the order at Kevin without even looking at him. Kevin obliged and placed his clothes on top of the examining bed. He sat on it, much more gently this time, to avoid Mary's scolding. The nurse hung the stethoscope around her neck and approached Kevin. She grabbed him by the chin and slightly twisted his head left and then right, examining his bruised face. She then checked the rest of the bruises on his body before putting the stethoscope earpieces in her ears and the cold chest piece on Kevin's chest. It wasn't until she started touching his body with her hands in various places that Kevin started to feel pain in the bruised spots. Breathe deeply, she said, seemingly staring at his chest. Kevin inhaled and exhaled a few times before the nurse checked his breathing from the backside as well. She waltzed over to her desk and placed the stethoscope down before picking up a tongue depressor and heading back over to him. Open your mouth, she said, and placed the stick on top of his tongue. Say ah, Kevin uttered, feeling uncomfortable with the stick in his mouth. Mary took out the stick, much to Kevin's relief, and threw it inside the trash bin before walking over to the sink and washing her hands. When she was done, she called out, "Mr. Adams, can you come in here for a moment?" The door opened, and Mr. Adams's thin figure peeked inside, head first before he shyly stepped into the examination room. "Hey, Mary, everything okay?" he asked. She looked somewhat angry, which completely contrasted her flirtatious behavior with Mr. Adams the first time Kevin was here. "He's pretty banged up, but other than that, he's fine," she said. "So, he can go back to camp activities." Mr. Adams smiled. Nurse Mary paused for a moment before saying, "Yes." She looked at Kevin. It felt strange to have her gaze locked on him. It was so scarce that Kevin felt that each look was either meaningful or it meant he was in trouble. "Go wait outside. I needed to talk to Mr. Adams," she said briskly. "Yes, ma'am," Kevin said and put his clothes on. He caught a hint of impatience on the nurse's side. Once Kevin was dressed, he walked out into the waiting room and closed the door behind him. But he wanted to hear what they had to say, so instead of heading to the seat, he stayed close to the door, carefully leaning with his ear toward it. At first, all he heard were muffled, incoherent voices of the nurse and the head counselor. And then he heard Mary say in a hushed but still somewhat audible voice, "Marvin, listen to me. I can't keep patching up the campers that get physically abused like this. I understand that they need to be disciplined, but this is too much. Mary, Mary," Mr. Adams spoke in a near whisper. "With all due respect, you don't know what it's like dealing with campers. It's my job to keep them in check. Sometimes I have to get a little rough." "A little rough? This kid has bruises all over his body." Mary raised her voice a little, enough for Kevin to hear every word clearly. "Quiet!" Mr. Adams reprimanded her with a hush. Kevin held his breath in the uncomfortable silence, feeling his heart beating faster than usual. "You have to tell the counselors to stop abusing the campers," Mary continued. "What if they see them all bruised up like that? How are you going to explain it to them? They won't see it." "All right, listen. I'll talk to the counselors to be more careful, but I need you to stay calm. Just a little longer now, and then we're out of here, all right? Summer's almost over, okay?" Mary sighed loudly before saying, "Fine, whatever. I have to check up on the admitted campers, so if you don't mind," Mr. Adams suddenly started speaking in a normal tone. "Oh no, not at all. Sorry to disturb you, Mary. You have a good one." Kevin quickly tiptoed away from the door and slumped down on the bench in the waiting room, staring down at his feet. Not a second later, the door swung open, and Kevin looked up at Mr. Adams, whose usual grin was gone. He stared at Kevin with an expressionless face for a moment, and Kevin couldn't stand his penetrating gaze, so he looked away. Oh no, does he know I eavesdropped? A moment later, Mr. Adams gave Kevin a forced smile before saying, "All right, camper, follow me." Breathing a silent sigh of relief, Kevin stood up and followed Mr. Adams out of the infirmary and toward the main lodge. On the way there, as Kevin walked behind Mr. Adams, he couldn't help but replay the conversation the counselor and Mary had in his head. Who are they? The parents? Camp inspection? This confirmed that Camp Firwood was doing something illegal off the record. But was there anything besides the beating? What about the missing campers? "Right this way, camper." Mr. Adams opened the main lodge door and held it open for Kevin to walk in first. Kevin shot him a suspicious glance before stepping inside and waiting for the counselor's orders. Mr. Adams got past Kevin while whistling that same annoying tune that represented Camp Firwood. He walked down the hall, past two counselors who were talking to each other. Those were the same ones that chased Kevin away a few nights ago when he tried to enter the lodge. They nodded in greetings to Mr. Adams and failed to even glance at Kevin. Kevin was sure that they probably didn't even remember who he was with all the punishing they did. Mr. Adams and Kevin turned right and stopped in front of a door on the left side. The door had a pane of thick, Flemish glass with the letters "Head Counselor" on it. Mr. Adams whipped out his keys and unlocked the office, swinging the door open, all the while still whistling. "Here we are," he stopped his humming to say. The office didn't look ostentatious by any means, but it definitely contrasted the rest of the camp with its cleanliness and tidiness. There was a desk inside, 2 chairs, some drawers on the left side of the room, and a diploma hanging on the wall behind the desk. A door stood open in the back, leading to the right, to a room that Kevin couldn't see from where he stood. The office looked cluttered, even with the scarcity of the items in it, but it looked comfortable if nothing else. None of that mattered to Kevin, though, because his eyes fell on only one thing in the office: a simple, white landline phone sitting atop the desk. This is it. I can use this to call for help. Mr. Adams flipped a switch next to the door, instantly illuminating the office in a sickly, yellowish light. He sat behind the desk and motioned for Kevin with his hand to sit on the other chair. Knowing that Mr. Adams wouldn't cease bothering him until he did and said everything he commanded, Kevin sat on the chair and awaited the imminent lecture. Let's see here. Mr. Adams opened a drawer and stared at the contents for a prolonged moment with a contemplating glance. Anyway, never mind, he said a moment later and slammed the drawer shut. He turned to face Kevin and crossed his fingers, eagerly smiling. So, he started. Peter and Jordan weren't too rough, I hope. Kevin stared at him but said nothing. It was his way of telling him, you already know. Mr. Adams nodded as he pursed his lips and stared down at his hands before looking back up at Kevin. I'll talk to them. Have them punished for being too rough. The campers' safety is my responsibility, and I should have made sure that they didn't go too far on a power trip. I apologize for that. When can I leave? Kevin asked impatiently. Mr. Adams scratched his cheek uncomfortably and then leaned back in his chair. He took a deep breath through his nose, giving Kevin a forlorn stare. See, here's the thing, Kevin. I haven't been fully honest with you. This isn't actually a summer camp. He glared at Kevin in silence, as if expecting a response from him. Kevin continued staring, allowing the head counselor to continue. It's a correctional camp. Parents send their kids here when they deem it necessary for them to change. That change can range from fixing problems with a defiant kid, to an overweight kid, to a lazy kid or whatever kid like that. But the problem is they can't just tell the kids they're sending them to a correctional camp. I mean, you can imagine how the kids would rebel then, right? It would make my job really difficult. Mr. Adams chuckled. Kevin continued staring at him with a stare that clearly demanded more answers. Mr. Adams seemed to notice this, so he wiped the smile off his face and continued. Anyway, the correctional camp is usually 8 weeks, but some campers stay less than that. However, some have to stay longer. Now, if I remember correctly, your parents sent you here because you were rebellious and lacking discipline. That was, at least, their description. But since you were brought here much later than the other campers, you'll be leaving in just a few weeks. Isn't that great? He smiled again, but again, Kevin refused to smile back. So, you're telling me that all this labor and abuse of the campers are part of the program? Kevin asked skeptically. Yes, Mr. Adams nodded. Unfortunately, some staff members here tend to go overboard with their authority, like Dwight, so we have to remind them often not to treat campers like inmates. But I can assure you all of this is part of the program. Even the part where campers go missing in the woods? Kevin asked defiantly. Mr. Adams's meager smile remained frozen on his face before widening into a grin. You're talking about the choosing and the trial. I see the other campers have already filled you in on the info. So, what was it they told you? The evil counselors send misbehaving campers into the woods to get killed by the Firwood Wraith? Or maybe that they are sent into the woods to fend for themselves, and that the counselors don't care if the campers get lost and die of starvation or dehydration as punishment. He laughed at his own joke. Now that he said it that way, the missing camper's case did seem far-fetched. Mr. Adams threw his hands in the air and said, I can assure you those campers are A-OK. The ones who are picked for what we call departure get to leave earlier due to good behavior. That means, if you behaved well, you'd be out of here sooner than you think, too. Kevin looked down at his lap, contemplating the whole situation. What if Mr. Adams was telling the truth? It wasn't like there would be an organization that could make so many kids disappear all at the same time, right? Plus, the parents would come looking for the kids. It all made sense, but Kevin still wasn't 100% convinced. The camp may have been a correctional facility, but that didn't take away from the fact that they were incorporating illegal activities to keep the campers in check. He couldn't believe that his parents sent him to a place like this and even hid him from the actual purpose of the camp. But was that really so unbelievable? He was pretty rebellious, and he knew that they were getting fed up with him. It actually made total sense for them to send him here in hopes of having his behavior corrected. That thought made him angry. He looked at the phone on the desk, his way out. He would not do as they wanted. No, he would still look for a way out of Camp Firwood, even if the other campers wouldn't help him. Even if his parents would kick him out of his home. Hell, he hoped they would. But he couldn't tell Mr. Adams about it. He was already suspicious as it was, and would probably have Kevin monitored more closely. He would need to stay under the radar until the right moment. "All right, Mr. Adams," he said. "You may be right. Maybe I was just too paranoid about what happened to the missing campers. I watched a lot of thriller movies and I just... well, you know." Mr. Adams eyed Kevin for a moment before chuckling and saying, "Well, no hard feelings, camper. I can understand your skepticism. Trust me, I would like nothing more than for you to be released from this place as soon as possible. Unfortunately, I didn't make the rules, so both you and I have to abide by them. So, here's what I have in mind." He leaned in closer, his expression contorting into a serious one as he interlocked his fingers. It took everything in Kevin not to look away under his intense stare. "You do what the camp orders you to. Finish your duties and do your time, and I'll see if I can't put in a good word with the director. As I said, well-behaved campers are usually released early. But misbehaving campers, on the other hand, they can get an extended time. And not just for themselves, but for their cabin mates too. It would be a real shame if one of your friends, say Mark, had only 1 week remaining, and then his time got extended because of something someone else did. You agree with me, right? He knows. He knows I became friends with Mark, and he's threatening me." Kevin timidly nodded, feeling a mixture of anger and fear. Mr. Adams smiled and happily slammed his palm on the table. "Good. So, we have a deal then." He stood up, his full height reaching toward the ceiling. "All right, you head on to the mess hall, and after that, talk to Mr. Baldwin. I think he needs someone for watchtower duty." "Yes, Mr. Adams." Kevin decided to play along as he mirrored the counselor's movement and stood up. He threw a furtive glance at the phone on the desk one last time before turning around on his heel and exiting the office. The other campers were already in front of the mess hall, lined up, waiting for their turn to grab some chow. Kevin inquisitively swiveled his head, looking for cabin 4 members. Barrow Mark saw him long before Kevin saw him, and a wide smile stretched across his face. Kevin smiled back and shrugged as if he hadn't just been through 2 days of hell. Once he located them, he rushed towards Steve and Michael. "You guys mind making some room?" he asked with a conniving grin. "Look who's back. And I can see they were pretty gentle with you," Steve called out with a pleasant smile, while Michael just shot him a bemused glance. Steve turned in front of him and nudged Slow Ethan, saying, "Move a little, will ya?" Slow Ethan jerked around to see what was going on before inching a step closer to Mark. "Thank you ever so much," Kevin ironically said, squeezing himself between Steve and a not-so-happy Michael. He felt surprisingly good. For the first time since he arrived, he knew what he needed to do. He had a concrete plan. "So, how was detention?" Steve turned around and grinned tantalizingly. "Well, it's no 5-star hotel, I'll tell you that." Kevin shook his head. "That can't be," Steve said just in time for the line to move forward slightly. "Peter and Jordan give you trouble? What do you think? They beat the crap out of me on the first day." Kevin pointed to the black eye, furrowing his nose at the memory of the searing pain in his body as he took the beating and being thrown in that cold, stinky cell. He wanted to change the topic, so he asked Steve, "Did you guys receive any punishment for my insubordination?" "Nah, I guess Mr. Adams wanted to punish only you." "You know, you're fortunate to get out of detention so quickly. Mr. Adams does not take kindly to campers directly disobeying them, or anyone else for that matter." "Well, Mr. Adams can suck my balls," Kevin responded, much to Steve's snorted laughter. The line moved pretty quickly from there on, up until it was Slow Ethan's turn to get the food. They had cereal for breakfast, and Kevin, for once, was looking forward to it. It had been days since he had any sugar at all, and he reckoned that he might have been getting moody because of it, on top of everything else that was going on. When he grabbed his bowl and stepped out of the food line, he saw Mark, loyally waiting for him with an eager expression. "Come on, cocky Kevin," he said. "There's room at this table." Kevin couldn't help but smile. He had his doubts about ever keeping in touch with anybody from this camp once this was all over, but Mark's kind-hearted nature assured him that he definitely wanted to have someone like him in his life as a friend. They scurried over to one empty table and sat across from each other. Mark wasted no time digging into his cereals, making slurping noises each time he brought the overflowing spoon to his mouth. Despite eating so voraciously, he remembered to stop after a few bites and look in Kevin's direction. "So, what happened?" he asked. Kevin took a spoonful of milk and cornflakes, feeling slightly disappointed at the soggy bread-like texture. "Better than the chewy ham from yesterday's breakfast," he thought to himself with self-assurance. "You mean in the detention house?" Kevin swallowed and asked. "No, I mean back home." "Of course I mean in the detention house." Kevin laughed. Mark didn't look like the type capable of making sarcastic remarks, so this was a pleasant surprise. "Well, have you ever been there?" Kevin asked, already knowing the answer. "No, I'm a well-behaved camper," Mark said before putting 2 more full spoons of cereal in his mouth with an obnoxious slurp. "Well, anyway," Kevin continued, "not much happened. Some beatings, some useless chores, that kind of thing. I met a camper there. He said his name is Sneaky Rob. Oh yeah, great guy, that one. He once stole Spam and gave it to me because he doesn't like it." "Why did he steal it if he doesn't like it?" Kevin confusedly frowned. "He was supposedly in a hurry when the storage door was left open. He grabbed the first can he could find and wasn't looking at the label, I guess. Anyway, worked out well for me." Kevin chuckled. He took another spoon of his food before turning serious. Mark had already finished most of his food and was now holding the bowl up to his lips with both hands, pouring the remaining contents into his mouth like it was a sewer drain. "Hey, Mark, let me ask you something," Kevin started. Mark put the bowl down, his mouth messy from the milk. He wiped his mouth with his hand and asked, "Ask away." "Does it make you angry that your parents sent you here for weight loss?" Kevin asked somberly, thinking back to his own parents and the bad relationship they have. Mark shook his head confidently. "No, not really. I already knew what they thought of me. I didn't expect them to do something like this, but I'm not surprised either. I guess..." He looked left, outside one of the windows, toward the pine tree which delicately swung in the breeze. "I guess I don't know if I would have done the same with my kid. You know? I know you wouldn't. You're not like your parents." Mark shrugged disdainfully. "Maybe they just didn't know how bad it really is here at the camp." Kevin looked at his bowl of half-eaten cereals. The cornflakes were woefully floating on top of the milk. "Yeah, maybe you're right," Kevin lied as he slid the bowl to Mark. "You don't want it?" Mark asked, but the usual glare in his eye when seeing food was gone this time. "Yeah, I'm not feeling hungry," Kevin truthfully said, and waved his hand. "Gee, thanks, Kev," Mark smiled, picking up his spoon again. In a few minutes, one counselor stopped in the middle of the mess hall and shouted, "Campers, I want all of you to be on the choosing grounds when you're done with breakfast. We've got repentance. Got it?" Kevin looked at Mark, who looked like his face was drained of all color. He noticed just then that the other campers were suddenly looking worried as well, as they exchanged anxious remarks with each other. "Mark, what's going on?" Kevin asked. I don't know," Mark timorously said. "I guess we're having repentance." "What's that?" "It's when someone does something really bad, and then the counselors need to choose one person who they send into the woods to survive for 1 week." "What? That's absurd." Mark looked at him but said nothing. The mood in the mess hall drastically changed from 0 to 100 in just a few seconds. Everyone went quiet, and once they were done with breakfast, they proceeded outside the mess hall. Although most of the campers were extremely distressed, some were behaving like nothing special was happening. A few of the campers asked Kevin about his experience in the detention house, but most of them, to his relief, didn't care enough to bother him with questions. He just finished listening to Tough Norton talking about wanting to beat the shit out of Jordan and Peter when he heard a voice behind him. "Welcome back, cocky Kevin," said the familiar voice. Kevin smiled and, before even turning around, called out to the camper full of joy. "Sneaky Rob, you son of a bitch." When he turned around, he saw Rob standing in front of him with a mischievous smile. He put his hand forward, and Kevin accepted it in a greeting. Despite being from different cabins, Kevin felt that he shared a special bond with Rob, having been a prisoner along with him for 2 whole days. Mark was still his favorite camper, but Rob's cheerful attitude didn't fall far behind. "So, ready to start your life here, Camp Firwood style?" Rob asked. "Not even a little. But I'll try to adapt," Kevin lied. "If you don't get picked for repentance, that is." Kevin shook his head with a frown. "Oh, speaking of which, I need to find Baldwin," he said. "What for?" Rob frowned. "Watchtower duty or something," Kevin absentmindedly said, looking around to see if the counselor's shiny head would be visible anywhere in the area. "Lucky bastard," Rob replied. "Guess he'll have to do it after we're done with the choosing. Anyway, try to stay out of trouble." He patted Kevin on the shoulder and went back to his cabin mates. No counselors were anywhere outside, so Kevin assumed they'd be here a bit later before they took the campers to training. The campers' murmurs filled the air for a solid 10 minutes or so, until the shiny head of Mr. Baldwin appeared outside. "All right, campers, move it! I want all of you to be on the choosing grounds in 5 minutes!" he shouted. The campers immediately began walking like they were being herded left of the mess hall, following a trail that wound between the main rows of buildings. The trail went straight between the rows of trees and then wound right. "This is because of cocky Kevin," one camper shouted. "Yeah, he's the only one who misbehaved recently," another one said. "Let's not jump the gun here, all right," Steve said. "If it really was because of him, we can give him the blanket treatment later." Kevin leaned closer to Mark and said, "Mark, what the hell is the blanket treatment?" "It's when campers get around your bed while you're sleeping and tighten the blanket so you can't move, and then they beat you up with soaps and socks." "Wow. Imagine if the campers put more effort into actually doing something useful." He hinted at escaping without actually saying it. He didn't feel thrilled by the fact of possibly getting the blanket treatment, but if it came to it, he would take it like a man. He'd screwed up, but now he knew how to handle the camp's rules. The campers were mostly quiet all the way until the trail opened up to a vast meadow. Kevin squinted and saw what looked like a stage, which ominously reminded him of the gallows where they used to hang people in the old days. And, in front of the stage, rows and rows of tree stumps placed like nature's seats. These were, without a doubt, the choosing grounds. The campers quietly made their way to the stumps, and each took a random seat. According to Mark, it didn't matter where they sat as long as they just followed the basic rules, which included looking straight and not talking. Kevin took a seat next to Mark, somewhere in the middle, and patiently waited. The soft, and now somewhat quieter murmurs of the campers filled the air as they speculated their reason for repentance. A few contemptuous glances were cast in Kevin's direction, but he ignored them. He wanted to tell them to fuck off, but he knew that they were in the right, and he was in the wrong. "Here they come. Everybody shut the fuck up," Steve said from behind Kevin. Kevin glanced behind himself long enough to see Mr. Adams, Dwight, and a few other counselors walking down the trail toward the campers. A few minutes later, they arrived, and the campers had gone eerily silent by then, only the occasional chirping of a bird being heard. The counselors climbed on top of the wooden stage in front. Mr. Adams took up a spot right in front of the campers, looking even more like a grasshopper in an elevated position. He was standing with his nose buried in his notepad as he annoyingly hummed the usual song. Moments later, he looked up and said, "Good morning again, campers." "Good morning, Mr. Adams," the campers roared, Kevin along with them. He now knew the gist of what the camp was about. He would play along until it was time for his plan to come to fruition. Until then, order away, Mr. Adams. Order away. Mr. Adams smiled and said, "I know none of you want to be here. Trust me, I don't want to be here either. However, recent actions of a certain camper have led to this, I'm afraid. You all know the rules, and yet someone decided that he was above them." He placed both hands, along with the notepad, behind his back and scanned the campers with his gaze. When he found Kevin, he retained eye contact for a long moment, but Kevin refused to look away. "Look forward. Don't talk." Mr. Adams continued glowering at the other campers before saying, "Cabin 5, number 6, stand up." Kevin pivoted his head to the left, but then realized that all the other campers were still looking in front of themselves, so he quickly returned his gaze to the front. "Cabin 5, number 6, Mr. Adams repeated. A low shuffling noise came from somewhere on Kevin's left. "Step onto the stage, camper," Mr. Adams said. There was a patter of soft footsteps upon the grass, and a camper whose name Kevin didn't know went between the rows of campers and timidly climbed onto the stage, stopping right in front of Mr. Adams, staring at him like a puppy. Mr. Adams continued staring at the seated campers before pointing the finger at the accused teen on the stage and said, "Upon searching the lockers this morning, we found that this camper has been stealing meds from the infirmary." The camper looked terrified. His eyes widened, and he looked at the other teens before turning to Mr. Adams and shaking his head. "Mr. Adams, I didn't. You all know that we have rules that we can tolerate getting broken, and rules that are not to be broken under any circumstances." Mr. Adams started looking red in the face. "And equally to that, You know what the punishment is." He turned to the counselors standing on the stage behind him and said, "Counselors, escort this camper to the edge of the woods and send him on his way." He then turned to the camper. "Camper, due to the nature of the punishment, you will be getting no supplies from the camp, but you still have a chance to fix your wrongdoing. Now, go into the woods and think about your actions for 7 days. After that, we'll see what to do with you." "Mr. Adams, please!" The camper suddenly became hysterical. 2 of the counselors were already striding toward him, and he fell on his knees, pleading with the head counselor. "Please, don't send me there!" he screamed as he was picked up and carried off stage. "The Wraith is going to kill me! I only took 1 box of pills, I swear! Please!" Kevin watched in horror as the counselors carried the camper all the way to the edge of the woods on the other side of the choosing grounds and shoved him forward. He continued pleading and refusing to go inside the woods until one of the counselors backhanded him, causing the camper to spin around and fall to the ground. What the fuck? The camper scurried off into the woods, disappearing in the trees. Chapter 8. Amy. The air fell silent once again. Mr. Adams subverted his glance down to his notepad, now completely calm and humming as if nothing had happened, carefully flipping through the pages. With his gaze transfixed on the papers, he mumbled, "Okay, we already had the roll call and routine before breakfast. Let's see here." Kevin couldn't believe how indifferent he suddenly was. "Oh, that's right. Dwight," he called out, still focused on the papers. "Yes, Mr. Adams." Dwight, the ever-tough assistant counselor, immediately jerked his face in the head counselor's direction. "Take, let's say, 4 campers and go to the main lodge. Get the tarps and hatchets." Mr. Adams proceeded to explain something to the assistant counselor, but Kevin was transfixed on the tree line where the camper had disappeared. He couldn't help but wonder what the hell would happen to him, but at the same time, he suddenly felt much more afraid for his life. Whatever was happening here was much worse than he thought. "Right away, Mr. Adams." Dwight energetically nodded multiple times before turning to the campers. He pointed his finger randomly at 4 campers in the front row and said, with much more authority this time, you, and you. Come with me." The 4 unlucky campers were stupefied for a moment until Dwight's commanding shouts spurred them to move. They stood up from the tree stumps and followed him behind the rest of the seated campers. Mr. Adams looked at the remaining campers who were still in a trance. The head counselor didn't seem to care about that, though, because he continued, "All right, campers, since most of you weren't satisfactory at tent building, we're going to rehash today what we learned a while ago. We're going to be building basic shelter." He turned to Counselor Baldwin, who had returned to the stage by then. "Mr. Baldwin, when Dwight and the campers return with the hatchets, take them to the designated area." "Yes, Mr. Adams." Mr. Baldwin nodded, the sun's reflection bouncing on and off his glistening top. "But before that, I still need someone for watchtower duty today." Mr. Adams snapped his fingers. "Oh, that's right. The other camper got sick today and is in the infirmary. There's one camper who just returned from detention. Where is he now?" He glanced around the campers, searching for a familiar face, and Kevin just knew that this was a test. He knew damn well who and where he was. "Play along, Kevin. For now," a voice in his head told him. Kevin raised his hand high up, still looking straight in front of him just like the other campers. Mr. Adams snapped his fingers again, meeting Kevin's gaze. He pointed at him and looked at Mr. Baldwin. "That one there. He can replace the sick one. Camper, get over here." Mr. Baldwin bellowed sternly, while holding his hands behind his back, truly like a military type. Kevin stood up and rushed between the campers and climbed up the stairs of the stage before stopping in front of Baldwin. They weren't looking directly at him, but Kevin felt the other campers' eyes on him. "You're gonna do watchtower duty today." Mr. Baldwin probed Kevin with a frown, as if measuring if he was made of good material for this job. "Yes, Mr. Baldwin," Kevin briskly responded. "You gotta watch?" Baldwin asked in what sounded like an accusatory tone. "Your boss took my fucking phone," he wanted to say, but suppressed that thought and simply responded, "No, Mr. Baldwin." Counselor Baldwin reached into his pocket with one hand and pulled out a tiny pocket watch. He stretched out the hand, holding the watch, and Kevin took that as a sign that he should get closer to take it. "Keep this close. Don't lose it, or it'll come out of your pocket with some extra work. Understand? Yes, Mr. Baldwin. Kevin gritted his teeth, feeling disgusted by his own obedience. He took the pocket watch from the counselor and looked at it. It looked like it was at least 10 years old, judging by the scratches on the glass and the worn-out colors on the case. It was 15 minutes past 8 when he looked at the time before he put the watch in his right side pocket, which he promptly zipped up to ensure he didn't lose it. You know how the shifts of the watchtower work, don't you? Mr. Baldwin speedily asked. No, Kevin shook his head. No what? The counselor asked him impatiently. Mr. Adams was still flipping through the pages on his notepad while Mr. Baldwin stared at Kevin, leaning forward a little with both hands behind his back. No, Mr. Baldwin, he said. Baldwin shook his head with a frown before sighing. By this time, Dwight and the 4 campers appeared in the distance again, carrying big, green bags and walking toward the group. Be at the watchtower at 10 a.m. You'll be there for 1 hour until the next camper relieves you. Then, you have 2 hours off until your next shift. There are 3 campers, 1 on each shift, so you need to repeat this until 6 a.m. That means 1 hour on, 2 hours off. At 6 a.m. is when the next 3 campers take over. Got it? Yes, Mr. Baldwin, he replied, realizing he'd come close to slipping again. Addressing adults with respect didn't come naturally to Kevin. Addressing someone as rude as the counselors was even more demanding. All right, get back in line. You're coming with the other campers until it's time for your shift, Mr. Baldwin ordered. Yes, Mr. Baldwin. Kevin pressed his lips tightly together and, relieved to finally be away from this asshole, turned around, making his way back to his spot. The silence in the air, mixed with his muffled footsteps, made him feel uncomfortable. He wondered what the other campers were thinking of him now. He was so ballsy a few days ago, and now they had him castrated just like everyone else in the camp. He wouldn't be surprised if he didn't get to keep his nickname Cocky after this. Dwight and the other campers arrived moments later, and Dwight ordered them to place what looked like heavy bags on the ground and get back in line. There are 42 hatchets and 42 tarps here, Mr. Adams, Dwight obediently stated. Good. Assign some campers to carry the bags, and then I have another job for you. Mr. Adams smiled under his thin mustache. Dwight picked out 6 random campers, this time from the second row. Once each of them grabbed the bags, Mr. Adams looked at Baldwin and said, All set? All right, Mr. Baldwin, they're all yours. All right, follow me, campers. Mr. Baldwin's voice boomed as he got off the stage and began strutting to the right toward the trees, his arms occupying a wide portion of the path due to his inability to put them down from his latissimus muscles. The campers began walking like a herd again, silently following the counselor, making a huge arc around the stage and Mr. Adams, who had his nose buried in his notes again. By then, the campers had formed a long line. Mark somehow sneakily appeared next to Kevin. Baldwin led the campers through the small thicket of the woods until they emerged on the left side of the meadow, near the groundskeeper's home. Kevin noticed the groundskeeper's figure returning just then from the woods. He was carrying a backpack over one shoulder before disappearing inside his cabin. What was he doing in the woods? He asked. Mark shrugged. Probably has some chores over there. Something groundskeepers need to do? No idea. Kevin glanced at the wooden tower in the distance, swarmed by the sea of trees around it. It would be pretty easy to get lost in the woods there. Or disappearing. His thoughts suddenly returned again to the camper who was sent for repentance. He wondered what he would do if he found himself in that situation, without any equipment, surrounded by thousands of acres of trees. You know how to reach the tower? Mark asked, albeit somewhat quieter than usual, probably because of the proximity Baldwin was at. Kevin looked in his direction before glancing back at the tower. I don't. But it's not that far, is it? He asked. There's a path. Come here. He gestured with his hand. Kevin followed him to the right, a little bit away from the other campers so that their view was clear. Look there. Mark pointed his index over yonder. Kevin squinted, unable to see what Mark was pointing at. He darted his eyes around in futility until Mark said, Over there, where the path ends in the woods. Kevin followed the small path with his gaze. Somewhere in the middle, it turned left and led to the groundskeeper's cabin, but it also led straight between the trees, disappearing in the shadows ahead. Okay, I see it, he said. Cool, so just follow that path, and you'll reach the tower in about 5 minutes. but make sure not to stray off the path." "Why would I stray off the path? It's not like I'm trying to escape or anything." Kevin grinned connivingly. Mark didn't return the gesture. "If you want to make it in time, you should ask Mr. Baldwin to leave at about 10 minutes to 10, he coldly retorted. "But what do I do up there?" Kevin scratched the back of his head. "The camper who's up there will fill you in on the details. You just gotta make sure to show up on time." Mr. Baldwin and the campers had turned slightly right and got off the trail, moving toward the tree line ahead. The concrete building, which was visible on his right, caught Kevin's eye before he looked back at Mark. "Have you ever been on the watchtower?" he asked him, averting his gaze from the building. "So far, only twice. It's actually one of the better duties. All you gotta do is sit there and keep a lookout for fires or anything like that." Mark shrugged. Kevin looked to the left at one of the campers lugging the big bag over his shoulder. Beads of sweat were running down his forehead, and he was hunched over, wearing a grimace that looked like he was in a lot of pain. Kevin wanted to offer to help him, but another camper rushed before he could and took over the load from him, much to the troubled camper's relief. The group was led by Baldwin toward a small, barely visible trail that started at the foot of the tree line and disappeared inside the woods. "Form up in a line! I don't want to see anyone going off trail," Baldwin barked, the glistening on his bald head disappearing as soon as he entered the shade of the trees. It took the campers a moment to reorganize their positions according to the cabins, and when they finally did, a few minutes had already gone by. It was considerably darker inside the forest, even so close to the open meadow. The firs were blocking a lot of the sunlight. The somewhat quiet air from the outside now seemed to be riddled with sounds of various birds chirping. Kevin couldn't help but revel slightly in the situation. It reminded him a lot of the trips to Tryon Creek State Park he had with Henry, Rick, and Lewis. They used to go there on the weekends so they could sit, relax, and smoke some weed. Kevin didn't smoke, and he didn't mind them smoking. He just enjoyed spending time with his friends in nature. He invited Amy to go there with him once, but she instead suggested they go to Barton Park, just the two of them. Feeling intrigued by her description of the place, he went with her to the other park, and they ended up talking for hours while drinking beer. Now that he was in these woods, which seemed so familiar and yet so hostile, he couldn't help but vividly recall that day in his mind. "Let's sit over there, huh?" Amy enthusiastically suggested, pointing to the shore near the river. No one was sitting there since it wasn't exactly a spot designated for hikers or campers. A big bridge hung sturdily above the Clackamas River to their right, under the gleaming afternoon sun. The place Amy was pointing to was restricted by a sign warning hikers not to get on the shore, due to the potential dangers of falling inside the river and drowning. Apparently, the current in Clackamas was so strong that one time, 3 swimmers drowned in just one day before lifeguards were placed on duty. Before Kevin could protest anything, Amy rushed down the small hill leading into the shore, unsteadily swaying her arms left and right, her oversized black t-shirt gyrating behind her from the gust. Kevin followed, stepping off the trail and gaining momentum down the hill, but controlling it to prevent running straight into the river. Amy stopped on the bank, a few feet away from the water, and sat on the grass, her black hair fluttering in the wind. Kevin sat next to her, carefully placing the bottle of beer on the portion of the ground that wasn't steep. Amy stared at the river with what looked like delight on her face, while Kevin stared at her. He enjoyed seeing the hair flutter against her face, and her gently moving it behind her ear. She didn't look like the type to enjoy the beauty of the great outdoors, but then again, Amy was surprising in her own ways. When Kevin first met her, he thought she was a typical goth girl who enjoyed drinking, listening to heavy metal, smoking weed, and performing satanic rituals in cemeteries in her free time. The fact that she only did the first two pleasantly surprised Kevin when he got to know her better. They first met at Josh's party. Josh was a nerdy kid who wanted to fit in, so he threw a big party in his parents' place when they left on a business trip. Kevin arrived with his gang around the time when the illegal drinking was already at a full boom, with loud music blaring enough to alert any nearby neighbors. Kevin didn't see Amy until she just suddenly appeared in front of him with a red paper cup. The first thing he couldn't help but notice was how cute she was. She said something he couldn't hear over the loud music and pointed down at his feet. He looked down and realized that his shoelaces were untied. By the time Kevin realized what she was pointing to, she rolled her eyes, nudged the plastic cup to him, and bent down to tie his laces. When she stood up, she flashed him a toothy smile and made a goofy ta-da pose. Her friend Carla came to her by then and noticed that she was supposedly talking to Kevin. Kevin asked the two of them if they wanted to join him with his gang out front by the porch, to which they happily obliged. They spent the night hanging out, with Kevin and Amy managing to sneak more private conversations with each other when they were left alone for the brief moments, while a drunk Lewis tried demonstrating his skateboarding tricks to the others. From there, they exchanged social media info and stayed in touch. Although Henry found Carla hot and wanted to bang her, he ultimately gave up the idea when Rick told him bros before hoes, and that banging bitches can ruin friendships. Although the entire gang followed that code, it was pretty much an open secret that Amy and Kevin had a thing for each other. Henry would often try to find ways to get them alone to give Kevin a chance to hit on her. Kevin, unfortunately, was too much of a chicken shit to do anything drastic. "So you've never been here?" Amy asked with a look of intrigue in her eye, her hair fluttering back into her face from the intermittent breeze. "Never. The guys and I only went to Tryon." Kevin took a sip of his beer and looked at the raging river. "Well, I showed you my favorite place, so you can show me yours next time." Amy smiled. "Sounds like a deal." Kevin winked. They talked about nonsensical things like school and their interest, until the topic shifted into what they planned for the future. Amy liked Portland. She didn't know exactly what she wanted to do with her life after school, but she knew she wanted to stay in Oregon. When she asked Kevin about his own plans, he shrugged and said that he just wants to move out of his parents' place for now. This prompted them to talk about their families. Amy told him about her extremely strict stepfather, how he set up curfews for her, which she always ended up disobeying, ordering her around, which she ended up ignoring, and a half dozen other things. Her mother mostly held her stepfather's side, so she never stepped in to stop the abuse. Kevin told her about his own parents, about how they constantly put pressure on him regarding his behavior, how they wanted him to be more like his cousin Neil, that he would never make it far in life like this, and so on. They commiserated together. From there, they went on to talk about other topics. Night had already fallen, and Amy mentioned it was getting late and that they should be heading home soon. Kevin just then realized how hungry he was since he hadn't eaten in over 5 hours, which he spent with Amy. Just as they were about to leave, a park ranger, who happened to be patrolling, called out to them, telling them that they weren't supposed to be there and that he would call the police on account of underage drinking, littering, and trespassing. Kevin told him to chill out, but the rangers stepped down the hill and moved their way. Amy tugged Kevin's hand, and the two of them started running down the shore, ignoring the spiteful shouts of the ranger. Eventually, they managed to get in the cover of the trees and stopped to take a breather. They were both giggling and panting together, but tried being quiet to avoid getting the ranger's attention. Amy went over to a tree and peeked around it while Kevin got behind her, looking over her shoulder. "He's not there," she said and turned around, practically bumping into Kevin. They stared into each other's eyes for a prolonged moment with nothing but the sound of crickets surrounding them. Kevin suddenly grew self-conscious about his breath. He wondered if Amy could smell it, or if her own breath was masking it. He felt his heart beating heavily, and it wasn't from the running. He raised a hand and gently moved the hair from her eye. "This is it. Kiss her. Now!" he shouted at himself. He leaned closer, and then they heard the voice of the ranger in the distance once again, which caused them to snap their heads in the direction of the voice. As they snuck out of the park, Kevin felt, for the first time in a long time in his life, alive. Remembering that day with Amy brought him some comfort. He spent many nights imagining what it would have been like if he'd actually kissed her then. Would they be a couple now? He smiled at the thought before Mr. Baldwin's voice jolted him back to the morbid reality he was in. Chapter 9. Watchtower. "All right, campers, gather round," Baldwin shouted from the front. They reached a large open portion of the forest grounds where the trees mostly retreated to the back, in a way that essentially formed a circle in the area. It was evident from the unnaturally beaten ground that the camp used this area to host any number of forest activities. The campers formed a big circle around Mr. Baldwin, careful not to get too close to him. The ones carrying the bags put them down next to each other, close to Mr. Baldwin, with a grunt of relief. "All right, listen up," he roared. "We'll be making tents today. I want every one of you to grab a hatchet and cut down 3 sticks like you've been shown before. Bring them here, each on your own pile, and then we'll get to work. Move it!" Kevin didn't even need to look for Mark since the camper already had his hand on his shoulder to indicate that he should follow him. "Come on, let's get our hatchets, and I'll show you what to do," Mark said, waiting for the group of campers around the big bags to clear out. Once they dispersed, Kevin saw the bundle of small hatchets in the untied bags. Mark took 2 and handed 1 to Kevin. Kevin took it and felt its weight in his hand. He imagined it would be relatively easy to swing it. As he glanced at the majority of the campers who had the hatchets, he thought about how easy it would be to overtake the camp with the weapons in their hands. But to do that, they would need to be unified, which they weren't. Most of the campers were blindly obedient and would not even think about raising their hands on the counselors. Even Norton, whose nickname was Tough, was obedient to an extent, despite the heroic stories told about him, and just wanted to stay out of trouble, which was understandable. The campers were already dispersing into the woods with their hatchets, and Mark led Kevin in a random direction through the foliage. Kevin was dying to tell Mark what Mr. Adams told him when he took him into the office, but he wasn't sure how he would react, so he ultimately decided against it. They walked in a straight line for about a minute, putting some distance between themselves and the other campers. They could still see some of them here and there and hear their voices, but it was much quieter now. "We need to cut down 3 strong branches," Mark said. "All right, what kind?" Kevin inquisitively asked. "Like this one." Mark pointed to one sturdy, fallen branch. He approached it, eyeing it before gripping his hatchet firmly and kneeling down. He held the stick down with his left hand and started hitting it with the hatchet near one end. "It needs to be around 10 to 12 feet, Mark said as he chipped away at the stick, sending tiny pieces of wood sent flying in various directions with each hit. "What can I do?" Kevin asked. "Try to find another stick like this one, but make sure it has a wedge on one end. Or find 4 sticks of about 4 to 5 feet long, but make sure they're strong." Mark continued hitting the wood, beads of sweat already forming on his forehead. "All right, I can do that." Kevin swiveled around to see if he could find any potential stick candidates. He walked around and found stacks of fallen branches. However, most of them proved to be too fragile. He ended up using his hatchet to chop up a sturdy bough, which fell with a whooshing and rustling sound. He stripped it of all the little twigs and greenery, using his eye to measure it. Once he was satisfied with the length, he went back to Mark. Mark was now somehow shaping the tip of the branch with the hatchet, and curious, Kevin asked him, "What are you doing?" Mark glanced in his direction, red in the face from the heavy work, before looking back down at his stick and saying, "We need to shape the sticks to be pointy, so that we can stick them in the ground more easily. Try doing it to the stick you just brought." Kevin confusedly inspected both ends of the stick before figuring out which one was sharper. He opted for shaping that one, so he placed the stick on the ground, held it down like Mark, and used the hatchet to gently chip away at the wood. It was harder than it looked. Mark seemed so proficient at it, making neat-looking points that could even serve as spears, whereas his own ends of the stick were crudely shaped. Mark jumped in to help him, and in a matter of 15 minutes, they had 2 big sticks with wedges and 4 smaller ones. "Hurry it up, campers!" Mr. Baldwin's voice roared from somewhere in the distance. Kevin knew it was time to get back to the impatient counselor. He put all the sticks they had on one stack and picked them up, much to Mark's protest. "You did all the heavy work. Let me at least do this," Kevin insisted. They made their way between the trees, the sound of their shoes rustling in the grass and leaves with each step, while the birds chirped loudly from various directions. "I never asked about you," Mark suddenly said. "What?" Kevin asked in confusion, not sure what Mark was referring to. "About what you're like back home. I never asked you. Like, I know a little bit about what you like to do in your free time, but that's about it. And I didn't want you to think I didn't care enough to ask because, I do. We just didn't have the time to talk about it." Kevin chuckled heartily, feeling a sudden surge of even more respect for Mark. "Well, what exactly do you want to know?" he enthusiastically asked him. "I don't know. What bands do you listen to?" "Good question." Kevin frowned, carefully staring at the ground to make sure he didn't step somewhere hazardous. "I guess I spend a lot of my time listening to Rise Against, System of a Down, and then some old ones like The Offspring, Blink-182, that kind of thing." So you probably like to party a lot, huh?" "Sometimes." There was a moment of silence before Mark asked, "Did you have anyone special back home?" Kevin exhaled. That question hit him like a knife in the heart, but at the same time, he felt a warm feeling that he couldn't explain. He nodded. "Yeah, I guess I did. Her name's Amy. She and I are good friends, but, He stopped to choose the right words. "Is she taken or something?" "No, nothing like that." "She doesn't like you back?" No. I think she does, but she doesn't like boys?" "No. What? No, that's not it. I kinda chickened out whenever I had the chance to try something with her," he woefully replied, suddenly feeling sad at the thought. "Hey, don't beat yourself up. You'll get a chance to ask her once you're out of here. I'm sure she's going to be waiting for you." Mark smiled as he patted Kevin on the back. For a moment, Kevin wondered if Mark could read his mind. He smiled at Mark's encouragement. "Thanks, Mark," he said, feeling better already. They continued walking, and then Mark asked, "So, what's she like?" Kevin felt an inadvertent smile forming on his face. "She's like a goth girl. Black hair, usually wears black clothes too, but she's not troublesome like the chicks in the movies and TV shows. She's really smart, really good at knowing what to say and when to make people feel better. She's good at drawing, creepy stuff, but still good." "Is that why you like her?" Mark asked. Kevin frowned. That was a valid question. He never thought about it actively, but now that Mark asked him, he could name a number of reasons why he liked her. The way she smiled, her green eyes, the jokes she made, the way she didn't have a care in the world. "Yeah, that and many other things," Kevin said before quickly turning the tables. "What about you? Got someone special at home? I mean, special in a non-family kind of way?" "No, but I do have a dog back home. His name is Ben. He's a dachshund. You know, one of those dogs that looks like a sausage. That breed is great." Kevin laughed. "Well, I often let him sleep with Sherry and me in the room during winter since he's a little old. Can't stand the cold." "Your parents give you shit for that?" "No, I usually hide him under the bed. He sleeps a lot, so he doesn't flinch when they come in." Mark smiled. "Good dog." "Yeah, I kind of miss him. I hope Sherry's taking good care of him. And I hope he remembers me when I come back," Mark somberly said. Shit, what do I say now? Unlike Amy, Kevin was terrible at making people feel better. "Hey, don't worry. Dogs don't forget. So when he sees you, you can probably expect him to jump on you out of happiness." Mark smiled contentedly, which Kevin took as a sign that what he said was somewhat good. When they made it back to the open area where Mr. Baldwin was, most of the campers had already returned. Each camper was standing in front of his own pile of sticks, and Mr. Baldwin ordered them to keep some space between each other for easier tent setting. Mark and Kevin took up spots at the back of the circle, dividing the sticks between each other. "Hurry up! Hurry up!" Mr. Baldwin impatiently shouted at random campers. "My dead grandmother can move faster than you!" In a matter of minutes, the commotion had died down, and everyone was back at the meeting place, each in his own spot. Mr. Baldwin made sure to count all the campers. Once everyone was accounted for, he put his hands behind his back and cleared his throat. "All right, listen up. Set up the skeleton of the shelter. For those of you who don't know how to do it, look at your fellow campers and copy them." "Mr. Baldwin, how do we do it without the string?" one camper asked. "Make do with what you can. Wedge those sticks real good. I don't want to see any flimsy tents here. Get to it." The campers unanimously began bending down and picking up the largest sticks of their bunch. Kevin looked right in Mark's direction, and when he realized he was doing the same as the others, he mimicked their movement and lifted the big stick from the ground too. Mark looked at him and said, "Okay, listen. Here's what you do. Take the big stick and stab it into the ground like this as deeply as you can." He proceeded to demonstrate the motion by raising the stick above his head and thrusting it into the ground at a 45-degree angle. He pulled the stick out of the ground and, measuring it with his eye, he thrust it forcefully into the ground again, making sure to bury it as deep as possible. Still holding the top of the stick with one hand, he picked up the smaller stick and placed one end of it on the wedge of the already buried stick. He proceeded to put the smaller stick in the ground as well as before, grabbing the third one, and doing the same thing so that the three sticks formed a sort of pyramid, the two smaller ones forming the letter A, with the big stick's wedge at the top as support. Mark made sure that each stick was in the ground and stable, after which he gave them a little shake. The sticks didn't rattle, which Kevin thought was a good sign. Breathing heavily, Mark turned to Kevin and said, "Okay now, let's do yours." Kevin didn't think that making a shelter like this was overly hard, especially after seeing Mark's demonstration. However, he soon realized how wrong he was. Wedging the sticks together so that they supported each other was way more complicated than when he was just watching Mark do it, and he ended up riddling the ground around with multiple holes from stick thrusts. Eventually, with Mark's help, he managed to finish the skeleton of the shelter, making it look almost as good as Mark's. Most of the campers were already finished by then, which Baldwin seemed to notice, so he started shouting again. "All right, when you finish the base of your shelter, find 4 strong twigs and return here." Kevin looked to Mark again, who was already standing in front of one of the trees near the edge of the big circle. He snapped an 8 inches long twig and turned around to show it to Kevin. "Find 4 like these," he said, handing the one twig to Kevin as a courtesy. "Roger that," Kevin responded. A few minutes later, most of the campers found the twigs with the exception of Slow Ethan and a few others, and Mr. Baldwin roared once more. "All right. If you found your twigs, grab a tarp and finish up your shelter. I'll be inspecting it as soon as you're done." Mark rushed over to the center where Baldwin and the open bags were. He pulled out 2 neatly folded tarps from the bag and returned to his shelter. He handed one tarp to Kevin and said, "Okay, now watch." He swung his tarp like a blanket, unfolding it with a crackling sound. He slid the tiny hole of the tarp over the top of one of the sticks that formed the A letter and covered the big stick with it like it was a blanket. He then picked up one of the twigs and stretched the tarp to the side along with the smaller stick, holding it firmly while sticking the twigs through the hole of the outstretched tarp and into the ground. He repeated this for all 4 holes, 2 sides on each until he had the tarp stretched across the sticks and held firmly upon the ground in an authentic wedge tent-like fashion. It looked a little small, but large enough for one person to sleep in for the night. "Wow," Kevin said in awe, amazed at Mark's skills. "Now you." Mark pointed to his shelter. This one was easier than setting up the sticks. Kevin mimicked Mark's movement, stretching the tarp across the 45-degree stick and wedging the holes on both sides into the ground. Although he had help, he was proud of the shelter he made. "Nice work," Mark said. "That's it. Hurry up, you grannies," Baldwin bellowed. The campers frantically and hurriedly proceeded to set up their tents while their murmurs filled the air. Kevin heard a few of them arguing with each other about stupid things like encroaching on their space and swapping sticks when they weren't looking. Others who were done were testing out their shelters by squeezing inside them. In minutes, Baldwin looked at his watch and shouted, "Time's up! Let's see what you miserable excuses for campers have got." The few remaining campers who didn't manage to finish it up quickly did what they could to make their shelter look presentable before Baldwin arrived. Baldwin started walking in circles, inspecting the closest shelters first. Each one he'd pass by, he would give a nudge to see how firm it was. "A little loose, camper," he said when he rattled the sticks Ninja put together. Kevin soon realized that if Baldwin didn't say anything, it meant they did a good job. Kevin reached into his pocket and pulled out the watch Baldwin had given him. It was 9:45, so he would need to go soon. The counselor continued his inspection, and when he finally reached Mark's shelter, he tried rattling it before giving it a mild kick. "Not bad, camper," he said, moving on to Kevin's shelter. He proceeded with the same rattling motion as the previous ones. He pursed his lips and nodded in what looked like surprise. "Surprisingly good for your first time. I expect it to be better next time. Mr. Baldwin, I have to go to watchtower duty now," Kevin said nonchalantly. Baldwin nodded, not even glancing in his direction before he turned to continue inspecting. "I guess that's a yes?" He thanked Mark for all the help and turned around to leave in the direction from which they had come from. The last decipherable thing he heard before he left the group was Baldwin shouting, "Campers! If you have no twigs, you can substitute them by putting rocks on your tarp." Kevin was glad to be away from the shouting counselor. He made his way through the dense forest until he saw the beams of sunlight gleaming ahead more prominently. He stepped into the open field of the campgrounds and located the watchtower in the distance. Remembering what Mark told him, he followed the tree line with his gaze until he located the tiny path disappearing into the woods. Feeling reinvigorated, he jogged to the trail and, from there, proceeded with a quick-paced walk. Within seconds, the trees enveloped his viewpoint, blocking out a lot of the sunlight. The path wound slightly, which made it look like the trees were encroaching on the trail, but Kevin wasn't worried. As long as he stayed on the path, he wouldn't get lost. Although a part of him was hoping he would get lost. He wasn't even sure if he was going in the right direction anymore since the path wound so many times in the 5 minutes he spent walking. There was no way for him to see the tower or even the campgrounds from here. Just when he started to wonder how long he had until he reached the watchtower, the path started ascending slightly with makeshift wooden steps consisting of half-rotted planks paving the way. Carefully, Kevin started climbing the steps, which slightly wound to the left, until he saw a big, wooden structure towering high up, right in front of him. He couldn't tell how tall it was, but when he looked up at the top, he saw that the tower platform easily stood above the fir trees surrounding it by at least a dozen feet. Symmetrical-looking steps ascended around the tower on all 4 sides like a python that wound around its prey, reaching all the way to the top. "I'm supposed to climb this thing?" Kevin approached the tower, admiring the massive logs that were put together to create this monstrosity. His heart sank a little when he saw how tall and narrow the steps were. They looked barely wide enough for him to wedge half of his foot on each step, and the steps he would need to take looked around the height of 2 normal steps. Well, let's get going then. He firmly held the wooden railing on both sides as he climbed the first step. Then came the second, and then every subsequent one came with a little more ease. He tried not to look down between the steps as the ground grew farther and farther away with each step he took. He usually felt dizzy when he was high up, but right now he had no such feeling, although he did feel uneasy. By the time he climbed the second set of stairs winding around the tower, he was already sweating, panting, and his legs were burning. He stopped to catch his breath before continuing to climb up. A few steps here and there made unsettling, creaking noises, as if the wood wasn't stable enough, so he made sure to avoid putting his entire weight on those planks. After what felt like 10 minutes, even though it was around 5, in reality, he saw the railing on the top platform above him, and the roof of the platform on top of it just a dozen steps ahead. He used his remaining strength and chugged up the final steps, stepping with both feet on the top platform, still not daring to let go of the railing. The platform was no larger than maybe 5 square feet, and at the sudden realization that he was so high up on a structure that looked so flimsy at the top, his dizziness kicked in. "Hey, you okay?" The camper who stood at the top of the platform as if he was just admiring the view from a building looked at Kevin with concern. "Just great. Never better," Kevin exclaimed, still firmly holding the railing and casting one daring glance down below. That was a mistake. The ground was so far below that Kevin comically figured he'd have enough time to scream and catch his breath for another scream before hitting it. "Don't worry. The watchtower is the safest place in the camp," the camper said confidently. "They make sure to inspect it every now and again." "Yeah, that doesn't instill any sense of security," Kevin thought, but said nothing. "Well, I'm here to replace you," Kevin said, tentatively releasing one hand from the railing. "All right. You're the new guy, right? Cocky Kevin?" Kevin nodded. "I heard about you. People talk about how you made Dwight fume." "I'm Larry." He outstretched his hand for a handshake. Kevin took it, feeling Larry's firm grip compared to his wobbly shake. "All right, here's what you need to know," Larry started. "Just keep a lookout for any smoke, fires, anything rustling in the trees, or like groups of birds suddenly dispersing from one spot. Also, listen to the noises. If the forest goes quiet, it usually means there's a predator nearby. Really, the only thing you need to worry about is the fire. If you see any signs of it, head back to the camp and report it to the counselors immediately." "All right. Anything else?" Kevin let go of the railing with his other hand and stood with way more balance than he expected on the platform. "Yeah," Larry nodded. "Relax. This is the best job in the camp. You can just relax, and maybe even take a short nap because the counselors are usually too lazy to come up here to check up on us. I doubt I'll be sleeping in a place like this, but I will try to relax. Thanks for the tip." Larry nodded again. "All right, I'm heading back. Clean Ryan will be here to replace you in an hour. Then you get 2 hours off until your next shift." "Got it." Larry said his goodbyes and began descending the stairs with a speed and confidence that stated he had already done this multiple times before. As soon as the creaking of the stairs stopped, Kevin was left alone with his thoughts and the sounds of the forest surrounding him. Only then did he take in the view around him and spent a long moment admiring it. As far as the eye could see, all around him were rows and rows of fir and pine trees, densely covering the entire area. There were behemoths of tree-covered mountains far ahead in the distance, stretching across the horizon. The only area that differed from the towering trees was the campgrounds, which Kevin could see from the top of the tower. He could easily recognize most of the buildings from here, but it still took him a moment to orient himself so he could calculate where he came from and where each important landmark was. It was too far away for him to see any people clearly. Any human movement he saw from the tower looked like ants to him, and he knew that they couldn't see him either. Kevin glanced around in all directions one more time, slowly rotating from left to right until he came full circle. There was nothing man-made visible around besides the camp, and if there was, it was swallowed by the tall trees. As hopeless as Kevin felt being surrounded by nature in such an encroaching way, with no other civilization anywhere in sight, he couldn't help but also stare in awe at the vistas in front of him. He'd been camping before, but he never had the opportunity to witness such marvelous scenery. As if snapping out of his trance, he reprimanded himself for enjoying the view and reminded himself that he needed to look for a way out of this hellhole. He leaned on the railing overlooking Camp Firwood, feeling much more confident at the height now that he spent a few minutes up here. "Think, Kevin, think. How do you get into Mr. Adams's office, and make the phone call to the police. His thoughts suddenly rushed back to the conversation he'd had with Mr. Adams back in his office. This is not really a summer camp. It's actually a correctional camp where parents send their children. If that were the case, wouldn't that mean that the police would be powerless to do anything to help him? He could call Amy or Henry. They could look up online where Camp Firwood was located, and they could come there by car. Henry's older brother Quentin could drive, so they could arrive here in the middle of the night, and he could sneak out. Yeah, that would work. But that still begged the first question. How would he get inside the office unnoticed and make the phone call? Maybe he could get someone to create a diversion. But who? Rob told him that most of the campers didn't believe that they were in any danger, which was probably true, especially after what Mr. Adams told him, but the place was still bad. If the others wanted to stay, they could do so. He didn't care. Maybe Ninja. According to the stories, he was an expert in sneaking and going undetected, but maybe that's why he should be the one to make a phone call to a friend to bust him out. No, that probably wouldn't work. Kevin memorized Amy's phone number, and if Ninja had no memorized contacts in his head, Kevin would have to be the one to make the call. He shook his head dismissively, telling himself that it didn't make any sense thinking about it right now. When he's back in camp, he'll talk to Ninja. If Ninja wasn't on board, then someone else will be. At least, he hoped they would. The rest of his shift went by extremely slowly, and glancing at his watch every couple of minutes didn't help. He lay on the floor, grateful that the roof of the tower was blocking the sun. He couldn't imagine what hell it would be like roasting in such temperatures with no shield. Around 5 minutes to 11, he heard, and felt, heavy footsteps on the stairs close to the top of the platform. It was followed by a wimpy panting before Clean Ryan finally managed to step onto the platform. He made a disgusted grimace as he looked at his palm before wiping it on his shorts. "Disgusting," he said pompously. "Do they ever even clean this place? Probably not, but I'm sure they'd be happy to assign you to do it if you asked nicely." Kevin grinned. "Well, I'm actually tempted to suggest it," Ryan said, still busy staring at his palm with a glare that said he wasn't convinced it was entirely clean. "If you do that, then all of us will have to suffer the consequences. So, don't do it," Kevin somberly said. "Relax. I'm just kidding. I am a germaphobe, but there's no way I would climb all the way up here with a bucket of water and detergent to clean this place." He wiped his palm on his shorts once more before turning to Kevin and asking inquisitively, "Anything to report?" "Well, there's a lot of trees. Other than that, no." Ryan nodded with a serious expression on his face. For a moment, Kevin thought that he took him seriously. "All right, well, you get yourself back to the camp. They are still doing shelter stuff, so you best head back there," Ryan said. "Wait a second." Kevin raised one hand. "Baldwin said I get 2 hours off." Ryan inhaled with a hiss before making a painful grimace and saying, "Yeah, about that. You get 2 hours off watchtower duty, but you still need to do the other stuff, you know?" "Man, this is bullshit." Kevin threw his hands up in the air. "How am I supposed to plan my escape if I can't get a moment to breathe? That's probably exactly what they want." "All right, well, thanks, Ryan. Good luck with your shift," he said before patting Ryan on the shoulder and making his way to the steps. Descending was even more problematic than ascending, as he carefully had to plunge with each step onto the plank below while holding the railings firmly. When he was done with the first side of the steps, his heart sank at the utter realization that he had to descend 3 more sides like that, which would effectively take him around 5 or so minutes. Well, better than listening to that bald bastard. He shrugged, hoping he wouldn't be in too much trouble for being late. By the time he made it back to the camp training area, around 15 minutes later, all the shelters made by the campers had been disassembled, and the sticks were thrown onto one pile near the center. The tarps and hatchets had been returned to their respective bags, and the campers still formed a circle around Mr. Baldwin, sitting on the ground and attentively listening to his lecture. Mr. Baldwin was kneeling next to a flawless-looking shelter he apparently made in the same fashion as the campers before him, and he was explaining something to them. Kevin silently made his way to the empty spot next to Mark, expecting Mr. Baldwin to start shouting at him for some reason any moment. When that didn't happen, he sat down and proceeded, listening to Baldwin's lecture. He was showing the campers ways of making the shelters stable, with either rocks or sticks, after which he proceeded to tear down his shelter and create new, different-looking ones from various sticks in a pile. He was doing it with such elegance that Kevin figured Baldwin must have done this millions of times before, maybe each year when he was working as a counselor. Each time he would finish explaining about the shelter and tearing it down, Kevin's hopes would surge that the lecture was over. but Mr. Baldwin would just proceed to make a new, different kind of shelter. This lasted for around an hour, and Kevin had to fight the urge to fall asleep multiple times. The only thing that kept him awake was the fact that Baldwin had his hawk eye on all the campers, somehow on all 9 of them. Multiple times he would reprimand some campers for not paying attention, forcing Tough Norton and Javier to do push-ups as punishment. Tough Norton had no trouble with it whatsoever, but Javier fell after 10 or so repetitions. Baldwin gave the campers a short break at around noon and ordered all of them to be back in 10 or so minutes. Otherwise, there'd be consequences. Around this time, Dwight arrived with a handheld portable water tank in his hand and placed it at the edge of the circle. The campers were all parched by then and rushed to drink from the tank, with Baldwin's permission. Kevin himself was thirsty as heck after the climb up to the tower and couldn't wait for his turn at the tank. Drinking the water and letting it slide down his cheek messily never felt as good as in that moment. Once everyone was done drinking, Dwight picked up the half-empty tank and left without a word. "So, how'd you like the tower?" Mark asked enthusiastically. "It's a tough climb, but the view is pretty amazing, I gotta say." Kevin nodded. "Sure is. A little claustrophobic, though, being surrounded by all those trees with nothing else in sight, huh?" "You said it." The two of them made their way to the small group of campers, which formed a half-circle on the ground a little distance away from Baldwin. They arrived at the group just in time for Steve to finish talking about something related to someone being given toilet duties. They glanced in Mark and Kevin's direction before continuing to chit-chat with each other, seemingly giving the two of them the green light to sit by them. Mark slumped on the ground and was immediately met with Steve's appraisal of shelter making. Mark dismissively waved as if it were no big deal. "Cocky Kevin, you want to sit down or what?" Steve asked. Kevin glanced at the group. There was Steve, Mark, Slow Ethan, and Nerdy Van. "Hey, where did Ninja go?" he asked with a frown. "He's got wood chopping duty today, I think," Steve said. "Damn it." "So I guess he'll be back in the evening, yeah?" "Probably. Why, do you need him?" Steve scratched his chin with no particular interest in the question. "No reason," Kevin disappointedly said before sitting down and completing the circle. He noticed Mark shooting him a contemptuous glance, but only for a moment before averting his gaze and seemingly staring at the ground. The campers talked amongst each other about unimportant things before Baldwin croaked for them to get back to the circle. Baldwin had the campers each take 3 sticks, like the ones they brought, and made them remake their shelter once again. Once everything was done, with the tarp set in place and all, he ordered them to tear down the shelter and make it again. Each time they'd have to do it, Kevin groaned in frustration, but the other campers seemed untouched by Baldwin's orders. They must be used to this every friggin' day. He was able to remake his shelter 4 times before excusing himself for watchtower duty again. Baldwin reminded him to get to the mess hall for lunch as soon as he was done, and if that he happened to be late, he should tell the lunch lady that he was on watchtower duty since they saved the food for the campers who would be late due to their jobs. Kevin muttered a self-nauseating "yes, Mr. Baldwin," before turning around and heading in the direction of the campgrounds. He heard another shrieking order of the counselor telling the campers to build their shelter again. By the time he replaced Larry on top of the tower, he was feeling tired, hungry, and fed up with the camp. This felt like slaving away. It wasn't fair. He allowed himself a moment to lie down on the tower floor, which Clean Ryan would call heaven for germ reproduction. He stared at the ceiling and listened to the chirping of the birds and the blowing of the breeze. It was tranquil. But in that moment of silence, he found his thoughts wandering back home. Before he could give himself a chance to be sad, he kicked up his feet and stood up, instead deciding to focus on a plan B for escape, if possible. If he couldn't get into Mr. Adams's office for a phone call, he would need to trudge through the woods for his escape. But what was the best way out of here? Where would he be traveling the least before running into another human being? He had no idea where he was right now, and no idea which direction to go. But his assumption was that he should go down the road his parents took him. He doubted there were any other trails anywhere nearby, and the chances of him getting lost in a dense forest like this were extremely high, while the chances of being found were abysmal. The hour went by faster this time, and before he knew it, Clean Ryan was there to replace him. Kevin updated him on the eventful shift he'd had and headed back to the campgrounds. His stomach was rumbling by then, and he hurriedly entered the mess hall, in time to see the room full and campers chowing. He made his way to the food line, and the lunch lady splotched the ladle of mush that was served for lunch into his bowl. He didn't bother thanking her, but instead just took 2 pieces of hard bread, just in case the mush proved to be insufficient. He searched the room frantically, trying to find Ninja, but he was nowhere in sight. He didn't want to look too suspicious, so he quickly took the closest seat at a table where only one other camper sat. "Is it okay if I sit here?" he asked courteously. The camper sitting across from him nodded with his mouth full of the food, not bothering to look up at Kevin, before slurping another spoonful. Kevin looked down at his bowl, too hungry to worry about Ninja right now. He couldn't tell what exactly the dish was, but he did recognize pale pieces of meat, which he assumed were chicken, and overcooked vegetables, which were literally falling apart in the soupy substance. It at least smelled good, and he was starving far too much to ask the generous lunch lady for another meal. He put a little bit of the food on the tip of his spoon and bit into the bread before dousing it in the mushy food in his mouth. It wasn't half as bad as he expected. The meat and vegetables were tender, and the soup was just the right saltiness, despite being too thick and oily. He downed the entire bowl and ate both pieces of bread, feeling like he could go for seconds. The other camper in front of him was gone by this point, and Kevin spent the next 10 minutes pretending to scrape his bowl while looking for Ninja. I guess he'll get lunch later, or won't get lunch at all. Once he made sure that Ninja still wasn't around, he proceeded to waddle to the window where the dirty dishes were disposed of and then proceeded outside. The campers who had finished lunch were outside and waiting for the annoying counselors to come and give them new orders. Kevin looked around, searching for familiar faces in the crowd. Who would be willing to go with my plan to sneak into Mr. Adams's office? His eyes fell on Tough Norton, and he reticently smiled, ready to isolate him from the crowd and propose his suggestion to him. He happened to glance inside the mess hall and saw Mark standing in front of Dwight in the middle of the room. It looked like they were talking about something as Kevin saw not only Dwight's mouth opening to utter orders, but Mark saying something back too. A few moments later, Dwight dismissively waved him away and turned away from him. Mark came outside, his eyes immediately falling on Kevin. He joined him with a somber glance on his face. "What was that about?" Kevin asked. "Oh, you mean with Dwight?" Nothing. He's given me some chores for later." "What kind of chores?" "Cleaning the resting room in the main lodge. Doesn't matter." His face turned stern. "I know what you're planning to do, Kevin." "Don't." Kevin yanked his hand away and frowned at Mark. "What are you talking about? I'm not planning anything." "Come on, Kevin. I know you got the nickname Cocky, but do you really want it to get changed to Stupid?" Kevin stared at Mark in bafflement, pretending he didn't know what he was talking about and hoping that Mark was just taking a shot in the dark. He apparently noticed Kevin's fake confused glare, so he pressed his lips together firmly before saying, "You went to Mr. Adams's office this morning. He always takes campers there to strike a deal with him. He gives them some sweet talk, and they agree to his demands in hopes that they'd be released soon. But not you, Kevin. You were different." Mark looked down at his feet, which Kevin took as a sign that he still wasn't finished speaking. He gave him a moment. Mark looked back up before saying, "You want to use the phone, I know. Don't do it. It's too risky." "You smart son of a bitch." Kevin chuckled, knowing he was caught red-handed. There was no use lying now, especially not to someone as clever as Mark. The question was, as much as he hated asking it of himself, would Mark be a threat to his escape? Would he potentially snitch on him to the counselors in order to potentially avoid getting into any trouble himself? No, that's ridiculous. Mark wouldn't do that. He's a good friend, despite us knowing each other for only a few days. "Well, you got me," Kevin said, guiltily shrugging and spreading his arms in an I don't know gesture. Mark got closer to him and said in a more hushed tone this time, "Listen, if you don't want to do this, if they catch you in his office, you have no idea what they'll do to you. And you do? That's why you're so afraid, right? Because you know exactly what happens to the campers here, right?" Kevin inadvertently raised his tone. Mark was taken aback by this, which was visible from his shocked facial expression. He stepped back and said, "I know that nothing good can come of it. It's not worth the risk." "And waiting is? Our parents put us in here against our will, Mark," Kevin snapped. "How can you just sit back and allow these assholes to bully you like that while your sister is at home probably going through hell?" Mark's face turned sour as if he just bit into a lemon. This stung Kevin's conscience, so he immediately got diffused and said, "I'm sorry, but I thought we were friends. I thought you hated it here. But if you're not willing to help me so we can both get out of this mess, then I guess I'll have to find someone who will." He threw his hands up and let them fall limply against his thighs. "You'll do well to be really careful who you talk to around here about escaping," Mark calmly said. "Yeah? Well, we'll see about that." Mark continued staring at him with a visibly disappointed facial expression, although Kevin wasn't sure where the disappointment was directed, at him or his intentions. He didn't care at that moment. He couldn't bear to be around Mark any longer. He turned around and made his way through the crowd, silently grateful that they were no longer looking at him, and to the other side of the group, as far away from Mark as he could be. Mr. Adams came out of the mess hall in minutes, and after lining up the campers, he performed a roll call. Once everyone was accounted for, he started calling on campers and giving them duties in groups. Various jobs needed to be done around the camp, including chopping wood, transferring wood back to camp, cleaning the mess hall, helping out Nurse Mary, helping out groundskeeper Andy, folding laundry, and many more. A lot of the jobs seemed to revolve around cleaning camp buildings. Therefore, the majority of the campers were assigned to those duties. Kevin, Javier, and Tough Norton were assigned to go help groundskeeper Andy with whatever jobs he gave them. Although Javier and Norton weren't terribly pleased to be helping the old grunt, Kevin was ecstatic, because he'd get a chance to talk to his fellow campers about his escape plan. If he could get Tough Norton in on it, he'd be set for sure. "Dwight, you take the lead of the campers in charge of cleaning around the infirmary and mess hall. I'll take the ones for the main lodge." "All right, campers, get to it," Mr. Adams ordered, and the campers immediately began dispersing in groups, each in his own direction. "Can't believe that of all the people, I have to go help the groundskeeper," Javier exclaimed, as soon as the campers put some distance to the counselors. "Well, better that than being in the choosing, no." Norton punched Javier in the shoulder mildly. Javier winced and rubbed his arm before saying, "I guess you're right." The groundskeeper cabin stood dormant in the distance, near the edge of the woods, the groundskeeper himself nowhere in sight. Javier and Norton got suddenly quiet, and as tempted as Kevin was to talk to them about his escape plan, something told him that this was not the right moment. When they finally reached the cabin, they stopped in front of the door, dumbly staring at it in silence. "Well, come on, go on. Knock on the door," Norton urged Javier. "No, you do it. You're the one they call tough." Javier shook his head. "Yeah, but Kevin has the name Cocky." They both turned their heads in Kevin's direction, and it was at that moment that he knew that he was outvoted. "Fine, you pansies." He rolled his eyes and approached the steps in front of the door. He raised one hand and gently knocked 3 times on the wooden surface. He turned around to look at Javier and Norton standing in place, not moving an inch. Kevin spread his hands in a gesture that said this wasn't a big deal when Javier's eyes widened. Kevin turned around and had to catch himself to keep from stumbling backward when he saw the groundskeeper's menacing figure towering above him where the door had been a second ago. Kevin stifled a scream and took a step back, trying to mutter a coherent phrase in his state of startling. Mr. Adams sent us? Gave some duties here?" The groundskeeper angrily stared at Kevin for a moment before slamming the door shut in his face with a loud bang. "Well, great job, Cocky Kevin," Javier clapped silently. "Shut up," Kevin retorted. The cabin door swung open a moment later, and the groundskeeper stumbled outside and around the back of the cabin. The sound of a creaking door opening rose from the back. The 3 campers stood silently while he rummaged through what Kevin assumed was his tool shed. A moment later, the creaking door slammed shut, and the groundskeeper emerged from around the corner, carrying 3 mops and a bucket. He shoved the items to Kevin, who took them with a wobble, nearly losing balance in the process. Groundskeeper Andy started walking to the right, toward the old concrete building Kevin saw earlier on his way to the morning training. The 3 campers exchanged glances, and Norton silently gestured with his head for them to follow the groundskeeper. They had to jog to catch up with the groundskeeper, but, after that, their pace was much slower than usual. After a few minutes of silence mixed with the shuffling of grass under their feet, they reached the old building. The groundskeeper led them around and opened the door on the side. They entered what looked like a locker room with long benches on both sides. There was a door on the other side, and upon opening it, the groundskeeper revealed a huge shower room. There were no separating stalls or anything like that in the room, just shower heads hanging from the ceiling, dozens of them, pointing down at the numerous drainages on the concrete floor. The groundskeeper turned around and looked at the campers, which made them freeze. "Clean the locker room and take out any garbage from the showers." It can talk, Kevin comically thought to himself when he heard an actual relatively complex sentence come out of the groundskeeper's mouth. With no other word, The old man left the showers and closed the main door behind him. "Well, time to get to work. Dibs on the locker room," Javier said. Kevin handed one mop to each of the campers and filled the bucket with water from the tap in the dressing room. He placed the bucket at the entrance between the showers and the dressing room. Since Javier already decided to do the dressing room, Kevin took the showers with Norton, which worked out perfectly since he could talk to him. They soaked their mops and made their way to the other side of the showers, looking for any potential trash. Kevin didn't want to waste time, but he also didn't want to be too direct. He pretended to clean for a few minutes before he subtly got closer to Norton. "So, it's like this every day?" Kevin asked. "Pretty much. Working, learning, more working," Norton shrugged. "Well, it's too abusive toward the campers. I don't think what they're doing here is legal." "Yeah, no shit," Norton slightly chuckled. "If anyone found out about what they do here, I reckon they would shut down the camp so hard that Mr. Adams's annoying smile would drop like an anchor." Norton glanced at Kevin before silently continuing to mop. "I got him now. He's interested in what I'm saying." "Sounds like you have something in mind," Norton said, moving into the corner of the shower room and beginning to mop from there. "Maybe, if you're willing to listen." "Go ahead," Norton said, mopping up a juice box and half-used soap onto a pile of already mopped-up trash. "Have you ever tried escaping from this place?" Norton stopped mopping momentarily and glanced in Kevin's direction with raised eyebrows. A second later, he continued mopping, staring at the trash as he said, "I planned to, but I never found a way out." "Great, this is it." "Well, what if I told you I found a way out?" Kevin leaned on his mop, giving Norton his full attention now. This, in turn, seemed to intrigue Norton as he stopped mopping and turned to face Kevin with a curious expression on his face. "I'm listening." Kevin glanced at the dressing room. Javier was mopping the floor, facing away from them. Kevin got closer to Norton and said in a hushed tone, "There's a phone in Mr. Adams's office. If we could sneak inside, we could call someone to pick..." Before Kevin even finished the sentence, Norton was already shaking his head, the curious glance instantaneously gone from his face. He gripped his mop, ready to go back to work as he looked at Kevin disappointedly and said, "I'd hate to crush your hopes, Kev, but everybody knows about the phone. There's no way to get in there. The office is locked all the time. There's no way of getting in." "We can try, man." Kevin desperately tried convincing Norton. "I just need a minute on the phone, and I can get us someone for a rescue. I just need someone to distract Mr. Adams." Norton shook his head again. "Trust me, you don't want to do it. The last person who tried breaking into the office and making a call, and no, you were not the first person with that idea, ended up getting sent in the woods for repentance. He never came back." Kevin was taken aback for a moment before regaining his defiant composure. "So you're just going to sit and do nothing? And hope they let you go when the time comes? Come on, Norton, don't be an idiot." Norton looked at him angrily, and Kevin thought for a moment that he was going to punch him. "Yeah, that's exactly what I'm going to do," he furiously retorted. "I'm serving my sentence so I can leave when this is all done. You said you were supposed to leave a few weeks ago. Mr. Adams told me recently that I only have 3 weeks left until I'm released, so stay away from me with that risky bullshit before you get the both of us in trouble. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have work to do." He turned around and furiously continued mopping. Kevin glanced in Javier's direction. Javier was staring at him, but he quickly looked down and continued doing his mopping upon locking eyes with Kevin. Feeling a little discouraged, Kevin proceeded with work in silence. Sometime later, the groundskeeper came by and told them to pick up their things and take them back to his shack. He ordered them to pick up the shears from the shed. However, it was time for Kevin to get back to his watchtower duty. He had almost forgotten about it until he accidentally felt the pocket watch in his pants. He had only 13 minutes to get to the tower, so he hurriedly ran to the groundskeeper and asked him to go. The groundskeeper shot him a bemused glance before turning away from him as if he was looking at something as unimportant as a worm in the mud. Kevin took that as a sign of approval, so he let Javier bring back the mops while he rushed to the tower. By the time he arrived, the sky was already turning orange, and it was much harder to see anything amongst the trees. He relieved Larry of his duty and sat on the floor of the tower, mentally scratching Norton off his list. That just leaves Ninja and Sneaky Rob. If they don't want to try my plan, I'll try to find someone else. No big deal. He kept telling that to himself, despite a sense of dread gradually growing within him. A panicked thought crept emerging at the back of his mind, something nagging that kept warning him that he might stay trapped here, and not just until the end of his sentence. He had to fight really hard to push it back this time. He was relieved to have Clean Ryan arrive 5 minutes earlier. After complaining about how unclean the tower was, he took over the shift, and Kevin was on his way out of there. Oh, before I forget, Clean Ryan called out. Don't forget you have lectures now. Get to the study hall, classroom 4. Fucking great. When he arrived in the classroom, the counselor was already giving his lecture. He authoritatively gestured for Kevin to sit down before continuing with his presentation. Although Kevin was in the seat right in front of him, he paid no attention to the topic, despite Mark warning him about having to memorize the things they were being taught. Once the lectures were done, the campers got a moment of reprieve. Kevin didn't have a lot of free time, though, because at 7 p.m., he had to go back to the tower. He was starting to feel exhausted by this point, and with it, his motivation for escape was waning. He entertained the thought of trying to escape tomorrow, when he had more available time, but quickly dismissed it, scolding himself for even thinking that. After his shift on the watchtower, he went back to the camp and into the mess hall. He ate the porridge, which was much blander than the mush he had for lunch, and, unsatisfied, he made his way back toward the cabins. Ninja has got to be back by now, right? When he entered the cabin, most of the campers were already in their pajamas, save for the ones who had duties later on like toilet cleaning and watchtower. To his delight, Ninja was finally there. He was lying on his back in the bed in his pajamas, with one arm over his eyes to block the light. Kevin wasted no time approaching him. Hey, Ninja, you still awake? He asked, kneeling next to his bed. Ninja moved the arm that was covering his eyes and looked at Kevin in curiosity. He looked way more tired than Kevin had seen him in the past few days. Wood chopping duty must have really gotten to him. Hey, what's up, Kevin? Ninja asked in a somewhat croaking voice, which indicated he was either woken up or on the verge of falling asleep. Kevin looked around at the other campers. All of them were busy with their own things. He happened to glance at Mark, who was placing his hygiene items back inside his locker. A pang of guilt struck Kevin over the harsh conversation he'd had with them earlier. Since none of the campers seemed to be focused on him, he turned back to face Ninja and said, in a whisper, I intend to get out, and I have a plan, but I need your help. Ninja blinked like a confused goat before licking his visibly dry lips and saying, All right, that's great, but can we talk about that tomorrow? I'm literally dead tonight. Okay, yeah, sure, no problem, Kevin nodded. Ninja had already placed his arm back over his eyes and continued dozing off. As Kevin brushed his teeth and got ready for the roll call and his 10 p.m. shift on the watchtower, he could only ponder one thing. It's going to be a long night. Chapter 10. Barrels. He wasn't sure what time it was when he heard it. He was on watchtower duty, and his eyelids were becoming progressively heavier. He had decided to sit down and prop his back against the wooden railing, hoping to maybe catch a few minutes of shut-eye. Mr. Adams climbed the tower and stared at Kevin with the look of a disappointed parent. No, he wasn't really there. Kevin was in limbo, in that instance between dreaming and being awake, and he imagined seeing Mr. Adams there. He kept snapping his eyes open every few minutes like that, even though it felt like he was napping for hours. And then something shook him wide awake. What was it? He looked around but was alone on the watchtower. His heart was pounding, and his eyelids were no longer heavy. So what was it that snapped him awake? Feeling suddenly paranoid, he clambered up to his feet and leaned against the railing. He stared at the vast canopies of the trees stretching across the horizon and the stillness it imbued. The stillness. The forest was quiet. Too quiet. Up until now, it was brimming with all sorts of sounds. Owls and other unidentified birds, crickets. Now, a hush filled the air. Was the forest supposed to be quiet at night? That's not how Kevin remembered learning about it. He remembered that his teacher once said that most of the wildlife in the woods comes out at night, and that the only time they go silent is when a predator is nearby. Kevin couldn't help but scan the canopies with more scrutiny now that he was aware that a dangerous animal might be nearby. It was impossible to tell if anyone was moving there, so he decided to rely on listening instead. Aside from the regular noises of the crickets and birds chirping here and there, he heard nothing unusual. Snap. Something broke somewhere in the distance. It sounded like a twig, but maybe a big one because it also sounded like it was far away. And then, a whistle pierced the air, low, and then climbing up until it reached a crescendo. And then it stopped. Kevin held his breath as he listened. He tried telling himself that it was just a night animal, but his mind shouted at him over and over that a scream, suddenly pierced the air. Kevin noticed a flock of birds flying off a tree and upward as if startled by something. It was, by Kevin's estimation, around 700 feet away from the watchtower. Something was going on there. Was that scream just now his imagination? It sounded human. In fact, it sounded like the screaming of a scared boy. Another snap echoed, followed by a loud, long whistle. That was no animal. He was sure of it. At least, it sounded like human whistling. Kevin swallowed, his heart pumping violently as he stared at the trees, waiting to see any further signs of movement in the woods. Nothing. He waited for what felt like hours, constantly pivoting around to see if anyone would magically appear behind him. He checked the pocket watch and realized his shift would be ending soon. Just a little longer until Clean Ryan relieved him of his duty, and then he could get the hell out of this place. He kept thinking about the sounds he heard. The scream might have belonged to the camper who got sent into the woods earlier that day. But the whistle, what could it be? It didn't sound like any animal. Even mountain lions produce specific sounds. This, however, sounded too long, too rhythmic. One thought kept coming into his mind over and over. The Firwood Wraith. He tried dismissing that thought. There are no such things as ghosts. Still, he couldn't help but spend the remainder of his shift glancing at the stairs of the watchtower every couple of minutes, expecting to see some transparent ghost-like creature staring up at him with glowing eyes. Clean Ryan couldn't have arrived fast enough. Kevin didn't tell him anything about what he heard since Ryan was adamantly opposed to the belief in the Firwood Wraith, even though the distress was probably visible on Kevin. He heard Camp Firwood's anthem in his dream, and only woke up around 10 seconds into it, realizing that it was early morning and that the anthem was blasting away in reality. Most of the campers were already up, scurrying around, getting ready to start their day. Kevin sat upright, blinking furiously and rubbing his eyes, trying to clear the blur away. Was it really time to get up? He felt like he had just slumped into bed 5 minutes ago. The sounds in the woods from last night were still embedded in his mind, but he decided not to entertain any morbid thoughts. Now that it was morning, he was able to think with more clarity. Just animals. That's all it was. When he returned from the watchtower duty last night, much faster than usual, he didn't even bother taking his uniform off, since it would take him way too long to change into his pajamas. So he instead placed the blanket over his bed and slept in his uniform the way the campers did during the day. Now that morning came, he folded his blanket and straightened the wrinkles on his bedsheets, already a pro when it came to doing it effectively. Thanks for showing me the ropes, Mark. He inconspicuously tossed a glower in Mark's direction. Mark was stumbling with his toothbrush toward the toilet with eyes half closed, his slippers making loud shuffling noise in the process. Some time later, the campers assembled in front of the cabins for a roll call. Dwight arrived with his arrogant, punchable face and called out each camper. Once everyone was accounted for, he took them to the mess hall. The line in front of the hall seemed to move much slower than usual, and Kevin had difficulty standing on his wobbly legs. He felt like he could fall asleep in that position, but that wasn't an option. Not in Camp Firwood. He was relieved momentarily to sit down with his scrambled eggs, but only seconds later, his head started slumping down. Each time, he'd close his eyes for longer than a second. He quickly ate his eggs, despite not having an appetite, and headed outside. A bunch of campers were already out, talking about their own things, their voices sounding much louder than usual. Kevin glanced around the campgrounds, desperately looking for a place where he could sit down and take a nap, just for a minute. He spotted a big tree stump across from the mess hall, just calling him to lean his back against it and close his eyes. His sleep-deprived mind realized only a second later that the stump was too close to the main lodge, which most of the counselors were coming out from every couple of minutes. He was sure they would not take kindly to him dozing off over there like a homeless guy. No matter, he would sleep tonight instead. He gently slapped himself a few times, hoping it would snap him out of his stupor. I just need to start doing something, and I'll feel less sleepy, that's all, he thought to himself optimistically. He decided that it was time to find Ninja and talk to him about the plan he had. Luck would have it that it wasn't his day because, as if on cue, Counselor Torres sauntered out of the mess hall and roared, "Lunch Lady Daisy needs extra help today. You three," he pointed at Mark, Ryan, and Ethan, before looking in Kevin's direction. "Oh, crap. Please don't choose me." "You there! Detention boy!" Torres squealed, pointing his finger directly at Kevin. Kevin spun around, hoping against hope that someone stood close to him and that Torres was pointing at them. But no, that, unfortunately, wasn't the case. "Four of you, go talk to Daisy," Torres roared. The three campers who were initially chosen confusedly exchanged glances, not budging. "Move, you snails!" Torres shrieked at them. and the campers immediately broke into a jog around the back of the mess hall. "What are you waiting for? Move your fucking ass!" It took Kevin a moment to realize that Torres was shouting directly at him. Annoyed out of his mind, he followed Mark, Ethan, and Ryan with a half sprint to avoid losing them. "See? I told you it's a bad idea to go outside earlier," Ryan scoldingly said to the other two. "How were we supposed to know? Steve got picked for some other duty last time because he stayed inside for too long," Slow Ethan angrily retorted. Ethan and Ryan seemed to be equally frustrated as Kevin, but not Mark. He seemed to maintain his calm composure on the outside. Kevin wondered if he was actually calm and how long it would take until he snapped. "Wait, where's Kevin? Oh, here he is." Mark spun around, visibly startled or pleasantly surprised to see Kevin right behind him. "Worried you'd have more work to do if I don't show up?" Kevin ironically asked. "No, it's not that. It's just that we'll all be in trouble if one of us goes missing or doesn't show up, or if the work doesn't get finished," Mark said from the front, only just then realizing Kevin's obviously sardonic remark. They went through the back door, which led them to a small corridor which had doors on the left side. The first door led to the bathroom, but the campers went through the next door, which led into a small locker room. 3 campers, whose name Kevin didn't know, were sitting on the benches. They weren't wearing their usual camp uniforms, but the white clothes and caps that kitchen staff usually had to don. Instead of shoes, they had white, uncomfortable-looking clogs. Upon seeing them enter, one of the campers grinned and spread his arms welcomingly as he exclaimed poetically, "Barrel Mark, Clean Ryan, Cocky Kevin, and Slow Ethan." He said the last name with an audible drop in enthusiasm. The other 2 campers burst into laughter before the one who called out the name said, "What are you guys doing here?" "The kitchen hag needs some help, apparently," Ryan exclaimed as he opened one of the lockers. Inside were white clothes, like the ones the 3 campers were wearing. Mark and Ryan opened 2 other lockers, and all 3 started changing into the white clothes. Seeing that this was something mandatory, Kevin sighed and opened a locker of his own. Although white at first glance, the clothes in the locker seemed to be stained with yellowish and reddish faded splotches. Kevin was sure that the camp tried washing those but was unable to remove the stains and didn't want to recycle the clothes. Reluctantly, he put on the pants, which happened to be short enough to reveal his ankles, and a shirt that was missing 2 buttons, one at the top and one at the bottom. The clogs were as uncomfortable as they looked, but at least they were the right size. He would just need to be careful when walking not to twist his ankle. "Don't forget your cap." Mark pointed to his own white cap on his head. "Oh, right." Kevin glanced back at the locker and saw the netted cap on the top shelf. He put it over his head, feeling the elastic part of it already beginning to make his head itchy. He was tempted to ask if the cap was even necessary, but he already knew the rules in the camp by now. "Well, let's go see what the witch wants, then." Clean Ryan shrugged and went out through the door they came in. Kevin followed their lead as Ryan was the first to step into a humongous area, which was brimming with loud machinery-like noises and filled with all sorts of big cauldron-like devices that he didn't recognize. There were machines for chopping vegetables and mincing meat, numerous ovens with comically large frying pans and pots, and on one of the walls hung a plethora of knives, ladles of various sizes, kitchen turners, and other utensils. Ryan made his way toward one corner of the big area where something that looked like a guardhouse was sitting. When they got closer, Kevin realized it was actually an office, and through the glass panel on the door, he saw the lunch lady's encroaching figure sitting inside, taking some notes on a paper with her stubby fingers. Ryan was the one who gently knocked on the door. The lunch lady didn't acknowledge his presence, and he seemed hesitant to knock again. After 10 seconds or so, he raised his hand again, but the lunch lady stood up and swung the door open. "Where have you been this long? You're already late," she screeched at them, flailing her massive arms about, her soft triceps shaking like pudding. "We were just told a few minutes ago by Mr. Torres that—" Ryan started, but Daisy interrupted him with her powerful voice, which seemed to drown out the loud machines in the kitchen. "I don't want to hear excuses. You two," she pointed at Ethan and Ryan, "go clean the storage room. And you two," she pointed at Mark and Kevin, "follow me," she ordered. She waddled like a duck through the loud kitchen, leading Mark and Kevin through the corridor and outside to the back of the mess hall. It was great to be away from all that noise in the kitchen. The lunch lady turned right and pointed behind 2 large trash containers and spoke with a voice equally loud as it was inside, this time with no machines around to somewhat muffle it. "There are barrels around the corner. You have cleaning products there. I want you to clean the barrels until they are sparkling. Understood?" She put her hands on her hips and angrily stared at Mark. Yes, Miss Daisy, Mark obediently said. The lunch lady looked at Kevin, seemingly in anticipation, and he resisted the urge to roll his eyes as he said, Yes, Miss Daisy. She went back inside, leaving Mark and Kevin alone, surrounded by silence. Well, guess it's time to work then, Mark shrugged. Kevin nodded and took the lead toward the corner where Daisy had pointed. The smell of something rotten hit his nostrils, and he almost gagged. The smell reminded him a bit of Daisy's food, only it smelled like it had been left out in the heat for a while. When they rounded the corner, Kevin saw 5 large metal barrels, relatively light blue in color. However, they had been rusted long since, the blue color only a remnant in the infestation of the rust. Next to the barrels were cleaning brushes and a bucket. Kevin approached the barrels and immediately stepped back when a gust of the odor hit him in the face. It smelled even worse than the trash containers, even though they were empty. Ah, jeez. Was there a dead body in there? He pinched his nose with his index finger and thumb. Mark tentatively approached, glancing inside before furrowing his nose and waving his hand in front of his face to chase the smell away. He puffed up his cheeks and exhaled loudly before disappointingly approaching the bucket with brushes. Well, at least we don't have to do training for a while, he shrugged, but Kevin wasn't thrilled by that. He wasn't sure yet if he would rather spend his morning cleaning rusted barrels or listening to Baldwin's annoying order barking. In the end, he knew that the buckets needed to be cleaned, and there was no way around it. He took a brush from the bucket and approached one of the barrels. The stench emanating from it was tear-inducing, but less so than it was a moment ago when he first smelled it. He assumed that by the time he was done, he would already get used to the smell. He grabbed the edge of the bucket and began scrubbing the inside of it. The substance that was stuck on it was stubborn, and barely any crumbs detached, like dandruff from a dirty head, even when Kevin used his full strength. The sound of scrubbing coming from their brushes was so loud that he and Mark probably wouldn't hear each other if they talked. Okay, I just need to do this thing, and then I can talk to Ninja and we can plan our escape. He tried telling himself to avoid that small shred of doubt taking over. More and more, though, thoughts began seeping out and sowing despair and hopelessness in him like rot, which gradually spread. There's never time for that. Even if I talk to Ninja, when will we escape? We never have time to plan anything. And what are the chances of us even approaching the main lodge, let alone Mr. Adams's office? No, I'm going to be stuck here, probably for a long time. I won't get to see my friends, and by the time I come home, if I ever do, they will have already forgotten about me. I guess they just wanted to occupy us with something, didn't they? Mark said. Uh-huh, Kevin absentmindedly replied. At this point, he wasn't scrubbing anymore. He was leaning on the barrel's edge, staring down at it, the brush limply dangling from his fingers. The stench no longer bothered him. As he stood there, he felt something tight forming in his chest. He was broken. The camp finally managed to break his will, and just like that, his motivation for escaping was gone. This place is total bullshit, he muttered, on the verge of tears. Yeah, I know, Mark said. He had stopped scrubbing and was staring at Kevin with concern. Kevin suddenly became aware of the silence, so he started scrubbing again with the same futility as moments ago. They treat us like shit. They're just using us for their own fucking chores, Kevin continued complaining. I know, Kev, but this will all be over soon. You just gotta hang in there for a bit, and we'll be out soon. Kevin scrubbed harder, his vision getting blurry from the tears forming in his eyes. He blinked firmly, and a tear fell out of his eyes onto the bottom of the barrel with a metallic echo. And fuck these barrels and whoever gave us this duty. This shit can't be fucking cleaned, he snapped and tossed the brush and barrel aside. The barrel loudly clattered sideways with a hollow, metallic sound and rolled for a bit before forlornly stopping. Kevin put his hands on his hips, facing the barrel, hiding his face from Mark. He wiped his tears with the sleeve of the white yellowish shirt and sniffled, staring at the ground while new tears already started forming in his eyes. I know how you feel, Kevin, Mark softly said. But hey, this isn't as bad as it seems to us right now. One day, when we meet outside the camp, we'll be laughing at how we had to clean these barrels, you know? I don't think we will be laughing at the barrels, Mark. Kevin shook his head with a disbelieving half-chuckle. Yes, we will. Because we're going to find a way to escape from here, Mark said with a tone of finality. Kevin jerked his head in Mark's direction, not bothering to wipe the newly formed tears and well aware that his friend could see them. Mark stood behind the barrel he was cleaning with a serious facial expression, but there was something else in his look, too. Determination. Did he just hear right what Mark said? You want to escape? Kevin asked, not recognizing his own trembling voice. Well, I like the food, but their services here are terrible. I'm thinking of leaving a 1-star review once I'm out. Kevin laughed. It was the best thing he'd heard in days. So, what do you say? Mark asked. We discuss our escape plan while cleaning the barrels. Are you just bullshitting me now? Mark shook his head. I thought about it for a bit, and you're right. We shouldn't be here. He detected no lies in Mark's tone. Kevin nodded. He felt reinvigorated, like he could run for miles without stopping. He clambered up to his feet and approached the sad-looking turned-over barrel. Grabbing it by the rim with both hands, he carried it over next to Mark's barrel and bent down to pick up the brush that fell inside. The stench was more pungent down there, so he was glad to have his head out of there in mere seconds. He leaned on the barrel and used the sleeve of his shirt to wipe the remaining tears on his face. All right, let's talk then, he said with newfound motivation and hope. The voice of doubt pushed back into no more than an inaudible whisper. He told Mark about his plan to make a phone call from Mr. Adams's office to his friends. His friends would look up on the internet where the camp was. If the information wasn't online, they could get it from Kevin's parents. After that, they would drive to the vicinity of the camp with Henry's brother Quentin and wait until nightfall. At night, once the dust settled, he and Mark would sneak out of the camp and go out to the road leading to the camp, and once they were in the car, they'd be home free. It sounded somewhat flawed when he spoke it out like that, but it was the best thing they had right now. Mark attentively listened to Kevin's detailed plan, the whole time continuing to gently scrub the barrels. He didn't complain once throughout the entire explanation, and once Kevin was done laying it out, he asked Mark, So, what do you think? Well, we're missing just one more detail then. Mark nodded as he looked somewhere ahead of himself. Kevin followed his gaze and noticed that he was staring at Mr. Adams in the distance, who happened to be talking to another staff member in the middle of the road between the mess hall and the study hall. The counselor looked even thinner and taller from this far away, which creeped Kevin out. How to sneak into the office? Kevin completed Mark's sentence somberly. We need a diversion, Mark said as he continued scrubbing the barrel, although by this point it was more pretend scrubbing to avoid getting into trouble. Yeah, I haven't thought about that far enough, Kevin sighed. Well, I have an idea. Mark looked at Kevin. Kevin glanced at his friend and smiled, pleasantly surprised by the rate at which he was getting into the swing of things. Mark leaned closer and said, There's no way we can get close since we always have some duties and training, not to mention that the building is crawling with counselors most of the time. He tossed a skeptical glance in Mr. Adams's direction before turning back to Kevin. Except on the weekends. What happens on the weekends? Kevin breathlessly asked, practically on the edge of his imaginary seat. First, we eat breakfast and then de-dust our blankets. That takes about 10 minutes, and then we are given duties. Most counselors are spread out, leading small groups of campers to their respective jobs, but they don't monitor them too closely. Wherever we are, we can make up an excuse that we need to. I don't know, grab some tools, go to the infirmary, whatever. Okay, I see your point. We can move more freely during the weekend, but how does that give us access to Mr. Adams's office? Kevin asked with a whiff of suspicion in his tone. The groundskeeper will help us. Kevin stared silently at Mark for a moment, waiting for the punchline. When he noticed how serious Mark was, he burst out laughing. You must be out of your damn mind. Mark shook his head. He won't help us willingly. He's just going to provide the key. Mark, maybe you're the one who deserves the nickname Cocky, not me. Kevin chuckled. Here's what we do. When we find an excuse to leave wherever tomorrow, we can go to the groundskeeper's cabin. You hide somewhere in the trees, and I'll distract him. Tell him that he's needed somewhere. He never locks his cabin, so you can go inside and look for the key. The one that goes to Mr. Adams's office is a small, red one. You need to detach it from the keyring and get out. I'll keep the groundskeeper distracted for as long as I can. Wait, why don't I distract the groundskeeper? It sounds like you know your way around his cabin. Mark shook his head. I'm better with words. You're faster. Once you have the key, we can go to Mr. Adams's office. You can go inside while I stand guard outside. If Mr. Adams is about to come, I'll knock, and you hide. But what if the groundskeeper brings the key with him? Kevin frowned. He won't. He never brings it unless he needs it. And I'll try to rush him so he forgets it. Mark shrugged. All right, deal. Kevin's heart began pumping a little faster. He was excited, but also scared. What if they were caught? Would they be thrown into the detention house? Or something worse? His thoughts were interrupted when the lunch lady's blaring voice came from around the corner. "Are you two doing any work at all, or just talking?" "We're trying to scrub the barrels, but it's too hard, Miss Daisy," Mark timidly said, and Kevin began to suspect that Mark may have been faking that voice in front of the camp staff to look more innocent. "It's too hard. Quit your whining, boy." Daisy mimicked Mark with an ugly grimace on her face. "All right, drop what you're doing there. I need you in the kitchen, now." Kevin almost regretted having to stop cleaning the barrels. He and Mark at least had some privacy here. In the kitchen, it would probably be more challenging to plan anything. It didn't matter. They already fleshed out the main plan, and it fueled Kevin to go through this hell of a day. Daisy gave Mark the task of counting all the food in the storage under her supervision. Poor guy. Kevin, on the other hand, was sent to the kitchen's dishwasher room and told to assist Michael in washing the plates. Obviously, neither Michael nor Kevin were thrilled to see each other, but a job was a job. Upon seeing him, Michael turned away from him and sunk his gloves into the sink water, which had a myriad of bubbles playfully floating around. He continued washing the plates inside the sink, putting the newly cleaned ones on top of the pristine pile on his left. The sink to his right was vacant, saved for Kevin. Kevin glanced at the window across the room. Faint light fell through it, and as Kevin saw some people moving on the other side from time to time, he realized that the mess hall was on the other side of that wall, and the window was the place where the campers would leave their dirty dishes. Under the window was a big bucket, which was used for emptying the plates of the uneaten food. Kevin reluctantly put on the pair of already soaked latex gloves and stopped right next to Michael, beginning to wash his own pile. The sound of ceramics and plastics and silverware clattered throughout the room as each new item was added on top of the clean stack. When the pile of plates started looking unstable like a Jenga tower, Michael took it over to a cloth-covered table and arranged the plates, one by one, so they leaned against the wall on one another like dominoes, for easier drying. Kevin didn't need to ask him what to do since he saw what Michael was doing, so he simply copied him by washing the plates and arranging them like the other kid did. It was awkwardly quiet between the two of them, so Kevin was grateful for the loud clattering which filled the room. He deliberately tried to avoid looking in Michael's direction in case they uncomfortably locked eyes. He had just finished piling the plates on the table for drying when Michael came by with his own stack. He looked at Kevin's carefully dominoed plates before he uttered the first word since they started working together. "You're not stacking them properly." Kevin hadn't even realized that this was the first time he'd heard Michael speak. His voice was stern and confident, which made Kevin think that he was either used to being direct with other people, or he rehearsed that line in his mind multiple times. Kevin glanced in his direction and saw his co-washer standing with a stack of plates in his hands, holding them against his chest as he stared at Kevin in anticipation. "Well, what am I doing wrong?" he asked. "They're not arranged well," Michael retorted briskly before setting down his own stack and beginning to place them in position, one by one. Kevin glanced at his row of plates and then at Michael's, metaphorically scratching his head. "They look okay to me," Kevin shrugged. "How long have you been in the camp?" Michael turned his head in Kevin's direction. "About a week." Kevin frowned, suspecting that he was falling into some verbal trap that his fellow camper was preparing. "Well, I've been here for 8 weeks. So instead of being a smartass, maybe you should try to learn something." Kevin naturally had a short temper, and the circumstances in the camp probably made it worse. So when Michael uttered that sentence, Kevin immediately blew a fuse. He loudly slammed the plate he was holding on the table. It clattered momentarily, obnoxiously loud, which made Michael jerk his head in the direction of the sound. Kevin took a menacing step toward him and, doing his best not to outright punch the guy right there, he said, "What is your fucking problem with me?" Michael turned to face him, still with the same stern look in his eye. He was a little taller than Kevin, but their builds seemed to be similar. Kevin reckoned he might have a chance at taking him down. They stared each other down for a long moment before Kevin spoke again. "Ever since day one, you've been giving me that same look. What the fuck do you want?" Michael pressed his lips together before opening his mouth. "I want my friend back." Kevin frowned curiously, and all of a sudden, he felt his anger slowly being replaced by intense curiosity. "Your friend?" Michael's eyes widened for a moment before they returned to their usual size. The Adam's apple on his throat visibly moved when he swallowed. "You arrived the same day Bill was sent into the woods." "Wait, you think I had something to do with the disappearance of your friend?" Kevin pointed the finger at his chest, chuckling at his own question. Do you realize how ridiculous that sounds? I'm just as much a prisoner here as you are. Michael stood with the same stern expression. His calm attitude contrasted with Kevin's erratic behavior. I don't know that. You show up when Bill gets sent away, and you start causing trouble, and getting away with it time and time again? I don't trust you. In fact, I think you're in league with the camp counselors. Kevin laughed out loud. That statement was so absurd, and yet, at the same time, he saw on Michael's serious face how much he actually believed his own words. There was no way Kevin would be able to convince him that he had nothing to do with Bill's disappearance. It suddenly reminded him of the time when he was 12 years old and he was walking down the street next to a parked truck. He happened to stop right next to the truck to tie his shoelaces, and before he knew it, someone started shouting and running toward him. A scary-looking, overweight person whose breath reeked of alcohol grabbed him by his wrist and started accusing him of doing something to the truck. Kevin confusedly shook his head, saying he wasn't doing anything, to which the trucker only screamed louder at him, demanding that Kevin show him the concealed tool he planned on using to damage the truck. Kevin overturned his pockets to prove to the man that he had nothing on him, feeling frightened for his life by this point. The man pushed Kevin in the opposite direction and told him to get out of there. Kevin started walking away when the trucker ordered him to run instead. He ran and, for close to a year after that, avoided walking through that street. As he stared at Michael, who had a similar look of confidence in his own words, he knew that arguing with him would be futile. He shook his head in disappointment and took a step back as he threw his hands up in the air and said, You know what? You believe what you want. I don't give a shit. He went back to his own work, ignoring what Michael had told him earlier about the plates not being placed properly. After an hour or so, Mark waltzed inside the washing room and tapped Kevin on the shoulder. He said, Hey, we're not needed here anymore. Let's change and get back to training. Kevin was more than happy to be out of the kitchen. What he had to do today with the barrels and the plates was only an emergency thing, but generally, when someone was given kitchen duty, they would need to wake up at 3 a.m. to go to the mess hall and stay there all day until 10 p.m., after which their duty was officially done. He dreaded being chosen for that job in the future. The day went by too much slowly as Kevin, Mark, Ethan, and Ryan went to join the training session held by Counselor Torres. In today's lesson, they learned about orienting themselves with the compass and then with the tools that nature would provide them. Things especially went by slowly because they didn't actually have to do anything except listen to Torres croaking the whole time, while occasionally reprimanding a camper or two for not paying attention. Once training was done, they made their way to the mess hall, where a pleasant smell of something being made for lunch floated through the air. Mark's eyes widened when he realized what it was. Burgers! Kevin, do you see this? Burgers! He glanced back at his friend with a wide grin on his face. Kevin had never seen him this happy, save for the time when he was talking about burgers. He gave him a silent thumbs up, feeling a little excited himself. He glanced to the left where some campers were already taking seats and voraciously chomping their burgers. They didn't only look appetizing, but were humongous as well. And on top of that, the campers also got a portion of French fries along with the burger. Mark could hardly contain his excitement when one of the campers they saw earlier in the locker room placed the biggest burger he could find on his plate and handed it to Mark. Here you go, Barrel Mark. I saved this big boy just for you, he said with a satisfied smile. Oh boy, thanks a lot, Mark exclaimed, strutting to the nearest table. As soon as Kevin got his burger, he joined Mark at the table. Thinking of staying now? Kevin jokingly asked. Mark looked up at him with his mouth full of the food, ketchup smeared around his lips. He swallowed and said, The burger is great. Not as great as the ones back home, but still great. But no, they would need to throw in something extra if they wanted me to stay here. Excuse me, can I sit here? A voice came from Kevin's left. He looked up to find George, the camper Kevin saw on the laundromat on his first day. He was holding the platter with his food carefully, his shoulders tense as he intermittently looked at Kevin and Mark. Mark seemed to be too busy devouring his food, so Kevin waved George over and said, Sure thing, man. We don't own this place anyway. George briskly smiled and placed his platter on the table, sitting next to Kevin. Two other campers from Cabin 1 joined them soon, around the time when Mark was already done with his gigantic burger. Lunch was great, but it was too much for Kevin. He had eaten around half of the burger when he felt that he couldn't take another bite. Maybe it was the stress. He slid his platter to Mark, whose eyes lit up immediately. "Wait, you don't want it?" he asked with hopefulness. "No, it's too much for me. You go on ahead." Kevin was more than happy to share it with his friend. "Thanks, Kev. Hey, I'll share some of my food with you next time." "Don't worry about it, Mark." Kevin waved dismissively with a smile. They didn't have much time to rest after lunch since they were given duties before their afternoon studies. Kevin and a few other campers were assigned to log duty, which was located on the side far opposite of the groundskeeper's cabin, through a trail that led into a connected mini-meadow. The duty essentially consisted of campers carrying chopped logs and stacking them on a pile inside a frame of some sort. Near the edge of the forest were already cut down trees and woeful stumps nearby, which served as a testament to their once strong roots. There was a small shack nearby too, which contained various tools for cutting down said trees. Today, however, there was no one assigned to log chopping duty, and only the handful of campers who were sent there were assigned to carry all the logs into the frame. There were at least a dozen of the cut trees, and carrying them was no easy task. Although they had been cut into smaller logs, Kevin still had trouble carrying them with Norton. Norton, on the other hand, practically levitated the logs high above Kevin's level, his forearms and veins bulging with intensity. By the time they were done, Kevin's biceps and back were aching like crazy, and he was winded. His hands had a couple of spots where splinters had annoyingly lodged themselves and were too deep to be pulled out with his fingers. When he got back to his cabin, he immediately looked for Clean Ryan and asked him to remedy his ailment. Ryan, being Ryan, had a pair of tweezers, which he promptly handed to Kevin. Kevin pulled out the splinters while wincing, after which Ryan gave him an alcohol gauze. "Where do you get all these things?" Kevin asked, laughing at the absurd richness of the cleaning items Ryan had in his locker. "I usually talk with the guys in the infirmary," Ryan shrugged. Kevin thanked him. He got ready to jump into his bed until Norton held him back, waving his index finger and shaking his head. "Your uniform is full of splinters and other stuff. You don't want to dirty your sheets, trust me," he said. "Fine." Kevin rolled his eyes and gently spread the blanket over the bed before jumping in. The bed squeaked warningly in response. As soon as his head hit the pillow, he felt his eyes beginning to shut. He gave in to the sweet embrace of sleep, not caring if Mr. Adams himself would come in to shake him awake. He woke after what felt like minutes but was, according to Ninja, around an hour later. They had to go to lectures, and Kevin grumpily got up, remaking his bed. The rest of the day was a breeze. Kevin absentmindedly attended the lectures and dinner, after which he got ready for bed. He and Mark spent some time talking in the foyer, going over their plan one more time. Once everything was set, they got ready for the roll call and lights out. As he lay in bed, he listened to the dreadful anthem of Camp Firwood. He closed his eyes and thought to himself firmly, "Tomorrow will be the last time I listen to that shitty music." Chapter 11. The Call. When the anthem began blaring in the morning, Kevin opened his eyes wide. He was ready. He was the first one to jump out of bed, and the only one to do it with such alacrity. The other campers sluggishly rubbed their eyes and dragged themselves to their lockers. Kevin and Mark exchanged looks of determination before nodding at each other. After their morning routines of brushing their teeth, donning their uniforms, and making their beds, the campers began making their way out, one by one. Kevin overheard one of the campers saying they still had time since it was only a little after 8, which had him realizing why he was feeling so rested. Mark later confirmed to him that the campers woke up a little later on the weekends. Kevin was excited and nervous. Today was the day. If everything went according to plan, he would be out of here tonight. His mind raced back to the first day when he arrived, 6 days ago. Everything about that day, getting the uniform, being given a number in his cabin, seeing the campers' confused glares for the first time when he arrived, all of it seemed like just a distant memory. He felt like that day happened months ago. What should have been only one day in his hellhole of a camp turned into an entire week, but he would stay no longer. He refused to be kept here as their prisoner and their slave. He was happy to have Mark on his side through this endeavor. He had already started imagining the ride back home. Henry would laugh at Kevin for being in the detention house, and would mention how he would have loved to give a bitch slap to Dwight and the detention counselors. Quentin would be quiet for the most part while driving. He was scary when Kevin first met him, but he soon realized that Quentin was just the strong, silent type. Amy would attentively listen to every detail Kevin shared, relieved to see him safe. Would she come with Henry? Would she even be worried about him? And what would they do when they got back? They couldn't just leave the others in the camp. Not to mention, they would probably be punished once the counselors discovered that Kevin and Mark were missing. Kevin vowed to come back to rescue them, but a doubtful thought gnawed at his mind. Would they even want to escape? A few minutes after all the campers had come out of their cabins, two figures appeared in the distance, coming in the direction of the campers. The slim and tall figure was unmistakably Mr. Adams, whereas the somewhat shorter and much bulkier one was zit-faced Dwight. Huh, that's weird. Mr. Adams never comes to pick us up here on the weekends, Mark muttered. It sounded like he was talking to himself, but since Kevin heard him, he asked, "What do you mean?" Mark jerked his head in Kevin's direction as if he was surprised that he was heard. He looked back in the counselor's direction and said, "I mean, when Mr. Adams comes to pick us up in front of the cabins on the weekend, it's either when he wants to announce the choosing or take us there. Are you sure that's always the case?" "I don't know." Mark looked back at Kevin wide-eyed, visibly distressed. This effect seemed to take place with other campers as well, since the cabin area suddenly fell deathly silent, the only thing heard being the chirping of the birds. Now that he thought about it, Kevin noticed how much the campers' mood contrasted that of the rest of the days. A few silent murmurs surged from other campers in the distance, but only briefly. Everyone had their eyes fixated on the counselors, whose approach couldn't come fast enough and end the anticipation that everyone was in. The shuffling of grass coming from the counselors' feet grew audible and became louder by the second. Once they were in the cabins' proximity, it became apparent that Mr. Adams was explaining something to Dwight while walking. Dwight stared at Mr. Adams with undivided, ass-licking attention. The two of them stopped, and Mr. Adams turned his head in the direction of the campers. He took a deep breath, his chest heaving as he shouted, "Form up, campers!" The campers were slower today. It was as if it took them a moment to register what Mr. Adams was ordering them to do. As soon as the first camper clambered up to his feet and began rushing into his position, the other campers seemed to be affected by this like a domino effect, and they too began rushing to form up. As Kevin got up, he noticed that Mark still seemed to be in a somewhat stupefied stance, so he tapped him on the shoulder. This broke him out of his trance, and he immediately got up, rushing to his own spot. During this whole commotion, Mr. Adams was facing Dwight and talking to him about something, which was evident from the way he was gesturing around with his notepad. However, it wasn't audible due to the stomping of other campers. "So you can still use it even after its expiration date," Mr. Adams finished telling Dwight before he turned back to face the now-formed campers. He smiled widely, with his usual courteous grin. "Good morning, campers!" he exclaimed. "Good morning, Mr. Adams," the campers replied, but with much less fake enthusiasm than usual. Mr. Adams seemed to notice this as he put his hands on his hips and shook his head, the smile still plastered across his face. "What? Did you guys not get enough sleep or something? I can't hear you." "Good morning, Mr. Adams," the campers roared much louder this time. This seemed to satisfy Mr. Adams as he chuckled with a nod. He raised the hand holding the notepad and pulled out the pen from his front pocket. He clicked it multiple times before beginning to go through his notes while humming the annoying Camp Firwood song. He flipped a page, put his pen to the paper, and went silent. He then began calling campers' names out one by one, scribbling something that Kevin imagined would be a check mark every time the camper who was called out responded. A couple of minutes later, when that was finished, Mr. Adams continued staring at his notes silently. All eyes were fixed on him, including Dwight's, but the head counselor didn't seem to be aware or simply didn't care enough to acknowledge that. When he finally decided it was time to give the nerve-wracked campers his attention, he clicked and placed his pen back into his front pocket and looked up at them. "All right, campers, I have some news for you," he said. Oh no, Mark was right. Something is about to happen. Today is not an ordinary day. We will have the director of the camp coming in for a visit sometime during the day. Loud gasps escaped the mouths of a few campers. Mr. Adams obviously heard their dismay, despite not visually showing it, when he continued. Now, there's nothing to worry about. The director is only coming to see if everything is okay with the camp. So all you need to do is go on with your duties, and, of course, stay out of trouble. The last thing we want is for the director to witness an incident similar to what we've seen the past week. He briskly glanced in Kevin's direction. Now, you'll all be given jobs today, just like any other weekend. And in the afternoon, when the director comes, just do what you were taught so far, and you'll be okay. How does that sound to you guys? Mr. Adams's grin was creepily wide as he swiveled his head from left to right, glancing at the rows of campers. Then one voice briefly responded with a meager, "Yes, Mr. Adams," and again, the domino effect followed as all the other campers responded with the same acknowledgement. "That's great," Mr. Adams nodded in approval. "Now, go get breakfast, and then Dwight will assign you to your duties." The campers quickly began moving, circling around Mr. Adams and Dwight like a school of fish, making sure not to get too close to the evil counselors. Everybody seemed to be somewhat at ease now that they knew what the big announcement from Mr. Adams was. Some skeptics, however, were still just as on edge as before. "Ay Dios mío, this isn't good news at all, guys," Javier said. "The director only comes when there's a choosing going on. Why would he drive all the way out here just for a simple inspection?" "Don't be stupid, Javier," Norton smacked him over the back of his head. "It's what all directors do. Nothing to be worried about." Javier rubbed the back of his head in pain. "Javier is right," Steve said. His authoritative voice resounded among the campers, and the ones who had been murmuring thus far had suddenly gone silent. It was clear to Kevin from day one that Steve had a trait of leadership in him, and the way the campers listened to him only strengthened that belief. Steve continued, "Something always goes wrong whenever the director comes. Something is up, I'm sure of it." "What could possibly be up?" one camper from another cabin asked. "They always announce the choosing, and it's every 2 weeks, so I don't think we need to worry about that." "Yeah? Well, maybe they have some urgency and need to feed us to the Firwood Wraith faster," Steve finished. They were silent on their way to the mess hall. After breakfast, the campers lined up in front of the mess hall for Dwight to give them their roles. It was weird having only Dwight giving them orders, but Kevin assumed that all the other counselors were taking it easy on the weekend. Good for them. One by one, he picked out campers for various duties in groups of 4 to 5. Kevin dreaded that he and Mark would be separated during the job delegation, which was exactly what happened. Mark was given a job with 5 other campers to clean around the main lodge, while Kevin, Steve, and Michael were supposed to clean around the study hall. Once the campers began dispersing, Mark ran up to Steve and asked, "Hey Steve, would you mind if we swap roles?" "Sure man, whatever," Steve shrugged. He patted Mark on the shoulder and began walking toward the study hall. Kevin looked at Mark, full of enthusiasm, and asked, "Wait, you can do that?" "Only on the weekends." "Dwight doesn't know what he gave to who, so as long as the job is done?" Mark shrugged. Kevin laughed out loud. "Mark, you conniving son of a bitch. You're even more clever than you look." Mark returned the smile. He glanced to the left at Michael, who was distanced from the two of them. "Hey, Michael," Mark called out. Michael lethargically glanced in his direction but said nothing. "Would you mind getting the brooms? Kevin and I have something the groundskeeper wanted us to do." Michael nodded disinterestedly before heading off in the direction of the main lodge. "Okay, now listen," Mark whispered to Kevin once they were away from the crowd. "We do what we talked about. I'll distract the groundskeeper, and you look for the key. It's a red one. You can't miss it." "Do you think he'll notice that the key was missing?" Kevin asked with skepticism in his voice. "Sooner or later, he probably will. That's why we need to be quick about it. Make sure to keep the key in your socks or something. If they find out the key has gone missing, they will probably frisk us to see who has it." "Well, let's try to bring the key back before the groundskeeper notices then," Kevin said. They moved behind the row of buildings and onto the meadow overlooking the mysterious building and the groundskeeper cabin. A soft, pleasant breeze was blowing, but gray clouds hung ominously in the sky above the cabin as if marking it as a cursed object. It would probably start raining soon. "All right, you head into the tree line and get behind the groundskeeper's cabin." Mark pointed in the direction of the trees. "Roger that." Kevin nodded and began striding across the well-trimmed grass. It occurred to him that someone must have been maintaining the campgrounds to have them so aesthetically pleasing. The groundskeeper must have a lot of work mowing the lawn here. He then frowned when another thought rushed into his mind. Not the groundskeeper. The campers probably do that work. He glanced to the left where Mark was standing in the distance. He was walking along the path, straight toward the groundskeeper's cabin. He locked eyes with Kevin for a moment before focusing back in front of him. Kevin broke into a light jog to catch up with Mark. When he got to the tree line, he carefully stepped over the foliage and turned back to see if anyone had been following him. No one besides Mark was visible. He took another step into the forest and shrouded himself in the shade of the towering trees. He felt safe here, concealed from the evil counselors' eyes that penetrated every corner of the camp. With this sense of security, he felt like he could move more freely without worrying about being noticed. He knew that for someone to see him now, they would need to be really looking diligently in his direction and squint to make out what the movement was. Still, he didn't want to screw this up, so he took another step deeper into the woods and then turned left. He began walking along the edge of the forest, carefully stepping over branches, rocks, and other obstacles that practically begged him to step on them so he could twist his ankle. They would find he was not such easy prey, however. He had run across much worse terrain avoiding authoritative assholes while trespassing on private property past allowed hours, so walking on mildly inconvenient terrain like this one was like low level for him. He occasionally glanced to the left, toward the campgrounds, which were obscured by the branches and trees that kept blocking the view. At one moment, he saw Mark step directly in front of the groundskeeper's cabin, drastically slowing down his steps in order to buy Kevin some time to catch up, presumably. Kevin broke into a jog again, evading and hopping over any obstacles, until he finally made it. He looked to the left and spotted the back of the cabin ahead of him. He couldn't see Mark from here. He remembered that the cabin had only one window, which was on the front side, so he didn't need to worry about groundskeeper Andy seeing him while he was here. He took a moment to steady his breathing before taking slow steps toward the edge, careful to avoid any fallen branches that might crack loudly under his shoe. He stopped behind a thick tree and leaned on it with his hands, peeking behind it but still not seeing anything. He realized that there was no way he would see Mark or the groundskeeper leaving unless they were closer to the mess hall, so he took a few more steps to the left, just enough to see the path ending at the cabin. 3 muffled knocks sounded on the cabin door from the front. Kevin slowly got down on the grassy ground, ignoring the fact that some insects might be there. He once, years ago, had a bunch of ants crawl up his shirt and pants like that when he was playing hide-and-seek, but right now, he didn't care about that. He heard the door swinging open loudly, and after a moment of silence, Mark spoke up. Kevin couldn't tell what he was saying, but what he was sure of was the fact that the groundskeeper kept silent for the duration of the conversation. Mark briefly explained something, after which a long moment of silence proceeded. Kevin started to worry, until, a moment later, he heard the loud bang of the door slamming shut. And then, he saw the groundskeeper's gaunt, hunched-over figure walking down the path and toward the main camp area. Mark lagged behind him and, briefly, dared to turn around and look at the woods. He raised his hands in a thumbs up and turned around to continue following the groundskeeper. This is it. Gotta find that key. Kevin waited for a bit until the groundskeeper and Mark were some distance away. He then emerged from the forest and snuck to the back of the cabin. He went around it to the right, and when he got to the edge of the right side, he peeked behind the corner at the path. Mark and the groundskeeper were maybe 100 feet away, and had a few more hundred to go before they were out of sight, but there was no time to waste. He slightly crouched and glanced around one more time to see if anyone was looking. The coast was clear. It's now or never. He rushed around the corner and hurriedly climbed the steps of the cabin. He grabbed the knob of the door and turned it, his heart skipping a beat as he pushed the door. It opened. Oh, thank God, it's open. He quickly stepped inside like a thief and closed the door behind him as quietly as he could, instantly dimming the room, the only light being the one glaring in through the window. He felt his heart beating rapidly as he glanced through the window and realized that the groundskeeper and Mark were still walking away. He hadn't been seen yet. He frantically fumbled around the wall next to the door, searching for the light switch. He felt it on his fingertips and pressed it. Weak, orange light coming from a misery light bulb in the center of the ceiling illuminated the room dimly. The cabin looked small on the outside as it was, but now that he was inside, Kevin couldn't even begin to describe how claustrophobic the interior was. On the left side of the entrance was a small kitchen, which blended with the main room. Shelves above the kitchen were cluttered with various items, including dust-covered spices and bottles. Opposite the entrance was the door to the bathroom. Kevin assumed it must have been a comically small bathroom. Right next to the door was a bed that seemed to be on its last legs, with the mattress dangerously sunken down at the center. A table occupied the middle of the room with equally splayed items atop it. As he frantically swiveled his head around the room, a thought crossed Kevin's mind that the groundskeeper's cabin reflected his personality, and he wondered if the cabin made him grumpy, or the cabin was in this state because he was a slob. Key. Where's the damn key? He went over to the table and looked at the items splayed on it. A plate of half-eaten eggs, a glass of some dark liquid, probably alcoholic, a tool belt with various tools inside, some dirty, rusted pots. No key. Kevin looked around the room, now starting to feel a surge of panic taking over. He ran over to the night table next to the bed and pulled out the drawer. A bunch of papers sat inside, along with a picture resting on top of it. It was a picture of a young boy, maybe a couple of years younger than Kevin, smiling innocently. He barely registered that it may have been either the groundskeeper's son or a person of perverse obsession before he began rummaging through the items in the drawer. Nothing. He closed the drawer and turned around, now sweating bullets. Damn it! Where is it? His eyes widened as they fell on the entrance door. How did he miss it? On the right side of the door, hanging on the nail in the wall, was a key ring. His heart jumped into his throat as he sprinted across the room, almost knocking the plate off the table. He took the key ring off the nail, which jingled loudly in response. He held out his palm and placed the ring on it with the other hand, turning around to face the light for better observation. Panting, he remembered that he didn't have infinite time, so he looked through the window. No one was coming yet. Good. He focused back on the keys and looked over them one by one. A lot of them varied, some of them big and bulky, others small and thin, so it was easy to differentiate which was for which. However, some keys seemed to be entirely similar with some of their counterparts, and considering the fact that there were over a dozen of them, Kevin wondered how the groundskeeper got around to using them. Red key, there it was! A small key with a red plastic covering the head of it. The key that would be his ticket out of this hellhole. Got you, he said aloud as he pinched it between his index finger and thumb, lifting it up. The key ring jingled as if protesting his intentions. He slid the red key across the key ring until he found the edge of it. He detached it from the rest of them, taking a moment to observe it with a scrutinous glance. He bent down and placed the key inside his right sock, pushing it down next to his ankle. The socks were pressed tightly against his ankles so the key would not be going anywhere. Kevin took another glance at the key ring just to make sure he got the right key. Once he was sure, he placed it gently back where he found it before taking another glimpse through the window. To his horror, he saw the groundskeeper and Mark coming down the trail toward the cabin. Oh, shit. He stared in futility, knowing full well there was no way he would be able to slip out of the cabin without the groundskeeper noticing him. He glanced around in desperation for a way out. He would need to burst out now, even if it meant being seen. There was no other way. The groundskeeper didn't seem like he was looking straight at the cabin, so maybe he could go unnoticed. He was getting closer by the second, each passing moment lowering Kevin's chances of going undetected. Suddenly, the groundskeeper stopped. He turned around to face Mark, who was gesturing something back at the grounds. Now! Kevin got out and closed the door behind him, rushing behind the cabin with a quickened heartbeat, not daring to look back. He practically jumped around the corner to the back of the cabin, and once he was in the safety of the edge of the forest, he looked toward the groundskeeper. He was still staring at Mark, but, only a second later, turned around bemusedly and continued walking down the path to the cabin, while Mark turned around to return to the main campgrounds. Before disappearing, he glanced behind him at the tree line a couple of times. Kevin breathed a sigh of relief, chuckling in the process, only just then realizing that Mark must have been trying to distract the groundskeeper. He did it. Kevin bent down and touched his right ankle. He felt the shape of the key, and relief washed over him. He was in the clear, for now. He knew that his disappearance wouldn't go unnoticed for a long time, so as soon as the groundskeeper was back inside his cabin, he followed the forest edge back where he came from, attempting to reunite with his fellow campers before they got suspicious of him. He emerged from the woods and tried to keep his eyes in front of him while walking back. When Kevin returned to the main grounds, Michael and Mark were in front of the study hall. Michael was silently sweeping the concreted area in front. Mark was standing with a broom, eagerly glancing in Kevin's direction. When he saw him approaching, he began sweeping, seemingly relieved. Kevin grabbed the broom that had been left leaning on the wall of the study hall, and he began sweeping the area next to Mark. He felt Mark's incessant gaze on him. He indulged his gaze and smiled. Mark raised his eyebrows quizzically with clear intentions of asking if the mission was successful. Kevin smiled and nodded with a mischievous wink. Mark exhaled in relief, wiping the sweat off his forehead. They continued sweeping the area for a while in silence. Dwight came to check up on them around 30 minutes later and barked an order at them to hurry it up. He didn't seem to notice that Mark had somehow snuck into the study hall sweeping duty as he left after giving the lazy order. After they were done sweeping the area outside, they had to go inside and clean the interior. There wasn't as much work in there, luckily, but more importantly, Kevin and Mark had more privacy to talk. "So, you really got it?" Mark asked as he lifted one of the chairs in the classroom and placed them upside down on top of the desk. "You'd think I'd lie to you?" Kevin chuckled. Mark stepped closer to him and said with a seriousness in his tone, "Show me." Kevin glanced behind himself at the entrance door. There was no one in the building besides the two of them and Michael, and he was in the classroom across the hall. Kevin bent down and reached into his sock. When he straightened his back, he presented the little red key in his palm to Mark. Mark's eyes lit up as a smile stretched across his face. "You did it. I can't believe you actually did it." Kevin put his index finger on his mouth to shush him since he raised his tone a little. "I'm actually impressed at what you managed to do," Kevin said. "I mean, how did you even get the groundskeeper to leave the cabin?" Mark shrugged. "Just told him that there was a problem with the lights in our cabin." "And he believed you?" Kevin snorted. "Well, he unscrewed it and checked the bulb and said everything was fine with it. I said that the light was flickering a lot, and he offered to give me a new one. And then, on the way back, I told him that I don't have the time to pick up the new bulb and bring it back since I got duties. So he said that if we continue to have problems, we should call him to swap the bulbs." "That's genius. You saved my ass. I don't think I would have thought of that myself," Kevin said. "Thought of what?" A voice came from the doorway. Both Kevin and Mark jerked their heads in the direction of the voice. Dwight was standing in the doorway with a stern expression on his face. Kevin felt something get stuck in his throat. The key was still in his hand, and he clutched it firmly. "We were just exchanging how to hold the broom to sweep faster," Mark rapidly interjected with a slight tremble in his voice, which Kevin hoped Dwight wouldn't notice. The assistant counselor stared at Mark for a prolonged moment, and then turned to Kevin. He looked down at Kevin's firmly closed fist before glancing up at Kevin. "Well, less talking and more sweeping. The director will be here within an hour, and I want this place clean by then. Mr. Adams is busy making detailed inspections in the mess hall, and when he comes here, this place better be spotless." With that, he turned on his heel and left the study hall. Kevin bent down faster than lightning and stuck the key back inside his sock. He breathed a sigh of relief over what could have been a stupidly ruined plan. He turned to Mark, grabbing his shoulder. "Hey, did you hear what he said?" he asked, full of enthusiasm. "That the director will be here soon?" Mark asked with a slight delay. "No, not that. Mr. Adams is in the mess hall. This is our chance." His heart, racing from before, hadn't abated, and the thought of actually breaking into the head counselor's office only made it speed up more so. "Right now?" Mark asked with skepticism in his tone. "Yeah, we gotta do it before they arrive and while we still have a chance. Come on. Are we doing this?" Kevin heard his own voice slightly tremble. Mark looked down for a moment as if hesitating. He looked back up at Kevin and frowned as he nodded. "Hell yeah, let's go." "Fuck yeah," Kevin said as he leaned the broom on one of the desks. They quietly made their way out of the study hall as Michael's distant sweeping noise repeatedly filled the air from one of the classrooms. Kevin hoped that he wouldn't notice they were gone, and that he wouldn't rat them out if he did. "Just act natural," Kevin said, once they were outside, and saw Mark glancing around wide-eyed. "I am acting natural," Mark responded. "You're not. Your face would give you away from a helicopter. Just calm down and follow me." Kevin put his hand on Mark's shoulder reassuringly. Mark nodded. He was visibly scared, but he was doing this nonetheless. Kevin couldn't help but admire his courage. Once they were near the back entrance of the main lodge, Kevin said, "I'll go inside, and you wait outside the office. If anyone starts coming our way, knock once. If it's safe, knock twice. If Mr. Adams is coming, knock 3 times. All right? Once for danger, twice for safety, 3 times for huge danger. Got it," Mark recited obediently. Kevin nodded. With a deep breath, he pushed the doors of the lodge open. The murmurs and shouts of staff members immediately began imbuing the air, increasing Kevin's anxiety tenfold. He could see that the effect was the same on Mark, too, since his mouth hung open and his breathing was a little shallower than usual. A few counselors walked in and out of the rooms and through the hall with hurried steps. For a moment, Kevin thought that their eyes would fall upon the intrusive campers and order them to get out, but they seemed oblivious to their presence. "They must be really stressed that the director is coming," Kevin quietly muttered, to which Mark nodded. "Come on, let's get our asses to the office before we're too late." They proceeded down the hall, but not with hurried steps so as to avoid arousing suspicion. Kevin felt like walking on needles each time he'd pass by a counselor, expecting any of them to just stop them and ruin their plan. They turned where Mr. Adams's office was located and continued walking straight. The office was so close. Just a few dozen feet, and they... "What are you two doing here?" a voice shouted from behind authoritatively. Mark and Kevin stopped dead in their tracks. Kevin's heart was now effectively beating against his chest like crazy as he slowly turned around to face the person shouting. "We're on laundry duty, sir," the voice of a young teenage boy replied. When Kevin looked in the direction of the voices, he saw a counselor standing at the end of the hall, facing two other campers who stood in front of him with timid postures. "Well, laundry duty is over for now, campers. The director will be here any minute. Get back to your cabins," the counselor ordered and motioned for them dismissively to leave. The two campers turned on their heels and left at a flashing speed. Another counselor came up behind the one who gave the order and tapped him on the shoulder as he said, "Come on, Adrian. Mr. Adams wants us in front of the entrance," he said as the two of them rushed behind the corner and out of sight. Kevin wiped the bullets of sweat that formed on his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. When he looked in Mark's direction, he realized that his face was drained of all color. "Mark, hey, you still with me?" Kevin forcefully put his hand on Mark's shoulder. This, in turn, seemed to snap him out of his trance as he frenetically nodded and muttered a meager, "Let's go." They stopped in front of the head counselor's office and looked around. The coast was clear, and the voices much less prevalent than they were a minute ago. The building was emptying, which meant that they didn't have much time until the counselors inevitably made their way back here. Kevin leaned toward the office door and squinted through the pane of glass. It looked dark inside, and although it wasn't clear, he detected no movement. Just to be on the safe side, he knocked on the door 3 times. "Hello? Mr. Adams?" He tried to announce himself as loudly as possible and held his breath. He felt his heart beat all the way up to his throat as he listened to the silence invading the air. No response. "All right, I'm going in," he said to Mark. "Remember, knock once if someone is coming, twice if they are gone, and 3 times if Mr. Adams shows up." "You can count on me," Mark nodded and stepped in front of Kevin to block him out of view as he faced down the hall. Kevin bent down and pulled the key out of his sock with trembling hands, nearly dropping it in the process. As he slid it inside the keyhole, he silently prayed that Mark wasn't wrong, and that the key was indeed the right one. He turned it, and the door clicked. His heart skipped a beat as he pulled the key out and turned the knob. The door opened. Feeling adrenaline rushing through his entire body, he cracked the door ajar just enough to slide inside and slipped into the office like a thief in the night. He locked the door behind him and placed the key back in his sock. His eyes immediately fell on the phone located on the table. His salvation. His way out of this place. He got around the desk and, breathing heavily, picked up the receiver, placing it up to his ear. There was a low, staticky noise coming from it. That's not good. Isn't there supposed to be a steady beeping sound? He hovered his other hand above the dial, hoping that he didn't need to dial a certain redirecting number before actually calling who he wanted. He had Amy's number memorized by heart, so he began dialing it, slowly pressing each digit, one by one, to avoid making a mistake. The entire time, he kept glancing at the door, expecting Mark to knock any second. He looked behind himself at the doorway leading to the back room. He hoped that there was a place where he could hide in case it became necessary. He finished dialing the number, but the low humming never ceased. What the hell? He removed the receiver from his ear and looked at it instinctively, as if he would be able to see what the problem was. He tried placing the receiver down and picking it back up, but the phone still didn't work. His frustration began building up immensely, knowing that he didn't have a lot of time. He glanced at the cable connected to the phone and followed it to the nearby wall where it ended. It was connected, so why wasn't it working, damn it? He picked up the phone and turned it over to see if there was anything faulty on it, despite not knowing shit about fixing phones. There was a white label plastered on the bottom, and tiny black letters printed on it. Kevin squinted at the letters. Phone for receiving calls only. No. No. That's gotta be wrong, damn it. Kevin sighed in disappointment and despair. He was just about ready to give up right then and there, and then something broke him out of his wallow of misery. Knock. A single knock on the door. Kevin jerked his head in the direction of the entrance and placed the phone down gently. He got ready to run into the back room and knock. Another one came at the door. He stared at the door in anticipation as he held his trembling breath, praying to God it would stay silent. Knock. Kevin's eyes widened at the third knock. Shit. It's Mr. Adams. A group of muffled voices began echoing outside the office in the distance, incoherent for Kevin to make out. He jerked his head toward the door, and then the familiar voice of Mr. Adams shouted, "Camper, what are you doing here?" He sounded frustrated. "Mr. Adams, I was actually waiting to speak to you," Mark exclaimed, and even from here, Kevin could hear how frightened he was. "Well, can't you see I'm busy right now? The director and I have some things to discuss." "Go on, join the other campers," Mr. Adams retorted. "Yes, Mr. Adams," Mark shouted, and a shuffle of footsteps sounded before gradually fading away in the distance. "Goddamn fatso." "I'm sorry about that, Mr. Director," Mr. Adams said, followed by a familiar, loud jingle of his keys. Kevin saw silhouettes appearing through the glass pane. Oh no, he's entering the office. Kevin turned on his heel and bolted for the back room. Through the darkness, he saw something that looked like a wardrobe. Not thinking twice, he opened it and jumped inside among the clothes he couldn't see, making sure to gently close the door behind him. The entrance lock clicked, and the door creaked open.